Good morning, Erin. It's Cheryl in the chambers. Can we do a quick sound check?
Good morning. How do I sound?
Sound perfect. Thank you. Good morning, Elizabeth. Can we do the same?
Good morning.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Guess we'll get rolling. It's nice to see all the fanfare here today when we get a little bit of, engagement. This is great. I will call order the meeting here at 9:30. Attendance is obviously, as can be seen, everybody's here in person, which is fantastic. I'd ask for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Thank you, Councillor Mackay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. That April 21, 2026 agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you very much. I'll accept it. We can go to vote. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you very much. We are going to go to consent agenda just real quick before we start our time-specific items. It is going to be amended. I believe we have the service place report will be pulled off consent. Marta? Thank you very much. So I'd ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. Thank you very much, Councilor Bermansky.
That the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1 regular city council meetings of April 7th, 2026. 8.1 2025 internal audit steering committee annual report. 9.1 seniors advisory committee recommendations. And 2026 Seniors Elders Service Awards, Internal Audit Steering Committee Recommendation 2026-2028 Internal Audit Steering, which is 9.1.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote. And that passed unanimously as well. Okay, so we do have some time-specific items today. We're going to open with our 9:30 regarding our auditor's year-end communication. And we have the public hearing that will start promptly at 10:30. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Fletcher to start our 9:30.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I will turn it over promptly to the Finance and Strategic Services team to my left.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council. We have today online our auditor with KPMG, Brittany Southworth, and she'll introduce and discuss the audit findings for 2025.
Fantastic. Thank you, Stanley. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can everybody hear me?
Yep, you sound great.
Great. Thank you. I will just pull up our audit findings report on screen. All right. Hopefully everyone can see that on screen. So thanks everyone for having me today. As Stanley mentioned, my name is Brittany Southworth and I am the lead audit engagement partner for the City of St. Albert, representing KPMG as your external auditor here today. So I'm happy to report that as of today, we are substantially complete our audit of the city's consolidated financial statements and want to thank administration for all of their efforts and cooperation throughout the audit process. The only items that remain outstanding, which are included in our reports, are the receipt of the last few confirmations from law firms, the signed management representation letter, and obtaining council's approval of the financial statements. All of those items are expected today, and following the completion of those items, we are ready to issue a clean audit opinion on the city's financial statements. There were no changes to our audit plan that was presented in the fall. So the most significant areas of focus include government transfers, property taxes, tangible capital assets, and the city's investment portfolio. We completed our work over these areas as well as others and have no significant matters to report, which is a great news story when we're talking about an audit. There were no errors identified with respect to the 2025 financial statements, and the uncorrected misstatement that is flagged in our report is related to a prior period error, and the impact of that was limited to a reclassification between balance sheet accounts, which has no impact on the current year. It was a fairly status quo year for the city, so no significant unusual transactions, no major changes in operations, and no new accounting standards. In addition, the returning council members may remember that in the prior year, we had closed all open control deficiencies that had existed for a number of years. And in the current year, we did not identify any new significant control deficiencies, so have nothing to report to council in that respect. Given the normal course nature of the year, that's really the highlights of our report. I did want to flag one thing to council, which is while there are no new accounting standards that impacted 2025, there are some pretty significant accounting standard changes that are upcoming. Certain ones are applicable for the city's 2027 financial statements, so a little bit of a ways off, but will require significant level of effort from administration to prepare. And we've already had discussions with them on the implementation plan and are prepared to work collaboratively with them through that process as needed. The changes really at a high level, they're summarized in Appendix D, but primarily relate to some significant restructuring of the financial statements. So they will look quite a bit different going forward, starting in 2027, as well as separating liabilities into financial and non-financial items. There are also some changes to employee benefit accounting standards, which should have minimal impact to the city, and a few other standards that are not expected to be relevant to the city. Other items that are included in the appendices of our report include a copy of our draft auditor's report, which again is a clean audit opinion, a copy of our draft management representation letter, which we expect to be signed today, and some thought leadership materials that might be of interest to council. So that really concludes our main presentation. Really appreciate the opportunity to work with the city as your external auditors this year, and pleased to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. It's great to hear that there's no significant or material changes whatsoever. Do I have any questions here from council? I don't believe so. So thank you very much for the time. Oh, it was brief. We certainly appreciate it. So thank you.
All right. Great. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too. Okay, so continuing on, we will start with our presentations.
Excuse me, Mayor, sorry, there's another time specific at 9:30. It's item 11.1. So this is the audit financial statements and year-end annual report.
My apologies. Yep. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Bear with me, I'll share my screen. All right, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Apologize for the slight delay. Good afternoon, or good morning, actually, members of council. What follows will be our presentation of the overview of the 2025 corporate annual report. It'll be followed by the financials, and that will be conducted by Ms. Stella Tam to my left. So it'll be a bit of a tag team presentation over the course of the next few minutes. The corporate annual report is a submission required by the Government Financial Officers Association and the Municipal Government Act. The annual report provides an overview of the city's corporate and financial accomplishments throughout the year. And in this case, we're talking about the entirety of 2025. There was a question asked earlier about, didn't we just receive the Q4 report? Yes, you did. But the Q4 report was specific to that quarter of the year. This encapsulates the entirety of the previous year. Yeah, but this is the next slide. Presentation is organized into the three components that you see on the slide. Focusing now on service delivery highlights. As you know, delivery of services is defined by your mandated service and service level inventory and is an essential component of administration's efforts day to day. Service delivery takes the lion's share of our prioritization and resource allocation. St. Albertans continue to be well served in 2025 with over 150 distinct services delivered. The city issued 7,050 permits over the course of 2025, continuing the strong upward trend in permitting activity holistically. This represents a 2.5% increase compared to 2024, which came in at about 6,877 permits, and is the highest number of permits recorded in the previous preceding 5-year period. This reflects, again, an upward trend in permit issuance and indicates sustained growth and development activity throughout the city. Focusing in on assessment growth, it has increased to 3.95% in 2025, also indicating growth in the community. The city is committed to the health and well-being of our residents and continues to work with different levels of government and community agencies to provide support and resource to residents. Some of these programs include the subsidy program. In 2025, 1,929 residents accessed the city's subsidy program, which is a decrease from the 2,466 residents we saw in 2024. Despite this decline, the overall demand for subsidy support remains elevated compared to pre-2022 levels, reflecting continued cost of living pressure in the community. The reduction from 2024 may be influenced by updates to program tracking processes, including changes related to the transit system and administrative streamlining efforts. In 2025, navigator support calls increased up to 1,012, up from the 695 in 2024 and 894 in 2023. The increase was driven principally by higher call volumes in the fourth quarter. Overall demand for the navigator support services has increased compared to the previous 2 years, indicating continued utilization of support services and increased awareness of available resources across the community. Focusing now to environmental stewardship, the city diverts waste from landfill through organic waste diversion and recycling programs and provides a centralized site, where residents can bring yard waste, recyclables, and hazardous materials. St. Albert residents diverted 54.91% of the total waste generated and collected from the landfill in 2025, an increase from the 50.72% in 2024. This improvement reflects the continued success of the waste diversion initiatives, including incentives to reduce garbage bin sizes and disincentives for larger or additional bins. The increase was also influenced by the inclusion of branch material collected at the compost yard beginning in 2025. Looking to the right side of the screen, the city coordinates annual programming opportunities to encourage community environmental stewardship and conservation. In 2025, St. Albert residents had the opportunity to participate in 7 events: Clean and Green River Fest, Partners in Parks, Weed Warriors events, more than one, a rain barrel sale, Bike Month, which included free bike tune-ups, community tree planting, and neighborhood and school cleanups. In 2025, 84,966 people attended events at the Arden Theatre, contributing to increased activity and vibrancy throughout downtown St. Albert. Attendance increased from 2024 by 13.8%, reflecting continued growth and recovery from following the sharp decline in 2020 due to the pandemic. Over the past 3 years, attendance has averaged approximately 78,000 annually, indicating participation levels have stabilized and remain strong, reinforcing the Arden's role as a key cultural driver, not only for downtown, but for St. Albert as an entire city. Recreation, fitness, and aquatics program participation increased to 314,575 participants last year. up 5% from 2024. This continued growth reflects strong community engagement and recovery following the Fountain Park Recreation Center shutdown for maintenance from May to July for renovations. In 22 and 23 respectively. Participation levels remain well above the 2021 and 2022 levels, indicating sustained demand for recreation program. Looking now to the movement of goods and people and focusing in on transit ridership. St. Albert Transit's annual ridership measure measures the number of commuter and local trips, the both components of the service we offer. St. Albert Transit primarily monitors the number of commuter trips. The number of local trips is calculated using an assumption of 18% of total commuter trips. This assumption is validated every 3 years through a passenger survey. Annual transit ridership continued its strong recovery in 2025, rising to 1.53 million. This is an increase of 0.33 million riders compared to 2024 at 1.2 million. The upward trend that began in 2022 has accelerated through 23 and 24, and ridership in 25 has now surpassed pre-pandemic levels, reaching its highest levels. A critical component of what we do day in and day out, emergency services plays a crucial role in ensuring the safety and resilience of our community through effective preparedness, response, and recovery. Fire services in 2025 responded to 9,703 incidents, representing a slight decrease from the 9,774 calls in 2024, while still reflecting sustained higher demand compared to pre-2022 levels. Overall, call volumes have increased significantly since 21, demonstrating continued growth in service demand as the community expands. 911 received a total of 16,440 calls, slightly higher than the 16,317 calls in 24. Call volumes remain consistent generally throughout the year, with 3,993 calls received in the fourth quarter, slightly lower than the same period in 24. Overall, emergency call volumes remain stable in 2025, with a year-over-year increases expected over time as population continues to grow and service demand continues. There are no specific speaking points for this slide, but never waste an opportunity to brag a little bit about what was accomplished. So in the various bubbles that you see before you, which I will not read to you and insult your intelligence, highlight some of the amazing service delivery milestones that have been achieved by the city over the course of 2025. Next, I'll provide some brief highlights from the progress made towards achieving priorities outlined in Council's strategic plan. Each is advanced by the key projects that were undertaken aligned to that specific priority. I will remind Council that this is measured against the current existent Council strategic plan, and in very short order, you will be approving your strategic plan, which will form the basis of our reporting going forward through 2026. Overall, 49 initiatives were planned to advance your priorities. And as at the end of 2025, 32 were complete, 8 are in progress and on track towards completion as per pre-established timelines. 2 are delayed, but remain in progress. 6 are scheduled to start either this year or in future years, and 1 was canceled as per council direction. Over the next few slides, I'll give an overview progress categorized and linked to each of your strategic priorities. Priority 1, economic prosperity. Supporting an investment positive environment that encourages economic growth and the development of new existing sectors. To accomplish this throughout 2025, our work focused on creating an investment positive environment that encourages growth across both existing and new sectors, oddly enough. Lakeview Business District servicing, design, and construction progressed. We achieved a major turning point for one of our largest long-term economic initiatives. We officially transitioned from planning to implementation with groundbreaking in June of last year. By the end of 2025, the first draft of the design brief was completed, and we advanced detailed engineering for roadways and underground utilities. To support this expansion, we finalized several critical planning documents. Council approved Neighborhood Plan C, and by the end of the year, Council approved the St. Albert West ASP previously, and Neighborhood Plan C is in construct, and by the end of the year, both St. Albert West Area Structure Plan and Lakeview Neighborhood Plan were approved. This ensures we are development ready, with current efforts now shifting to the Badger Neighborhood Plan. We move forward with the city's infill strategy to support housing diversity in our established neighborhoods. We initiated technical growth and servicing studies and began foundational planning for the transit corridor and neighborhood intensification. Engagement planning is well underway, with public participation activities scheduled throughout 2026 to help shape future infill opportunities. Priority 2, downtown vibrancy. Foster a downtown where people come to live, gather, celebrate, shop, and do business. Projects planned to advance the downtown vibrancy priority have been completed, including the presentation on the downtown area redevelopment plan to the Standing Committee of the Whole. Work also took place to explore the development of Millennium Park, which Council deciding not to proceed at this time. Turning now to community well-being, which responds to changing demographics, accommodates diverse needs of residents, and continues to foster an inclusive community where everyone has the opportunity to fully participate and feel welcome. This includes communicating, engaging in meaningful and transparent ways with the community. Our efforts in 2025 were centered on 3 pillars: housing, inclusion, and planning for future amenities. Advancing mixed market housing development made significant strides, specifically looking at the 22 St. Thomas Street project. Through consistent advocacy and coordination, $14.5 million was secured in combined provincial and federal funding this past July. And while Homeland Housing is still finalizing some financing and permitting details, the primary planning initiative was marked complete by the end of the year. A major milestone of last year was the completion of the IDEA strategy in Q3. And following Council's approval of the new strategy, we've moved into the implementation phase over the course of the next 4 to 5 years. We also finalized the community amenities planning in the first quarter. This involved rigorous technical studies and partnership reviews, and this work provided essential foundation for functional design phase, which is scheduled this year. Shifting to priority 4, adapting to a changing natural environment, which builds resiliency that allows St. Albert to prepare for and respond to climate change and ensure the vitality of our land, river, natural resources, and resilient infrastructure for future generations. Planning work on the green environment strategy occurred prior to 2025, and during 2025, the transition from planning to implementation occurred. The Clean Energy Improvement Program launched to provide residents and businesses with sustainability initiatives and energy-saving opportunities, met with a great deal of success. Administration also conducted outreach to increase participation in local energy reduction initiatives. The Climate Adaptation Plan was finalized as a strategic document for the city. Throughout 25, the focus shifted towards integrating resiliency measures across municipal departments to protect assets and infrastructure from environmental shifts. Focus remained on refining diversion targets respective to waste minimization strategies and exploring waste to energy solutions. Technical reviews of waste management processes were conducted to identify further opportunities for resource recovery throughout the community. Financial stability ensures responsible and transparent financial management, decision-making, and long-term financial sustainability that allows the city to respond to changes in revenue sources. In 2025, integration of building and development application processes into an online portal occurred. This expansion allowed for digital submissions, tracking, and payment, reducing manual processing and improving turnaround times significantly for applicants. The asset management strategy and updated asset management policy were also finalized. Administration has now completed the inventory of core infrastructure assets and established life cycle replacement schedules to inform long-term planning. Our digitization directive was implemented in July of 2025. This established the framework for transitioning physical records to digital formats, resulting in the decommissioning of offsite storage and a reduction in physical records management. Council may have recall that you approved a significant industrial scanner. I think that's due to arrive today. Not to nerd out on you, but a very exciting physical addition to our inventory. Looking towards maturing and formalizing multi-year budgeting, this transition to a multi-year budget framework was completed administratively. This process includes alignment of departmental business plans with a 4-year forecast and provides stability and predictability to tax strategies. I will note, however, that that is the administrative planning process, and Council still maintains the authority and the oversight to approve budgeting on an annual cycle. Standardizing capital project and contracting management procedures standardized our procedures holistically for capital project oversight and contract management. These protocols include mandatory project gate reviews and centralized contract tracking to ensure consistency in delivery and adherence to budgets. I'm done. And so forgive me for stumbling through some of the words that had more than one syllable, but at this point in time, I'll turn it over to Stella Tam, our Financial Operations Controller, who will take you through the audited consolidated financial statements.
Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. I'm here this morning to present the 2025 audited consolidated financial statements for January 1st to December 31st, and which are included in the annual report notes and schedules. These audited consolidated statements are comparison to prior year numbers and our financial health check, verifies the financial accuracy and assess internal controls of the city. The audited financial statements include the city operations, its utilities, the library, and the Arts and Heritage Foundation. The city's financial position in 2025 remains strong with net financial assets at 70.7 million. These net assets consist of the city's financial assets of 299.7 million less its liabilities of 229 million. The city also has non-financial assets, which include tangible capital assets, prepaids, and materials and supplies totaling over 1 billion. This has resulted in an accumulated surplus or municipal equity of 1.5 billion. This accumulated surplus is not operating surplus, but an accumulation of the city's assets over time. I will break this down a little more in the next few slides. In 2025, the city's financial assets increased slightly by 6.7 million from 2024 as a result of an increase in accounts receivable of 10 million, slight increase in cash and cash equivalents by 1.9 million, and offset by decrease in investments by 5.3 million. The increase in cash and decrease in investments is due to the timing of maturities on short-term investments at year-end and a decrease in investment base. This slide shows a more detailed breakdown of our cash and investments of 272 million. So there's 63 million sitting in the 0 to 90 days, which consists mainly of cash and cash equivalents. Cash equivalents are made up of high interest savings accounts and investment accounts. 51 million in short-term investments in the 181 to 3 years, and 158 million in our long-term investment portfolios, which range from 3 to 10 years. The city staggers the investment maturities to ensure cash availability for both short-term and long-term cash needs. Our short-term investments average rates range from 3.13% to 6.14%, while long-term investment averages ranged from 1.61% to 5.58%. On the liability side, we had 229.2 million in liabilities, which is a 19.2 million increase from 2024 due to the following. Long-term debt increased by 11.5 million in 2025 compared to 2024, primarily due to new borrowings, partially offset by scheduled repayments. Deferred revenue increased by 7.6 million due to more developer contributions for transportation and sanitary sewer. Deferred revenue is money we receive but not recognized as revenue yet because we haven't met the conditions attached to it. Once the conditions are met, it is recognized in revenue. Accounts payable and accrued liabilities increased slightly by 2.6 million, due mostly to timing of vendor payments. Our long-term debt totals 109.2 million at the end of 2025. In this past year, we took out a new debt of 18.2 million for the following 4 projects and reclassed the 2.5 million SEEP loan to long-term debt. The Fire Hall number 4 for 4.7 million, North St. Albert Trail Phase 3, 5.5 million, Transit Garage, 6 million, Villeneuve Road, 2 million, and the reclassification of the SEEP loan to long-term debt of 2.5 million. Our current debt limit for 2025 is 401 million, and we have only used 109 million, which is 27% of the provincial limit. However, there is still 113 million that is outstanding to borrow on approved council projects. That limit refers to the maximum amount a municipality can borrow, and the internal debt limit is 85% of the MGA limit of 340 million. Debt servicing limit is 67 million, and we have only used 13 million, which is 19% of the provincial limit. The debt servicing limit is the maximum annual debt payment, including principal and interest for 2025. Now over to the city's non-financial assets, which increased by 74.8 million from 2024. This increase is largely due to the increase in tangible capital assets, or TCA. TCA is everything physical that the city owns and uses long-term. The majority of the TCA balance is made up of buildings, engineered structures, and land. And the main categories that make up the increase are as follows. Engineered structures increased from prior year by 49 million. This was due to 13.3 million in contributed assets from developers for Nouveau, Shure, Riverside, and Jensen Lakes. 5.6 million for North St. Albert Trail, 4 million for roadway rehab program, 4 million in sediment and erosion control, 3.3 million for pump station and reservoir rehab, and 3 million for Villeneuve Road rebuild. Assets under construction increased by 43 million due to 19 million increase in municipal facility repairs and renewals, 8.3 million increase in Ray Gimmon Drive, 7.5 million increase in the transit garage expansion, 4.5 million in the storm management. Vehicles increased by 11 million due to 4 million in transit bus life cycle, 3.1 million in fire aerial apparatus, 2.5 million in mobile equipment replacement plan. The land improvement also increased by 6.7 million due to 1.5 million on Oakmont Trail Phase 2, 1 million on North St. Albert Trail improvements, and 0.9 million on pump station reservoir rehab, and 0.9 million on Villeneuve Road rebuild. Overall, the city's accumulated surplus, or the city's equity, increased by 62.3 million from 2024 to 2025. As I mentioned before, accumulated surplus is basically what remains after all the assets have been used to pay off liabilities. It is accumulation of the city's past operating surplus, deficits, gains and losses, and is not cash. The majority of accumulated surplus is made up of over 1 billion in equity in TCA. This is your tangible capital assets, less depreciation, less your debt. 188 million in reserves. These reserves include both operating and capital. Operating reserves are funds that are allocated for specific operating uses, including shortfalls and emergencies, and capital reserves are to support infrastructure. The statement of operations and accumulated surplus shows the city's revenues and expenses on a consolidated basis. The top portion of the statement focuses on the consolidated operating revenues and expenses of the city, which resulted in an annual surplus before capital revenue of 3.2 million, adding in the city's capital revenue of 58.9 million, which includes contributed tangible capital assets, developer contributions and levies, and capital government transfers. Contributed tangible capital assets are assets donated to the city from developers such as lands, roads, and utilities. Capital revenue received are grants received from federal and provincial government relating to capital. This resulted in an annual surplus of 62.1 million. This annual surplus is different than the operating surplus as it includes capital revenue, non-cash items like amortization and contributed assets, and the consolidation of the library and the Arts and Heritage Foundation financial results. In conclusion, the city ended 2025 in a strong financial position due to being fiscally responsible and proactive to reduce expenditures and address reduced revenues. More detailed variants and explanations on the functional departments can be found in the fourth quarter report that was presented to council on February 17th. This now concludes my presentation, and I will take any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Council, do we have any questions for administration at this time? Doesn't look like it, so thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So there is a motion associated with that item. We just need to get the audit financial statements approved, please.
Thank you very much, Councilor McKay.
That the city's 2025 annual report, including the audited consolidated financial statements for the fiscal year ended December 31st, 2025 be approved.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote. And that motion passed unanimously. Thank you very much.
That's okay. I didn't want to say anything anyways.
I know that. Okay, now I believe we can start the list. So again, just to reiterate, we do have a public hearing starting promptly at 10:30. We can start working through some of our list of speakers that would like to speak today. Let me just pull that up. I'd invite Mr. Allen, if you'd like to speak. Thank you very much. We did have Lori Jack here, however, that item was approved on consent, so there won't be a need for her to speak this morning.
This is the point at which technology fails me. I could use some help with the sharing.
Yeah, Jaden will.
Oh, outstanding. You can do that.
And thank you very much, Mr. Allen, for being here. Just so you know that there is a 5-minute limit, and at 30 seconds you'll hear a bell. So it's not to conclude the presentation, but there'll be 30 seconds left.
All right. Well, while the slideshow is popping up, thank you very much for allowing me to present our capital plan for 2026 and 2027. Greetings to Mr. Mayor and Council. After 6 months on the job, I think you've all pretty much learned that doing the job is a heck of a lot harder than getting the job. I know I found that out pretty quick in mine. So I'd like to begin our capital plan presentation for this year with just a simple statement of growth. We predicted that we would hit 10,000 at the beginning of this year, but circumstances were complex at the beginning of the school year, and school divisions all over the province had, public school divisions in particular, had lower enrollment than expected. So we're at 9,800. We're still growing steadily, pretty much massively, year over year, at a level that is a bit higher than the city itself. Every year we have had a large cohort of kindergarten kids. It grows year over year. This year it was down by about 20 students for the aforementioned reasons, but we still had 584 kindergarten registrations. The trend is upward, and the school population is upward by about 43% since 2012. And at this point, approximately 70% of all students in St. Albert attend St. Albert Public Schools. That is wonderful, and we love full buildings, and we love having lots of children in those buildings. However, there are a few things that we need to make note of, and we do every time we make our capital plan presentations. The province considers a school building to be filled when it is at 85% of their calculated capacity. Our school buildings across the division are at 91% filled, well over what they consider to be full buildings. 4 of them, in fact, are over 100% full. And there is no sign that growth will slow for our school division. The city is an attractive place, and people are moving here, and they are sure as heck bringing their kids here. So because the government over the last 40 or 50 years has focused on targeted construction around growth, there have been an awful lot of portables and modulars dropped around our school buildings. In fact, at this time, we have 150 of them, and they're housing more than a quarter of our total student population. That group of modulars and portables is also aging quickly. More than 40 of those are over 30 years old, and we're celebrating the 50th birthday of a few of them this year. Over the last 5 years or so, we have consistently brought forward a capital plan that included a large K-9 school and a 3rd high school for your St. Albert Public School students. Since 2022, we identified geographically the space in the city where we are seeing the most growth, and we would recommend placing a high school there. Again, we have ran through a similar group of buildings. Now, some of those have been awarded. When we asked for a K-9 in the Choureau district, the government responded by awarding a K-9 school in the Choureau district. They put it someplace that the city didn't want it to be. The city and this new council, I believe, determined to lock in the space at the Choureau site, south site during this term. And I can report happily that this week I received a letter from our Minister of Education indicating that that project is moving into the next phase of construction. I think that is the development, the planning phase. So it's ticking along, and we'll get that building on the ground as quickly as we possibly can. I'm talking too slow, so I'm going to tell you what the capital plan is. One, because we were awarded Leo Nickerson's modernization, we bumped Muriel Martin's modernization up. And our high school, by golly, remains number 2 and will still be number 2 until it is built. Look, I'd like to see it go there. I'm not sure how all of you feel. It's a situation where I wish I had more than 5 minutes to tell you what's going on because I don't get many opportunities to speak to you. But I expect and hope that you have questions around what we're doing and how it impacts the city and where school sites are and how full they are. So I thank you on behalf of the Board of Trustees for allowing me to present really briefly our capital plan and look forward to any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. I know 5 minutes,
Holy smokes.
it's unbelievable. And the pressure of the bell at 30 seconds. We do have a bunch of questions, so this will extend a little bit more of a conversation, and I'll move it over to Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Allen, for coming and presenting again, and I always appreciate it and always appreciate the insights. When you get can you confirm, when you get planning dollars from the provincial government, pretty much that's the whole package though. I mean, you're not stuck at just planning and then hold. When you're planning, you can quickly move into your next step. So there's no kind of fear that the money that has been promised to build a new Choureau school site, the K-9, is going to just stop at planning.
That's correct. It used to be that funding was by phase, but with the accelerator and the Schools Now program that the government started, once they've awarded a building, the funding is there. So that means that it can move from phase to phase to phase without seeking new funding, without a new budget cycle, as quickly as it's possible. In this case, the government bumped us from phase 1 to phase 2, I believe the month after City Council ticked the last box and that site was ready.
Good. I look forward to actually seeing shovels in the ground.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, I match it. So by moving your potential third high school site to your second priority, does that change any of the perception when you submit this to the ministry?
It does not. In fact, they insist on it. After the first cycle of the accelerator, there were some projects, including ours, for which there was not a suitable site for what would have been, capital priority number 1. So they walked down the list and they've made a change where they say you must include a new build if appropriate. You must include a modernization or expansion if appropriate. And then there are other qualifications down the line. So by selecting Martin, what we're doing is acknowledging at the provincial level that there is no site currently in the city of St. Albert which is suitable for a high school the size of the ones that we need to build. It's been our number 1, and they keep coming back and saying, no, but we'll give you this smaller school. And that's exactly what they're doing. So the K-9 in Choureau, they just awarded a modernization for Leo Nickerson. And so we put our next proposed modernization at the top of the list.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll move it to Councillor Bermansky, please.
Thank you, Mr. Allen, for presenting again. We're grateful when the schools come here and tell us what's going on out there. And if you could email anything that you weren't able to print or to present to us today, that would be helpful. and or any updates that you may have, please email to us at any time or to me anyhow. The question I had, the 4 schools that are over capacity, what are those 4 schools?
Let's see, we have Lois Holt in the northeast. We have Cutts and Harvey
Okay.
north of the river, and Paul Kane is at capacity. So close that I'd call it 100%, but it's not marked at 101 plus. And Elmer Gish, those are the 4 schools currently over 100%.
Okay, and so with Elmer Gish being over capacity and you want to do the redo of the school, but you're postponing that one down, that's your first school that after Leo Nickerson in line?
Nickerson's been awarded and we're grateful. It would be the first modernization after Martin. Martin is the one that we have currently at the top of the list.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. Just a general question with the schools that are over 100% capacity, are all of those students residing in St. Albert, or are you seeing students from outside of St. Albert move into?
Well, actually, there is a small amount of fluidity in the student population in a number of the schools. We do fill the schools with St. Albert kids, neighborhood kids, St. Albert kids, kids who are already at the school and whose families want to send their other kids to the school, and then to surrounding areas up to the required capacity that the government insists upon. We can't turn away a student as long as there is a space up to 100%, even though they insist that when you're at 85%, you're considered full. So yes, there are some kids who are coming from the surrounding area, both from the north and the south. But that traffic goes both ways as well. An awful lot of our children, especially in the later years of their education, go to specialized schools in and around Edmonton as well. It evens out.
Thank you very much for the clarification. I don't see any other questions from council, so thank you for your time this morning. Certainly appreciate it.
Thank you. Oh, and to Councillor Bermansky, I'll send along the presentation. And if no one objects, I'll also send 180 pages of the actual capital plan if anyone's interested.
That's great. Yeah, please do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker on the list is Mr. Harvey. If you'd like to, just being conscious of time here that the public hearing needs to start promptly at 10:30. So.
All right, thank you for having me here today. My name is Greg Harvey. I'm the president of St. Albert Firefighters, Local 2130. Thank you guys for the opportunity to listen to what we have to say. Speaking of a very important issue that there's a big decision, there's no doubt about it, you guys are going to have to make here in a short order, thanks to our provincial overlords that control our EMS system. St. Albert Fire Services has proudly delivered EMS services since 1978. In 2001, we transitioned to the integrated fire-based EMS model we use today, where our firefighters are cross-trained as paramedics and respond together as one coordinated team to fires, rescues, and medical emergencies. This model allows the same highly skilled crews to provide immediate, advanced care on scene, seamless continuation of that care during transport to hospital. For someone experiencing a cardiac arrest, a stroke, a serious accident, those first few minutes often are the difference between life and death. This approach eliminates gaps, improves coordination, and has a proven record of saving lives right here in St. Albert. And there's many, many examples we could go down the list on. Today, you are going to hear from Fire Chief Lemieux about the options available as our current EMS contract with Alberta Health Services expires on September 30th of this year. We appreciate the work being done by Chief Lemieux to present these options clearly, especially given the timelines that continue to shift and the financial pressures coming from the provincial process. I believe the timelines have shifted probably 3 times since the initial hammer came down, so it's not a very organized process, to say the least. From our perspective, as frontline providers, there are a few key points we would ask council to consider. First, our integrated model allows St. Albert firefighter paramedics to handle ambulance service in our community while supporting the broader system when it is under strain. This local presence means faster response, strong coordination between fire and EMS crews, and deep familiarity with our streets, facilities, and residents. It is the system that this community has relied on for nearly 5 decades. Second, the provincial EMS system is facing real challenges across Alberta. Staffing shortages often leave ambulances out of service, redeployed to other communities, and system utilization remains extremely high. We see this regularly based on the number of events occurring outside St. Albert, as outlined in the information requested by Councillor Mackay. I believe that number is close to 40% were not in St. Albert, and that is a big factor. We have tremendous respect for the paramedics working within that system. They are doing their best under difficult conditions. However, relying entirely on a provincial or private operator introduces risk when it comes to guaranteeing consistent advanced life support coverage within our community. Third, any decision made by this council should prioritize public safety above all else. Continuing with the integrated firefighter-paramedic model maintains a level of service and reliability St. Albert residents have come to expect when they call 911. We recognize there are cost implications associated with maintaining a local ambulance service. Pretty high cost too as well, there's no doubt. However, this is fundamentally a decision about the level of protection our community deserves and have expected for the last 48 plus years. We strongly encourage council to give full and careful consideration to the benefits of keeping St. Albert's 2 staffed advanced life support ambulances operating under our integrated firefighter-paramedic model. At the same time, regardless of which decision council ultimately makes regarding ambulance service, we believe the minimum level of protection for the community must include maintaining an advanced life support medical first response program. That is an absolute the city has relied on, and I was on a call yesterday and watched that work seamlessly to have a very positive outcome. Ensuring ALS trained firefighter paramedics can continue to respond immediately to medical emergencies, even if transport is handled by another provider, preserves the critical care early that saves lives during cardiac arrest, strokes, major trauma, and other life-threatening emergencies. If council chooses to continue local EMS delivery, we would also encourage you to be strong advocates to the province. Communities across Alberta are experiencing the same pressures with the ambulance availability and system capacity. A unified municipal voice pushing for sustainable funding and ensuring ambulances remain in communities they serve would benefit not only St. Albert, but municipalities across the province. Public safety systems are built over decades, but they can be changed with a single decision, which will have impact for the same amount of decades to come. At the end of the day, when a St. Albert resident dials 911 in their moment of need, they should not have to worry or not have to wonder where help is coming from, where an ambulance is available. They should simply know that trained professionals are already on the way, quickly deployed from the nearest fire station with staffed providers. I thank you for your time and continued commitment to the safety and well-being of St. Albert residents.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harvey. Certainly appreciate the context and the opinion from the department. I will turn it over. We do have some questions from start with Councillor Mackay, please.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and I'm also conscious of the time, so I'll keep it brief. But thanks, Mr. Harvey, for coming before us again, and what I believe is raising a very important issue. And like you said, we're going to get a little bit more information later on. So, I mean, information requests that you alluded to in your presentation, when I made their ask, St. Albert ambulances were dispatched over 6,000 times in 2025. So out of that 6,000 times, we were in Edmonton 1,584 times. When an ambulance from St. Albert goes into Edmonton, are they caught in that vortex that is Edmonton, or are they going into a call, taking a patient to a hospital in Edmonton and then getting back into St. Albert, or are they just stuck into that? Vortex is the best word I can think of.
Vortex is the word we use. Generally, depending on how strained the system is, if we get pulled in Edmonton and our Station 1 truck, based on the data, is a part-time Edmonton truck. When Edmonton is down, and they're down a lot, I mean, almost daily, yeah, that truck does go into Edmonton. Unfortunately, does not come back. What we've seen across the country with other municipalities, this is not an Alberta thing, it's all over the place. EMS is struggling everywhere. Municipalities have fought back, and they fought to say, look, these are our trucks. They go, they take the patient to the hospital, they can come back. We have no problem stopping at serious calls on the way back. If it's a cardiac, or if it's a life-threatening event, absolutely, that's where the system shines. But going to the Royal Alexandra and then just getting redeployed to a station close to there, that's not what it's designed for. And obviously, when our trucks are sitting in Edmonton, typically St. Albert is without an ambulance. I mean, we'd love to post how many times there are alerts. AHS won't even give us that data when we FOIP them. How many times St. Albert's without an ambulance. That's where we rely so much on our advanced life support fire trucks where we can provide that service. We have 3 fire all soon to be 4. That service is no more than 8 minutes away.
Yeah, and I won't belabor it just due to time, and I apologize for that, but it's interesting that we're sending an ambulance to Beaumont, we're sending an ambulance to Athabasca, we're sending an ambulance to Wabman, we're sending an ambulance to Stony Plain.
It's not right. That's just a failing system, to be honest, that when our trucks are going out there, that means the system has collapsed. That means that Spruce Grove is probably in Edmonton, Wabamun is probably in Edmonton, and they're just finding the closest truck. Yesterday, a call came in, the fire engine was attached to it, it was an unconscious patient, and the dispatch information was no ambulance to attach. That's the reality of the system we're in, and that's why we're advocating it. I mean, we have 2 trucks that we know start every day. I don't know how many times the AHS truck that's parked in Station 1 is not staffed. It's not staffed daily. I can say that for sure based on how many times it doesn't move out the door. That's a system that wants to take these trucks over.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carter, your question, if just cognizant of time, but please go ahead.
Thank you. So in your experience, how often would a fire truck ultimately attend at a medical emergency prior to an ambulance arriving?
It's a lot more frequent. I mean, if our trucks are not in St. Albert, typically the fire truck's gonna get there first. So 60% of the time, we're probably gonna get there the same time. Yesterday was a smooth call. We both got there at the same time. It was watching the Oilers play in the 3rd period last night. Good. I mean, great outcome. But when it's not, we have to struggle. Like I say, we can only do so much on a fire truck, and I don't know how many times we have to tell a family that we are only a fire truck. We cannot take you to a hospital. I mean, maybe the places that have lost ambulance have used fire trucks to transport to the hospitals. That's just the unfortunate reality.
But without that integrated service, they wouldn't even have somebody, a paramedic on site, notwithstanding you can't transport. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Certainly appreciate the time and the presentation.
Thank you.
Cognizant of time at 9:27, we'll just pause here until 10:27 until 10:30, and we'll start the public hearing at that time. Okay, thank you very much. I will hereby open the public hearing concerning bylaw 9/2026 regarding the land use bylaw. Text amendments to add recreation indoor as discretionary use to transitional district. First, second, and third reading, and bylaw 10/2026 for land use bylaw text amendments to add storage facility for recreational vehicle and equipment as a discretionary use to transitional district for second and third reading at 10:30. Is there any counselor present who wishes to declare a conflict of interest or pecuniary interest with respect to the public hearing today? Doesn't look like that. Fantastic. For today's public hearing, we will follow procedures outlined in the procedure bylaw 24/2022. First, we will hear from administration, then the applicant. I understand the applicant is here to answer questions. However, they will be given the opportunity to speak if they would like. And then the public council may ask questions after each presenter has had the opportunity to speak. The applicant, if required, will be given up to 10 minutes to speak, and members of the public will have 5 minutes to speak. I don't believe, Marta, there's any written submission. Okay. When there's no further information to share from the public, administration, or the applicant, a motion will be made to close the public hearing. There'll be no debate on the matter nor a decision made on this matter until the public hearing is closed. Debate will occur on consideration of the second or third reading of this bylaw. And we will now turn it over to Mr. Fletcher and his team to start their presentation from Minuteman. Thank you.
All right, I will jump in. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Suzanne Roog, and I will be presenting on bylaws 9/2026 and 10/2026 for proposed text amendments to the land use bylaw. The proposed amendments are to the text of the transitional district. The purpose of the transitional district is to regulate land use areas which are undeveloped or developed to low intensity and to accommodate traditional agricultural operations and the supportive services they use, which do not comprise the ability for future urban intensity development to occur in an orderly and efficient manner. The transitional district was brought into St. Albert's land use bylaw as a result of the 2022 annexation of lands from Sturgeon County. These lands stretch across the northern portion of the city, the area being depicted on this map by the hatching. This district carried over the agricultural regulations from Sturgeon County, which would remain in effect until lands were redistricted for development by landowners. The application today was made by Mr. Sopraniak, a landowner in the transitional district. The proposed text amendments are to add discretionary uses on the lands that are under 4 hectares in area into the transitional district. Bylaw 9/2026 proposes recreation indoors, which is defined as a development used for sports or recreation within an enclosed building. Typical development includes a health and fitness club, swimming pool, bowling alley, amusement arcade, athletic field, rink, or court, not including conference and banquet facility or an establishment for gaming. Bylaw 10/2026 proposes a storage facility for recreation vehicle and equipment. This is defined as a development where the primary use is the storage of unoccupied recreational vehicles or recreation equipment. The discretionary uses in the transitional district are defined based on the size of the property, 16 hectares and greater, between 4 and 15.99 hectares, and less than 4 hectares in size. The chart shown is from the land use bylaw and lists the discretionary uses based on the size of the parcel. The proposed land use bylaw amendments would see recreation indoor and storage facility for recreation vehicle and equipment added into the column for lots under 4.0 hectares, which is on the right side, written in red text. You may note that storage facility for recreation vehicles and equipment is included in the uses available for lots greater than 4 hectares in the first 2 columns. As a discretionary use, any landowner wanting to develop either of these proposed discretionary uses would require a development permit, a building permit, and a business license from the city as they are commercial in nature. Discretionary uses do require notification to adjacent landowners through the development permit process. The development authority can also ask for additional information or place site-specific conditions on a development permit. Examples of development permit conditions could include paving and screening for the storage facility for recreational vehicle and equipment, or require a traffic study for the recreation indoor use to determine the level of impact on rural roads. Discretionary uses may also be approved on a temporary basis with development permits that expire after a defined number of years. Any structures undergoing a change of use, such as to enable the recreation indoor, require a building code inspection to ensure the site and structures meet safety code requirements and are safe for public use. A development permit for a discretionary use can be refused by the Development Authority if it is deemed that the proposed development is not suited for its intended location. Any decision made by the Development Authority may be appealed to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, also called the SDAB. The SDAB has the authority to remove or modify conditions or to overturn the Development Authority's decision. The proposed text amendments were circulated to internal departments and external agencies for review. The application and public hearing information was advertised in the Gazette and on the city website. No concerns were received by administration pertaining to this application. As the proposed uses are consistent with the purpose of the transitional district, administration is recommending the approval of both bylaws 9/2026 and 10/2026. This concludes my presentation. Myself and colleagues are happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. We do have some questions. I'll start with Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. At first, I was concerned about putting this as discretionary, but now I can see that it actually gives us the most flexibility as we move forward, is what I'm seeing on this. Is that why we didn't recommend just approving like a direct control on this one site and instead recommending discretionary across the board?
Yes, discretionary uses do provide a lot of flexibility. It also allows for evaluation of the specific site that it's being looked at. It also means that the permit can be issued by our administration. As we mentioned on previous applications I've brought to council, bringing a direct control permit to council can take about 6 months, and that's a long time for some potential business owner.
Right. Because what I'm looking at here is that, like, one of the concerns that I had anyway was just that as the city does build out there, it may or may not actually fit. I mean, first of all, where is the location that we're even discussing? Because that was not in the background. Are we allowed to disclose that or not?
I don't have a map specific to it, but I could probably point it out. Just going through the maps that I have here. So it is in the northeast area structure plan. On this map, it is in the northeast corner, next to kind of the triangular property at the top. So it is in the northeast area of St. Albert. That is where the particular applicant is. However, as a text amendment, it would make these uses available for anyone in that district, not just for
Right.
that specific site.
I know, but we're dealing with one that's motivating this to come forward, right?
Correct.
So is it right off St. Albert Trail? It's further off St. Albert Trail.
It's quite far from St. Albert Trail.
Okay. Is it right next to residential right now or no?
No,
No.
it's on the far east boundary.
Far, far east. Okay. Okay. And in Sturgeon County, would this have been an issue? Like, I realize it says that they applied for it in Sturgeon County, but then the annexation happened. I feel like it was like bad timing of trying to get this done is kind of the impression I got. Would there be an issue with them having this business if they were still in Sturgeon County?
There would have been potential for the RV storage. I believe they have a district that allows that.
Okay.
I don't think we also don't have any districts currently that have both of the proposed uses in one district.
Okay.
They want to use both uses on one site. Sturgeon County does not either.
How big is this site that we're talking about?
I know it's less than 4.0 hectares,
Okay.
but I'd have to find these specific in my notes here. Because we're bringing in a district-wide regulation, I don't think we identified it in the report.
Okay. I was just trying to figure out how big it was. Maybe the proponent will be able to share that with us. And are there actually any landowners around that area right now? Like that are actually like people living there? Like, is there anybody like living there around there?
There are a few nearby. I think to the south, there's some agricultural operations as well. There are some homes nearby.
I guess I'm wondering, why did we not send any letters of notification to them about this potential land use bylaw just to get that public feedback and reassurance?
Because it's a district-wide regulation, so it's not,
Okay.
the amendment is not intended to be specific just to that lot.
Okay. So, and just to reassure me, so when I heard all this, it sounds like we could still approve it. The discretionary at that point would go to all the neighbors to make sure that they were okay with it. And then assuming everybody was okay with it, you'd have still the option of saying we're agreeing for it for 10 years, at which point it would come back and see if it still fits within the development that we have, if any development's occurring.
That is correct.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Under the transitional district, how many pieces of property would actually fall under the 4 hectares within the designation? And
I
guess
don't
my
recall the exact number, but the yellow lots that are on the screen there are lots under 4 hectares in the transitional district.
Okay, because and forgive me, like Councilor McKay, I'm old, so I'm back down to acres. So this is basically under 10 acres, but if someone had an acreage of 1.5 or 2 acres, they ultimately could be asking for the same thing. Is that correct?
That's correct. I don't think we have any quite that small in the rural district though, based on the subdivision regulations of Sturgeon County and when we brought these lands in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions from administration at this time, or for administration, pardon me. So I appreciate the time and the presentation. Thank you. Now we need one. Council Cortez, thank you very much. You're going to request a motion again. Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor, I think, what, did you want to offer the applicant the opportunity
pardon me.
to speak just to be 100% sure?
I believe it's, pardon me, Annette and Terry are here to answer any questions. Would you like to speak, or? I don't see.
I believe they're online, and I don't know if council has any questions as well. That would be the opportunity now to answer or ask questions of the applicants.
Do you have? Sheena, you have a question? Okay, yeah, Councillor Hughes has some questions for the applicant. Thank you.
If we can hear, I think, do you see online Mr. Supreniak? Can you hear us?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, can you turn on your video just so I can see you? It's just easier to have a conversation like that. Perfect. Okay, hi, guys.
Hello.
Hi. So I'm wondering, there's a few questions, I guess. It appears that this business has been going on for a while, from what I understand. I wasn't quite sure what business it was. Like, so it's RV storage, and then the indoor is what?
Pickleball.
Pickleball. Okay. How many courts do you have for pickleball?
It's just a small operation. I have 2 courts.
Okay. So I guess, you didn't apply for it in, or you did apply for it in Sturgeon County, and then there was the annexation? I'm just trying to get a timeline.
I applied for the storage facility, and then I built this building when I was with Sturgeon County.
Okay.
And then the transition took place. I applied for it, and then some stuff happened in their office. They lost an employee that was in charge, and everything sat on their desk for 6-8 months. And so then they sent me half of my money back, and I started over again with the city of St. Albert.
Okay.
And I paid for all my building permits and everything for the building through Sturgeon County. I built a 6,000 square foot facility here with living quarters on it. And me and my son planned to make a living off of this property.
Okay. How many RV units do you think you can hold on that? How much have you separated for RV storage?
Probably about 100. If I want to do the yard properly and everything, and I'd fit 100 on here.
And how many do you have in there right now?
Like maybe 30 or 40.
Okay. Okay.
But I kind of need both businesses to make a living here. Because
it.
either one is big enough to make a living off of.
Okay.
So that's why I'm trying to pickleball, and it's a service that I'm supplying to all St. Albert members, and they love playing here. And I did apply for the building or the permits for licenses to operate a business here, and they refused it. So I did try to go that route. I applied for 2 business licenses, and I paid for them. So.
Okay. So, and I think it's probably because we need the land use bylaw change to let them approve your business license. So
Yeah. Yeah,
okay, so
exactly.
this is a bit of a decision day for us. And how many acres how many acres is your whole property?
There's 2.47 acres.
Okay.
And I have, really no neighbors. Like I have Kerry down the road and he plays pickleball here.
Okay.
He's about a mile away. And the
Alright.
guys next door, they're my buddies too, so there's no problems with the neighbors.
All right, so the
They don't
neighbors are,
really live there.
it sounds like they're supportive, then they would probably be supportive of
Yeah,
this
yeah.
situation. Yeah.
And that's the
Um,
only two neighbors I got.
okay, that's super helpful.
And I don't make any noise like with the pickleball, there's no problem with noise. There's nobody to complain around here. Because there's just open field around me.
Right, and the
I'm in the
pickleball's
city of
indoors or
St. Albert.
outdoors? Sorry,
Indoors.
is it's indoors, so really there'd be no noise at all, even if you
Well,
wanted
there's
it,
still a
all
little bit,
indoors.
but yeah,
Pretty minimal.
yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, that's it for questions for me now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does council have any other questions for the applicant at this time? I don't believe so. So thank you very much for participating and clarifying that. Moving on, Marta, still there's no written submissions, correct? Perfect. I'd open it up if there are any verbal submissions. Does anybody in the public gallery or online wish to speak to this matter? I don't see anybody rush into the mic. And I don't, Mr. Fletcher, there's nobody that's requested to speak online. Thank you. Does council have any additional questions for administration or the applicant? No? Good. Perfect. Okay, one last time, if there's anyone in the public gallery here to speak who has not had a chance to make their submissions yet, you can. Still no? Perfect. Okay. I would ask for a motion from council to close this public hearing. Thank you, Councillor Cortesh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move that the public hearing on bylaw 9/2026 and bylaw 10/2026 be closed.
Thank you very much. If there's no questions, we'll move it to a vote, please. Thank you. And that motion passed unanimously. I'll call conclusion.
Keep going.
What's that?
Or do you want me to keep going with the rest of the motions?
Yeah, well, I'll call conclusion to the public hearing at 10:48. Okay, moving on. Now we can go. Yeah. Yeah, you can keep
Going, yeah, so,
please do.
move the bylaw 9/2026 being amendment 16 to the land use bylaw, to the land use bylaw 18/2024 be read a first time.
Thank you. We can go to vote. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
And I'll move the bylaw 9/2026 be read a second time.
Are there any? No additional, perfect. Okay, thank you. We can go to vote. That motion passed unanimously. I'd ask for a motion for unanimous consent to go to third reading, please.
I threw it up there already.
Sure.
That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 9/2026.
Thank you. We can go to vote. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you. We'll go to third reading.
The bylaw 9/2026 be read a third time.
Thank you very much. Before I accept it, are there any last dying questions for administration? It doesn't look like, so we can go to vote, please. And that motion passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Go to the next. Yeah.
Keep going, Mr. Mayor. Move
Please.
that bylaw 10/2026 being amendment 17 to the land use bylaw 18/2024 be read a first time.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
And the bylaw 10/2026 be read a second time.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you. I'd look for your unanimous consent to move to third reading. Councillor McKay.
Yeah, thanks. That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 10/2026.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote. That motion passed unanimously and after third reading, please.
Yeah, move the bylaw 10/2026 be read a third time.
Thank you very much. No, if there's no burning questions for admin, I'll accept it and we'll go to third, or we'll go to vote, please. Wonderful. That motion passed unanimously as well. Oh, maybe Mr. Fletcher, if we can call for a 10-minute break, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll continue with the meeting. So we have a number of public individuals that have registered to speak today, but given the nature of the motion that's on the floor, I will allow, if the public speakers want to wait until we get to that agenda item to speak prior to it, or if there are those that are time sensitive and would like to speak now, we can do that. So the first individual on the, Mr. Watkins is our first individual to speak on the list. Would you like to wait or would you like to go now? Okay, please go ahead.
Waiting for somebody to let me in. Okay, there we go. Share my screen. Okay, is that working there? Oh, here we go. Okay. All right. Okay, I think that's a go there. Okay, thank you very much for your time. I'm speaking today just as a resident of St. Albert and as a past member of this council. We had dealt with this issue a couple of times, and I'm here in support of the project charter for the Northeast Servicing Project. And I think it's kind of key to kind of go back to the levy bylaw and the whole intent and purpose of that, and kind of look at the overall offsite levy program. The overall offsite levy program is basically a $786 million program. And that's costs that are to come, and those are from your own levy update. It's $507 million in road costs, $116 million in water, 124 in sanitary, and 38 in storm. And this is out of your own document. It shows the remaining project costs for the water are 116 million, of which the city is 10 million. The developer is 50 million, and then there's the area beyond 25 years, which is the developer's cost too, which is 55 million. If you look at the sanitary thing, it's a similar thing. The project remaining costs are 124 million. These may be a little off because they're out of your 25 update. The city's share was 1.2. The developer is taking the lions of the share, and the 25 years the developer again. When you look at the storm sewer costs, once again under the levy bylaw, the city's share up there was nil. The developer was 36 million, and the 2.1 million in the years 25 years and beyond. And it's a similar situation with the road costs. The total project costs remaining were 507 million, of which the city share was 86 million. The developers were 330 million and the other 90. So this is really a partnership, the offsite levy bylaw, between the city and the development industry. And this is the map out of your levy bylaw, which shows the development timeframe for the next 25 years, which is in the green color, which shows all the lands in the Northeast being serviced here and developed within the next 25 years to make this levy system work. And the continuation of the development of the land in all parts of the city are key to making the levy system work, because it keeps bringing in money to kind of self-perpetuate the system. So the $71 million is made up of these three projects. And if you look at these three projects, here's the first one, the offsite water line I've highlighted in blue there. It's a big offsite line. So the second one here is the offsite sanitary. It's another big offsite line highlighted in blue that goes all the way down to the river. And then the third project is the offsite storm sewer. Once again, a long line offsite. If you look at the whole city zoning, you'll see that there's been a heck of a lot of inertia growing up in the Northeast. And all the red that's shown up in the top part there is land that was designated commercial. So if you look at all the highway commercial along the St. Albert Trail up here, all of this area here has been a great inertia for the city and growth. And the approval of this $77 million will open up all this area up here. So we really ask that you kind of support this and go for it. And the reason why we're asking the city to support it is because this has been an issue that's been going on for over a decade. The development industry has been paying towards infrastructure of some sort into the pot for over a decade. And as I said, the levy program is a partnership between the municipality and the developers and the landowners. And the developers don't have a method which to fund $71 million in offsite. The developers are put with a lot of different borrowing ratios related to how much they can borrow. And to borrow $71 million worth of offsite costs to help fund all this infrastructure is just not possible. The city has the ability to borrow it. The city also has the ability to borrow it over a longer time frame than the development industry. Development industry can only borrow such infrastructure for maybe 3 to 5 years. The city can fund this for 25 years. So we're really asking the city to step up, borrow the 71 million and help move this project forward, which is to the benefit of all of St. Albert. And if we don't, what we're going to do is we're going to continue to stop growth in the north. There's going to be no new school. There's going to be no new development. And there's going to be way less levy fees collected to help pay for all the levies, the fees that have to be collected already to kind of keep the system perpetuating. There's going to be less housing and commercial opportunities for existing and new residents. So that's it. I'm here to support it. I ask you to actually support the project, support the motion to allow the project charter to go through, and support the borrowing bylaw that will come in the future to develop this project. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watkins. Oh, Neil, you're in and out and in and out. And no, I don't believe there's any other questions. So thank you very
Okay.
much for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Next on the list is Mr. Cullen from Bill Edmonton. If you'd like to wait, or would you like to go now? Speak with the item? Okay, thank you. Ms. Davis? Okay. Mr. Yocum? Ms. Keating? Mr. Valerio? Dominique Miss? Thank you. And Andrew Stewart?
He's online
he's
just
on-
to answer questions.
Pardon me, he's on. Okay, perfect. Okay, we will wait for the remaining speakers to, when we speak with the item. It did get a 9.1 here got approved on consent. However, Councillor Clark would like to read out the names regarding the senior advisory committee awards. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize to anyone that I mispronounced their name. But the Seniors Advisory Committee recommendation, which has been approved by Council on consent, the 2026 Seniors and Elders Service Award recipients, not in any particular order: Mary Delanger, Verla Carter, Wayne McCutcheon, Joel McGovern, Ahmed Kaod Sani, Fred DeMott, Doug Campbell, Ron Maurice, Marianne Saberin, Lynn Druitt, Tony Druitt, Laura Mariner, and last but not least, Karen Hebert. And I want to congratulate each and every one of them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. Certainly appreciate that. We did have an item 10.2 pulled off consent today regarding the 2025 Service Place Financial Report. I know there are going to be some questions, which we can start for administration, unless administration would like to speak to it first.
Yep. Thank you, Council. We have no presentation. We're just double field questions.
Okay. Yep, Councillor Hughes.
Okay, thank you. So it looks like that looks like we would have matched what we were expecting to have in revenue, except for we had a surprise amount of repairs that put us a bit into a deficit. Is that what I'm basically seeing?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes. So there's a number of factors I would say that lead into a bit of a discrepancy in terms of the revenue expenses. We were up on revenue at that facility by almost 200,000, but just over $200,000. A little over on the expenses side, and if you want some more details, I also have Mr. Tim Harris online, our Senior Manager of Programs and Services, who can give you a bit more detail on that if that's kind of what you're looking for.
Sure, it seems like it was, we had some unexpected repairs is what it looks like.
Is partly in tune to that for sure. Mr. Harris, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I think that's a fair assessment, just as the buildings are getting older, that we're definitely seeing some increased expenses through RMR and through replacement of the infrastructure.
Okay. The other question I had was the marketing. So this was been approved over a year ago. I'm just wondering where we are at with the marketing campaign.
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes. So what we're working on right now is we're still working on that customer understanding, customer communication analysis, which is what we've got underway. Really, that was critical to us before we spend the dollars that you've provided in terms of the 90,000 extra to improve our marketing and communication strategy around service, was wanting to get a better understanding related to who's using Service Place and why, and maybe a little bit of an assessment of who's not, so that we can make sure that we're really targeting our marketing and communications dollars to respond to that. So we are currently in the customer communication analysis portion of that project. And then we'll be into the second phase, which will happen probably mid this year, which is really understanding that who does not use Service Place. And then we will be able to turn those results to our marketing and communications team to be able to now implement more marketing and communication strategies around the facility later this year.
So this was intended to outsource the marketing. So are we, when you said that marketing should have a services team, is that internal or external or combined or what?
That's our internal marketing and communications team, and how they source that work. I'd have to ask Mr. Pearson if he wanted to comment on that, but that's really how they provide service, but it would go to our marketing and communications staff. So we do have a marketing and communications advisor that works with our team.
Okay, so because the money was intended, Mr. Fletcher, you can fill in this question now. You know what I'm saying, Ms. Ask.
No, 100%, Councillor, I understand. The money was intended to provide an external perspective and view, and that's how we'll engage it.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is Q2, you should have that information. And then from there, you'll be looking at figuring out, it's going to take some time to figure out a marketing plan, but we're planning to work both with internal and external sources to accomplish it?
Correct, Councillor.
Okay, so by this time next year, we should actually have something underway.
That's I think, very appropriate timeline.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cortash, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to administration. I just want to try and understand just the carve out, I guess, here that we have. This is an annual reporting specifically just on Service Place. It looks like that was a council motion 2022. I don't know if admin can speak to it or if it's a question for those that were on council at the time, but is this the only item that's carved out and reported on separately? And if so, why?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that for you
Sure.
guys. This is a motion I put forward. We don't have anything that's really disclosed in the budget on an annual basis about where Service Place is. So we specifically to actually keep council aware of it and know what both the deficit is and how it's actually performing. I asked for an annual report to be provided, which is the 3 pages that we received today.
Is
So-
there a end point to this, or forever more we will have an annual report on Service Place?
The more something is highlighted and watched, the better it performs. So when the entire building falls down and enters the center of the earth, we will stop doing it. But what we have seen is as we've watched Service Place more closely, the deficit has gone down. So we are seeing improvement in performance overall, and just a collaboration with staff to make sure that we're all on the same page. That's it.
And this is the only one. We don't have separate reporting on Fountain Park or on other transit or any. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, I don't believe there's any other questions for administration. So we can continue on. Fantastic. Thank you very much for the clarification from administration. Okay, moving to 11.2, which is regarding the budget adjustments. I'll turn it over to Mr. Fletcher for the presentation.
Thank you very much. And I have yet again another version of the Financial and Strategic Services team to my left, and I'll turn it over to them.
So thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Suzanne Finley, and I'm the Manager of Financial Services. I am here today to present administration's recommended adjustments to the 2026 budget. So prior to approval of the tax rate bylaw, administration reviews the budget that was approved in December to assess if new information has arisen that could impact the final tax requirement. So for the 2026 budget, eight adjustments were identified relating to our municipal budget. Operationally, administration has identified 793,000 in budget reductions, and they are an increase in transit revenue of 250,000. Transit ridership increased in 2025, which resulted in actual revenue exceeding the 2026 budget. As this trend continues into 2026, administration is recommending an increase. A decrease in natural gas expense of 217,200. This is due to a new contract for natural gas charges, which have resulted in lower than anticipated costs. An increase in net investment revenue of 195,000. Due to an increase in the investment base, administration is recommending an increase in our interest revenue of 500,000, offset by an increase in interest expense of 305,000. A decrease in our IT maintenance contract of 85,000 due to updated license management agreements. An increase in our supplementary tax revenue of 25,000. Strong growth has resulted in our supplementary tax revenue exceeding the budget in 25. As this trend is expected to continue, administration is recommending a budget increase. And an increase in service place revenue of 21,200. And this increase in booking revenue at Service Place is based on common area booking trends over the last 3 years. There is one adjustment that has no impact to the budget. So the 2025 budget included one-time approval for the marketing specialist, which was funded from the stabilization reserve. While this was only approved for 1 year, both the revenue, which was from the stabilization reserve, and expense were included in our 2026 budget. And while there is no impact on our budget, administration is just bringing this forward for council approval for transparency. So the final adjustment is due to an increase in our assessment growth. The final 225 assessment growth roll has resulted in a growth rate of 3.95%, and an increase over budget of 1,078,000. So per council policy CFS 05, 485,000 will be applied against the tax base, and administration is recommending that the 592,000 be used to increase the transfer to our pay-as-you-go to support future capital initiatives. When the budget was approved in December, the net tax requirement was 151.9 million, which resulted in an average property tax increase of $29 per 100,000 assessed value, or 3.9%. These budget adjustments bring the tax requirement to 151.7 million, which results in an average property tax increase of $20 per 100,000 assessed value, or 2.9%. So that concludes my presentation, and we're happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you for the presentation. I believe Councillor McKay will start us off with questions.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation, Stan. And just a question. So by switching, as the recommendation for administration is to take the part of the assessment growth that was supposed to go into the growth stabilization reserve and move it to the pay-as-you-go, are there any implications to that tax rate, or are there any implications to let me just stop. What are the implications?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair to Councillor McKay. So actually per the budget and guiding principles, the way the policy is written is that you have 20% and then 25% against the base. And then the 55% is actually initially to support any new initiatives that may come forward, and any remaining part is put to the transfer to the assessment. So from a tax point of view, whether it goes to the transfer to the growth stabilization reserve or whether it goes to the pay-as-you-go, there is no impact on the overall budget. The more the impact is either the money is going towards our growth stabilization, or that the money can be used ongoing for our to fund new capital initiatives.
And some of those impactful initiatives would be just ongoing maintenance. Basically, that whole principle behind growth pays for growth. So rather than shifting the burden on to existing tax ratepayers, this would actually keep kind of that principle that that the growth that we're seeing in our new areas is going to be paid for by that growth. Is that correct? Did I capture that okay?
Through the chair to Councillor Mackay, yes, pretty good. Not so much for repair, sorry. We do have a 1.5% that goes in for our life cycle funding. What this will do is, as I think council is aware, between our lack in grant funding and our inflationary increases just to sustain new capital infrastructure, this is going to help support for new infrastructure that comes up or for projects, capital projects that council prioritizes, just to help more with our capital capital needs in the future.
So basically, it's just following a principle of growth pays for growth. So it doesn't create any tax instability or anything in relation to kind of falling behind on maintenance though, but it just deals with those impacts of growth.
Through the chair to Councillor Mackay, yes, we've just identified this as a need that we have. And so this is to help support that moving forward for growth projects, capital projects in the future.
So, yeah, I'm just trying to just see, this is just because we're seeing so many of our grants that we traditionally relied on. We know that LGFF is going to drop again next year, potentially because of it's tied to the revenue that the province receives. So this is just basically preparing for potential impacts of just not seeing as many grants.
I think that's the genesis of this. At the end of the day, it's a color of money issue. So there's zero impact on the tax because it would be going into, reserve one way or the other. The pay as you go, again, to your point, the recommendation, the genesis of the recommendation is to offset the reduced grant revenue that we've seen over the past 5, 6, 7 years.
And this is just a one-time kind of change in relation to this, just to recognizing that challenge that we're facing with reduced grants.
Through the chair to Councillor Mackay, if this is approved, this would be an ongoing increase into our pay as you go. So the money would be used for that. So not necessarily one time, it's an annual increase that would go into our pay as you go.
So you mean it would actually change that policy then, that instead of going into the growth stabilization reserve, it would always go into pay as you go?
Through the chair to Councillor Mackay, the way the policy is that it's being used to fund an initiative. So it doesn't change our policy. It's in line with our policy. It's with anything that we do for new initiatives. It gets applied against our taxes. So we're using our assessment growth dollars to support the increase in our pay as you go.
Next year's assessment growth would still follow council's policy, likely the new not likely, the new iteration of the policy as it's brought back that council approved a couple of weeks ago. So this would be baked in from here on in. That assessment growth would not be available because it would be baked in from here on in. Next year's new assessment growth and net assessment growth on top of that would follow the policy.
That's what I think I was trying to ask. Sorry. No, that was probably my way of questioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Cortash, please go ahead.
Thank you. Similar line of questioning to you, Mr. Mayor. Just maybe put a finer point on it. Why specifically the recommendation for the pay-as-you-go capital as opposed to putting it into the stabilization reserve? So why one over the other?
Thanks, Councillor Cortash. So the reason for not the stabilization reserve is the stabilization reserve is usually for more ongoing funding. The pay-as-you-go is that ongoing funding source. So really, administration's intent is really to offset that deficit of it's actually a reduction of 3.4 million annually that the city's receiving in reduced grants. We're trying to chip away, and this is an opportunity to reduce that and try to offset it's really reducing our capacity to fund growth capital initiatives.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Patrick, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just trying to make sure I ask this question right. So our growth stabilization reserve, we would say that's adequately funded, right? And then I'm just gonna say it and hopefully it comes across. So then our capital reserve, which is where we want to put this money, would we say that one doesn't does it get enough funding, I guess is my question. And if it doesn't get enough funding, what are the repercussions of that? Because as far as I'm understanding, like our growth stabilization reserve is pretty, I guess, stable, I guess, when it comes to, does that make sense?
Yeah, and maybe I'll start and then the team can jump in. And maybe it's worth backing up a little bit and just reinforcing the purpose of the two components of it, right? And so the growth stabilization reserve is, as Ms. Victor spoke about, right, designed for sort of those incremental or the one-time issues that pop up, right? So you've got an ability to fund sort of one-time issues, whether they're forecast or unforecast. The pay-as-you-go is specifically focused on capital investment. And it is not adequately funded in comparison to where it used to be because of the reduction in infrastructure granting that we've received from other orders of government. And so we've got in terms of our overall structure, we've got a delta or a lack in our pay-as-you-go. The growth stabilization fund still by policy is maintained at a generally acceptable level. In fairness, it is leveraged. And so I just wanted to confirm sort of the rough sort of delineation between those two things, because we talk about growth is in the title of one, and we talk about growth as it relates to the other, and it can be a little bit difficult. So I don't know from there if you kind of want to jump on and talk about sort of the sustainability of the funding and then the health of the two.
No, thanks. Mr. Fletcher covered a lot of it, but the intent really is the growth stabilization is to offset those operating impacts or those tax impacts and to stabilize that. And so that was administration recommended at this time, the assessment growth. It essentially is a draw to that growth stabilization to sustain future tax impacts. And as we're seeing, this would be a way to stabilize that, to take this increase in assessment growth and transfer it to that ongoing transfer to infrastructure that we're seeing is required.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes, please go ahead.
Thank you. So the other option is, because I think the challenge we have is we have growth stabilization and we have stabilization. And so sometimes you say stabilization and you actually meant growth. So the growth stabilization, if we were to put it in there, which is what we would normally do, if we don't use it this year or next year, where does it go? Where does that specific same amount of money go?
So through the chair to Councillor Hughes, there are two aspects of the transfer to the growth stabilization reserve. Effectively effectively transferring these funds to the growth stabilization reserves, it shows up as a budgeted expense account every year. So it's either transferring the money into the growth stabilization reserve, which can then be used on a one-time basis. But in the budget, you have a transfer. If we don't transfer it to the growth stabilization reserve, we're transferring it to the capital reserve. And so the capital reserve then allows an annual increase into our capital fund to be able to, as I said, fund future initiatives. If something is in the growth stabilization, transfer to the growth stabilization reserve, that's where it can be used in the future if we have a lot of maybe high operating expenses that are coming on. That transfer can be used to offset that into the future. Or as was indicated in the policy, it could be used, and if the tax rate was really high, council could choose to use that transfer to offset the tax base in the future. So I hope I've answered your question on that, Councillor Hughes.
Sure. Let me just see if I can summarize it and see if you can tell me if you disagree. So the growth stabilization, if we put it in there and we don't use it, for every year that we don't use it, it will still go into the capital reserve. That's correct? And it will go into the capital reserve until we do use it to offset taxes.
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, that is correct. It will go into the growth stabilization reserve, which is a reserve which can be pulled out for one-time initiatives. And so it would effectively sit there. The transfer would sit there in the expense, and whatever was put in could be used as for one-time initiatives. If it's put into the transfer to the capital reserve, we know that we have that much extra money every year to fund new growth initiatives.
Right. So the difference is if we put in the capital, it's going to the capital reserve. That's it. It's just, that's it. We count on it. The budget's increased. If we put it in the growth stabilization reserve, then it will still go to the capital until we choose to use it to reduce taxes. So it's not a perpetuity. But there is until we choose to actually utilize it.
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, it actually goes into the growth stabilization reserve, which is a separate reserve, which can be used for one-time initiatives. But for long-term planning, if you have something that's going into the capital reserve, we know we typically use that for funding our growth initiatives out of there. So they are two independent reserves.
So when you're saying one-time initiatives, all of a sudden we have a different language going on here. One-time initiatives for the capital, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, that is correct. Once the money is in the reserve,
Yeah.
it's one-time money. It can be used for future capital initiatives.
Right.
So that's correct.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Are we? Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
Sorry, that just gives rise, and I just want to make sure I'm clear, and I apologize for maybe stating this one, because I'm just looking at the business case justification. And I, correct me if I heard you wrong, I thought you said that, like that whole pay as you grow doesn't support repair and maintain RMR. Is that, it does or it doesn't?
Through the chair to Councillor Mackay, we have a 1.5% which gets funded for life cycle reserves. I may have spoken correctly. The transfer, the pay as you go can fund RMR that don't have specific life cycle reserves, but they can also fund our future growth initiatives, which the life cycle transfer does not support that. It's only repair and maintain.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clarified, because it does clearly say that in the business case justification. Okay.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cortash, go ahead.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes's questions. I'm not sure I followed, so I'm going to try this again, or similar questions. So with the pay-as-you-go capital and the recommendation that's in front of us, that's 600,000, roughly $600,000. That would be an annual amount that's going into the growth capital or RMR replacement capital. Now, if that went into the growth stabilization reserve instead, that's an annual contribution. The same way, it's an annual contribution of the 600,000. So is the only difference that the growth stabilization can be used for more things than the capital reserve?
I think that's the crux of the issue, right? And so the capital reserve is focused on the pay-as-you-go, we colloquially call it, right, is focused on capital expenditures. And as was noted, it could be a certain subset of RMR costs, but effectively it's capital investment. The growth stabilization reserve can be used to offset tax increases based on council policy, right? And that's an annual sort of cycle. It can be used for those, you said, the one-shot issues, operational. Generally, they tend to be as they pop up throughout the year, but it could also be used, in fairness, for capital, right, at the discretion of council. So there's more uses baked into the growth stabilization reserve, whereas council's considering the administrative recommendation at this point in time to specifically fence that money for capital investment.
Okay, thank you. That does help. Councillor Hughes, you had a question or something along the lines of the money that goes into the growth stabilization reserve then automatically goes into the capital. I didn't follow that line of questioning. The money, I guess, is that once it reaches the ceiling, there's no automatic use of the growth stabilization reserve for capital. It's all by council decision, correct? Okay.
Can we just clarify? So, because when we don't use the growth stabilization money each year, we have it tops it up, and then the year that it does not get used, because this is ongoing funding. And so because it's ongoing funding, they had to put it somewhere to put it the years that we don't use it as it rolls over. So the years that it rolls over, it goes into the capital. That's correct, right?
Maybe I can just clarify. So we don't physically transfer it from the growth stabilization reserve to the capital reserve, but when you look at your budget document, when we provide the funding sheet where we show which buckets of money each project is coming for, sometimes we actually will allocate some of that money from the growth stabilization reserve to fund specific capital projects, but we just don't physically transfer it. We just show it as being funded from a different source. But you're correct, it's going in every year, but until we assign it to something ongoing, which like to a reduction of taxes or to something that's ongoing, it kind of is just going in annually every year, and we can assign it. And we say one time because it's not specific to capital. We could use it for a one-time operating case as well. It's funding that's sitting there. We just don't physically transfer it between reserves, but we can use it for that purpose as well.
Yeah. And that's ongoing funding. The reserve has growth stabilization reserve has a $3 million ceiling. So is that 3 million of annual funding going into the reserve? Is that what that means? Okay. Sorry.
If you just give us a moment, we'll look that up. Double
Okay.
check.
I've got the amount in front, like it's 3 million. That wasn't the question. It was more just how that ceiling is. Trying to understand, is it $3 million sitting in a bank account kind of, or is it $3 million in annual funding that's being allotted to that reserve?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think that's part of what we're trying to
Oh,
look
okay,
up. Is
okay.
it just the ongoing portion that we're talking about that the 3 million applies to, or is it the actual balance in the account? I think Suzanne's got it.
Through the chair to Councillor Cortash. So once the reserve balance hits 3 million, that's the ceiling. So whatever is, it's not necessarily the annual transfer, it's just we had once the reserve balance hits 3 million, then no additional funds would be transferred into the growth stabilization reserve.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Is everybody? Do we need to?
I would just offer as a general rule, and council can certainly look at this, there's no absolutes. Like, we don't generally approach to 3 million because there are uses, council approved uses annually each year, right? That council goes to fund, right? And so it certainly serves its purpose from that perspective.
Okay, so, okay. Okay, Councillor Clark, go ahead, please.
So seeing as I'm totally confused now. So if we had a significant change in service levels that ultimately brought forward a significant impact, would the growth stabilization reserve allow us to pay for that on an annual basis until we budgeted for it without having the direct impact to the taxpayers? Or am I really confused now?
Through the chair to Councillor Clark. No, that's a good question. I think what sometimes it gets mixed up is that we have a reserve balance. It's the annual transfer into the reserve. So it's whatever is in that budget. That's that which effectively is the assessment growth that we're not using against the base right now. So if there was a balance in our transfer to our assessment growth, that's what we would use to offset any future increases. But so there's the one-time money, which can be used for one-time initiatives, but it's that transfer to assessment growth. And that's what we're saying here is that if it wasn't transferred to pay as you go, if it was transferred to assessment growth, it would be sort of that expense line item that's showing up in there. That in the future, if we had some significant increases, or if the tax rate went above a certain amount, council could choose to basically reduce that transfer and offset it to fund future tax increases.
Okay, so just to clarify, if I put this 600,000 into the capital reserve, it stays there. We don't have the access to ultimately offset a tax implication. Thank you.
Okay, I don't believe there's any other questions from for administration, pardon me. So Marta, just to clarify, there's two options here going forward because there was an amendment. So we could have someone make the first motion and then Sheena could potentially amend it, or Councillor Hughes could make the first motion and it be the amended one.
Yep, that's correct.
How do we want it? Councillor Cortash, are you wanting to the original? Okay. Okay, Councillor Cortash, go ahead, please.
One motion at a time. I guess the move that the 592,900 of the assessment growth revenue be used to increase the annual pay-as-you-go transfer to the capital reserve.
Yes, we're just going to do that one because we'll need to amend it. So we'll take the second one off the screen.
And then does he accept it and then I do the amendment?
That's correct. It needs to be accepted. And there could be questions of administration or debate, or you could just go right into the amending motion. And we have the wording ready for that as well, if you're ready to go into that.
Okay, I will accept it. And is there any additional questions?
No.
No. No,
So
okay.
you have the amendment, which is,
We're just putting it up on the screen. So it's essentially to take out the part of the motion to delete the annual pay-as-you-go transfer to the capital reserve and to amend the wording to say a transfer to the
growth stabilization.
growth stabilization reserve.
Okay. That the main motion be amended to delete the phrase, the annual pay-as-you-go transfer to the capital reserve and replace it with the growth stabilization reserve.
Okay, before I accept that, is there any questions for administration regarding that? If not, then we can go,
So you give the Councillor Hughes the
Yeah.
opportunity to speak to it and we have the debate and then
Yeah.
close.
yep. Please, okay, please go ahead, Councillor Hughes. Thank
Okay.
you.
So to everybody in the audience that's wondering why we asked all those questions, it was because they knew that this amendment was coming forward. And so thank you for everybody for your consideration time on this. The reason why I want to put it growth stabilization is because it can still be used for capital until it's actually applied towards the tax base. So it gives us the flexibility to see between now and next year if you wanted to. If it's in the growth stabilization reserve, there could be easily, if it's okay, Mons McKay, I'm just waiting for you. There you go.
Yeah, no, I'm just clarifying here because I think
Yeah.
Councillor Patrick wanted to ask a question.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure that got on the table in time before you got into debate.
Sure. She's good? Okay.
I apologize.
It's all good. So this is why we're suggesting this is because there's a twofold, and this actually specific to this year. In the event that we choose to move next year and you say, you know what, we have this in the growth assessment, you can put forward a business case or just put forward a motion and say, let's take that 600 or whatever number you want and apply it to increase the capital going forward. The reason why I'd like to move it for the growth stabilization reserve is because we are debating in the next couple of months what we're going to do with our ambulance services. And in the event that we choose to continue the ambulance services, it's going to cost us money and it's going to be a tax increase. So if we actually put this in the growth stabilization reserve, then we have the opportunity to offset some of the impact of that tax increase if we choose to move forward to keep the ambulance services as is and decrease that huge impact to the taxpayers next year. In the event that we choose to not move forward with the ambulance services, then next year, it can simply be moved forward as a business case if you so chose or use it for something different. But if we put it into the capital, we will not have that option to actually use it to recognize the fact that we are going to have some impacts to the taxes between now and the end of next year and actually have that flexibility to how to do it. And in the meantime, while it's not being put directly into the capital, which I thought it was, it certainly can be used to offset the capital and increase it as it goes. So this will just give us the most flexibility as we're trying to figure out our decision-making process. And that is why I was suggesting we actually just put it back into what the policy says, which is the growth stabilization reserve. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patrick.
Okay, so I missed the questions for administration. So, and that's okay. I think I'm understanding it. Okay, and hearing you speak, but I'll just say my concern would be that we would have an underfunded capital. And so so that, and I guess we're in debate now. So I won't ask questions, but yeah, that would be my concern. So for that, I'm going to, not going to support the amendment, but thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Patrick. Councillor Korachach, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish I would have asked the question about, I wish I would have known about you make a good point about the ambulance service, and I don't know what our capacity is in the growth stabilization reserve right now, or what the balance is, or what the transfer, what the room is in that right now. That being said, I'm not going to support the amendment here. I'm not going to say it's 100% clear to me here, but my sense of this is that I kind of equate the growth stabilization reserve to it's a bit more of a slush fund. It's a bit more of we can use it to do a variety of different things, and while that has some appeal to be able to be a little bit more flexible, it also I guess takes away from our ability to do some long-term planning on the capital side of things, and God knows we we're challenged with our capital plan moving forward. We've heard that with the Northeast. We've heard about all the capital projects we have coming forward. We've got a deficit in terms of what we're able to fund on the capital side. We've got reduction in grant funding from the provincial government as far as our capital is concerned. So I think just in terms of long-term planning and knowing that we've got a pot of money set aside for capital, it just seems like more prudent planning to me. And so rather than moving this money into sort of the growth stabilization slush fund as I'm sort of understanding it now. So appreciate the thought behind it, but I prefer to stick with administration's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Cortash. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to support this amendment. At the end of the day, we've had the ambulance issue placed before us, and it will come before us in the next month or two to ultimately make a decision. And this gives us the opportunity to ensure that we don't have as much of a tax impact on our residents, should we decide to proceed with the current status quo. And that doesn't preclude us from ultimately moving it to the capital reserve if we choose not, depending on how council chooses to go with the ambulance service. But in the short term, I'm more comfortable leaving it in the growth stabilization reserve to ensure that we have the option of not having a significant tax impact to our residents going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Mackay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, whether it's the ambulance issue that's upcoming, or whether it's ongoing future capital issues or other impacts that we just don't know what's coming down the road, there's always going to be something that's potentially behind the next curtain. So, I mean, we already know the grant funding is increasingly becoming unreliable. We also know that this approach will make us more self-sufficient and resilient. For me, the key issue is that how do we cover the rising inflationary costs of all of our infrastructure and the impact of our reduced grants that we're going to be seeing without creating tax instability or falling behind on our maintenance? So, I mean, I support the business case justification put forward by administration for really just good fiscal policy where growth pays for growth. And we're going to have the growth stabilization reserve. It's last time I looked at it, it was quite healthy. But there's always going to be impacts. And what we can't do is we can't have growth fall on the new growth, the impacts of new growth fall on to our existing residents and our existing taxpayers. That's just not the way the principle should work. So I'm going to support administration and their recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Romanski. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I will be supporting the amendment. First of all, this is a one-time situation with this. This is following council policy going into the stability reserve, as it always has been. And we had that 1 year to sort out those things that might come up, costs that come up. There was mention of the ambulance. There's mention of tax increases that, you know, could be hitting us, less grants. But the fact is, when we put it into capital, we're saying that money's going to capital and you're using it for something else. To be described as a slush fund, it's anything from that. It's council's ability to choose those most important things for that 1 year window, essentially, before it goes into another reserve anyhow. And it's money that's been collected from the citizens that was surprise money. So the slush fund is actually the money that we have that we're designating to a reserve. And that reserve should have the ability to help with the taxes. It should have the ability to help with emergency things that are coming up, like our ambulance or many other motions that have been put forward this year that, you know, small item motions that can come up, and we'll deal with it at budget time. And by putting it in that capital reserve, it's put there for capital only, and council does not have control of that money anymore. And the policy was designed for council to have control of that money to help the taxpayers at the end of the day. So, thank you.
Well, before we go to close, I guess I'm kind of torn here because I think there's, extremely valid points made on both sides. The capital and the reliability we have on other levels of government to help support us, and that is becoming challenging. The asks are far greater by municipalities across the country as well as across this province. And I think building stability and self-sufficiency is really, really important for us today and going forward. So I get it. I also, certainly appreciate the flexibility that this amendment would bring us, that it drives direction from council rather than locking it away into a capital reserve account. So I guess I'll wait for closing arguments too, and hopefully get pushed one way or the other, but I certainly appreciate the commentary.
All right, thank you. So just to reiterate what Councillor Bermansky said, this is not a slush fund. This is simply a misinterpretation of what the fund is, and I'm hoping you get that education you need, Councillor Cortash, to not misname this. This is something that's being used to potentially offset the taxes. And so what this will allow is if there's additional growth that's happening, if there's additional growth business cases that happen to go past what's currently required or what we're currently allocating, this can be used to offset those impacts. It can be used for any type of operational issues. And so this is what specifically, and I know we can disqualify and say, well, we'll always have an ambulance issue or something. We won't, but we know we do have one coming in the next 2 months, which is going to be a substantial cost. And so if we do this, there will be a cost to those taxpayers going forward. And what we now have, because of our policies to increase the capital by the RMI by 1.5% every year, is that our base taxes is 4.3% to 4.5 unless you have an extraordinary growth year as we did last year. So if you're looking at a 4.3 for an average growth year to a 4.5, and then you throw the ambulances in on that, and then you include any other debt because the fire halls are now coming forward, and suddenly your tax increases are well past 5%, pushing 6%. And that's not doing anything special or extraordinary. So the reason why I'm saying this is that it gives us that opportunity to say, okay, we can do this without having that huge hit. Now, I understand one of the arguments is, oh, well, we're underfunded. Just so you know, I've been on council for 13 years and we've been underfunded every single year for the capital budget. You have to make decisions about what you're going to do and what you're not going to do. But you're never, ever going to say that that capital fund is fully funded unless you just want to raise the taxes to an unlimited number. You can make it self-sustaining, increase the taxes to 12% for the next 3 years, and that puppy's fully funded. But we can't do that. Just like you have a regular budget in your home, you have to decide what you're going to be able to do and not do. It's the same thing with this. But the reality is that we would not be putting this forward this year. It would not be used up. And so it would be available for one-time funding, including the capital for 600,000 next year or something else that would come up. It has that flexibility. I understand that administration's recommendations to go against policy, which is quite unusual because typically administration has to follow policy and not recommend against the policy. It's council's decision to break policy, not administration's. I understand the recommendation to increase it by instead of 600,000, but rather 1.2 million. I get that per year. But I also recognize that we have some tough decisions to come forward, and we also have some tough implications to taxes. Now, we have a 3.94% tax increase this year for a $600,000 home, which unfortunately is now not highly unusual. That means the tax increases are going to be $180 this year, and that's before the education taxes hit a hit as well. That means that within 5 years, that $600,000 home is going to be paying well over $1,000 more per year to still live in St. Albert. When I bought my home 20 years ago here, my taxes were $2,000. They're now $4,400. So the impact to this is hitting a threshold where we can't just disqualify another 1 or 2% tax increase because it's building on that previous number. So when I look at this, I'm looking at the fact that we know we have to make a tough decision. We know it's going to have a high tax impact. And we have to decide, do we want to try to offset that or have the option to offset that impact going forward for next year? And if we don't, we know that there will be a tax increase that will be noticeable and we will have it on top of all the other debt that we are accumulating. So that is why specifically I'd like to just give us that choice and give us the flexibility to make that decision for the next year. And I said, if you desperately want to put into capital next year, you can put a motion at any time and say, let's now transfer it permanently to the capital reserve. There's nothing preventing that from happening. But once we put it into that capital reserve, it's gone forever. So let's just, and also the growth stabilization reserve is not high. It's, I don't know what you consider healthy, but if I was to guess, it's under 500,000. In fact, I guess it's probably under $250,000 right now. So the ability to actually offset it using the growth stabilization as it currently stands is going to be very low. We did use a bunch of it a couple of years ago and we depleted it quite a bit. So that's what I'm looking at, is this is about a cost effectiveness. And as far as growth pays for growth and saying that we don't want taxpayers to have that burden, that's exactly what we're doing right now, is allowing this, if we put in the growth stabilization, to allow that growth to pay for growth, whether it's new operating or new capital or new whatever. It will allow us to actually have it not hit the taxpayers as hard. So I understand the need and always want to have that need into capital, but that demand is always going to be there. And we've already increased it this year to accommodate it. And I'm hoping that with the development of the Northeast, we'll have a lot more taxes coming in, which will then give us a lot more opportunities to put more into capital at that time. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a point of order and I don't know where to bring it up here, but Councillor Hughes indicated that administration's breaking council policy by bringing this forward, and I don't believe that to be true. This is being brought forward as a business case, which is in accordance with the policy. Anything not being brought forward as a business case then goes to the growth stabilization fund. And this is being brought forward as a business case as part of that 55%. I believe this is in keeping with council policy. So.
Yeah, Marta, would you be able to?
So you can provide a ruling on it if you'd like administration to clarify that point, that's fine, and then you can make a ruling.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Fletcher, would you like to clarify, please?
Mr. or Councillor Cortash's assertion is correct. This is a business case. It is not a violation of policy.
Okay, my correction. Thank you for that. But it's still unusual to put a business case forward and not just put in growth stabilization. But thank you for that clarity.
Okay, thank you. Now, Marta, just so I'm correct, if there's any other rebuttal or any other questions on here, we just go, otherwise we just go to vote now, right?
Yeah, that was debate, so
Yeah.
now it's time to vote.
Okay, thank you. And go to vote, please. That motion has passed 4-3 with myself, Councillor Bermansky, Councillor Clark, and Councillor Hughes in favor. Councillor Mackay, Councillor Cortesh, Councillor Patrick voted against it. Thank you. I believe at this time, we are.
Excuse me, Mayor. So we just in order to conclude that item, so we had the main motion on the floor and it was amended.
Yeah.
So now we have to vote on the amended motion, which will be up on the screen. Renee, we'll get the one updated, the one that says that stabilization reserve, not yet this one. And then there's a subsequent motion and then the item will be done.
Okay.
So, sorry?
Yeah, maybe could we just take a 2-minute break and
Yeah.
we'll just get up the language and then we can get on.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Marta, when you are ready, we will bring in the approved amended motion.
Okay, so this is the approved amended motion and it can be read in by one of the counselors and then debated and voted on.
Okay, thank you. I'd ask for council to make the motion, please.
Didn't Councillor Cortesh already make?
Yeah,
the
it
motion?
was already read in and accepted and now it's been amended, so I don't think we have to read it.
We don't need
again.
to-
We could just go straight to debate.
Yeah. Okay, thank
And
you.
I have nothing further to add, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, okay. I don't believe it. So yeah, we're good. We can just go to vote, please. And that motion passed unanimously. Thank you. Now I believe there's the second and final motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that the 2026 final consolidated municipal and utility budget in the amount of 355,849,000 and the net tax requirement of $151,669,100 as shown in attachment titled 2026 adjusted consolidated municipal and utility budget be approved.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for administration? Don't believe so. Okay, we can go to debate if you'd like to. I don't believe there's anything else. We could go to vote, please. And that motion passed unanimously as well. Thank you. Mr. Fletcher, I'd ask, we potentially pause. I don't see it. It hasn't arrived yet.
I think they're just waiting for word. We can.
Okay, we would maybe call for a 45-minute lunch break.
Mayor, I know you just called for it, but we do have the councillor updates. So if,
Oh, we could, yeah, I guess we could work through that until.
till it comes in that
Yeah,
way.
until it comes, sure. And there's no emergent items, so yeah, we could go to civic and external agencies for updates. If anybody, Councillor Hughes, would you like to start?
Yeah, I'll be really brief. All of mine didn't meet in the past month, so pretty simple.
Awesome. Councillor Cortesh?
Yeah, the Arts Development Advisory Committee didn't meet and Councillor Bermansky attended the Environmental Advisory Committee on my behalf as I was unable to attend.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark?
And I apologize, mine is quite lengthy, but March marked my first month serving as acting deputy mayor. And during this time, I had the opportunity to attend and participate in a number of community events and initiatives. The kickoff to the St. Albert Fires Muscular Dystrophy fundraiser, Jesse's Crowns in support of Jesse's House, alongside the mayor, Councillor Mackay and Councillor Patrick. I participated in the St. Albert Fights Hunger event where we helped pack 70,000 meals. I attended the mayor's celebration of the arts. I also attended Lift Her Up Roundtable in downtown Edmonton, which is focused on advancing women's meaningful participation in political life and addressing challenges faced by women in leadership. The same day, several council members attended the State of the Region event in the Stony Plains, Spruce Grove, and Parkland County area and heard about the regional progress and discussed the shared challenges. The Senior Advisory Committee met on March the 20th to deliberate and recommend the recipients, which were announced today. Their next meeting is April the 29th. On March the 26th, Mayor Olivieri and I attended the celebration of gratitude at the Foyer Lacombe Hospice. This event recognized the generosity of individuals and organizations who contributed approximately $200,000 towards the purchase of 11 Centrella beds to support compassionate end-of-life care. These state-of-the-art beds will greatly assist both residents and caregivers, and it was a deeply moving celebration. On March the 26th and 27th, along with several other colleagues, we attended the Alberta Municipality Spring Convention. On April the 7th, alongside the mayor and council, I attended the announcement of the $28 million federal grant supporting the Northeast Servicing Project. On April the 14th, I had the honor of chairing the opening of the Standing Committee of the Whole meeting, and I'm grateful to the mayor for this opportunity. On April the 16th, I attended the Build Edmonton event with colleagues where we discussed the future of infill development. And on April the 17th, I joined my council colleagues at the opening ceremonies of the St. Albert Lifestyle Expo. I will conclude my term as acting deputy mayor at the end of April. It's been a privilege to serve in this role and to engage with so many dedicated individuals and organizations working to strengthen our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I would like to clarify that the Standing Committee of the Whole was as a result of a technical challenge, but I certainly do appreciate the effort and having to rely and work alongside you over the last 2 months. So thank you very much for everything you've done. I won't repeat all of those that we intended together, but certainly appreciate your time and attention to it. So Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you through the mayor. First of all, for Environmental Advisory Committee, I attended as the alternate to the alternate. So, but it was a productive meeting. And there was a lot of information I always love from the Environmental Committee that our success is 4% more diversion from landfill, big jump in organics. Maximum diversion in any municipality is 75%, and St. Albert is up to 54.99 with a national average of 32%. And we do have a lot of yard waste, but of course we have a lot of trees and so on. Compost that was given away was 250 metric tons from the city, so that's a great success as well. Curb leaf pickup, 112.58 metric tons. 989 Christmas trees. Curb drop was 67 mattresses, 2 metric tons of metal, 2 metric tons of electronics. And the large item pickup, 2.96 metric tons electronics, 736 mattresses, 134 metric tons of garbage, 43,238 liters of paint, hazardous waste, 15,773, 81.4 metric tons of glass. So these numbers, oil, 77.835 liters, and batteries, 10.5 metric tons, if you can imagine. So all these things that we're protecting from going into the landfill and into our environment are great successes. We also had an update, and there will be information on the city's website of the many more things that can be added to the blue bags now. So that started in April, and there's another update in the fall, and that's all been updated on the city website. So there's program changes. The phase 2 or finished phase would be October 1 of 2026, but there are updates that started in April. You'll be quite surprised what you can put in the blue bags now. The extra cart, where we're encouraging people to give back carts to kind of, narrow down what they're putting. 46 families did give back one of the carts, and I see that in the community. People are really, really working towards doing a great job, essentially. We don't have data from condos yet, but that's expected in the future. The Environmental Committee was supposed to go into their 3-year work plan, which is pushed forward. There were some ideas, but that will be going forward at the next meeting, which was on this agenda. The emergency management team also met. The annual report for 2025, we had a hazard season briefing, hail, wildfire updates from last year and what we can expect this year. It's to be cooler in the northern regions and wet in the foothills, if we can trust weather forecasts. But that's what we were provided with. And then there was some interesting safety training for the staff at Service Place. We've received awards on our Everbridge process, our capital region emergency planning, and planning with the municipalities around. So another great success for St. Albert with our emergency services. All the items that I was grateful to attend with the mayor and Deputy Mayor Sandy Clark, who did a very, very good job at that role. I appreciate that. Another event that I attended on as a connection to my role on Homeland Housing was the ASHA Housing Conference. It was 3 days in Edmonton last week, and it was interesting to find there's actually so many pathways working on finding the direction of people from the home situation they're in now to the seen that pathway of where they're going next, because there's a lot of disconnection. There was people, seniors that were dropped at hospitals and living there for a long time and could get, out of the mix to the pathway, finding the correct housing. So there's great focus on that. There was more focus on AI, compiling data to have pathways designed for people for the housing that they need. And there was a lot of care groups there, all kinds of great information. So I appreciated attending that. And to help our seniors helps the chain of people that are moving into homes that seniors leave and so on. So it was a great connection of people and information. And that's all I have this round. Thank you.
That's all you did?
That's all I did.
Counselor Mackay?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. The committees that I had, most of them were meeting, and there's going to be an update in relation to Edmonton Salutes. But right now the information is confidential, so I can't relay it until after Friday. As it concerns the policing committee, we did meet. We went through the policing committee's priorities for 2026. We're just kind of finalizing them right now, and it'll be brought back to council, so I won't go over them. We also did a little bit of discussion with the officer in charge as it related to the community's priorities plan, which is basically going to be focused on some of the kind of issues and priorities that the RCMP are seeing in our community. No big surprises. They're very similar to what we've seen over other community priority plans, and it's going to be focusing around domestic violence, vulnerable persons, crime reduction, and traffic safety. And a lot of the initiatives will be coming forward back to council as information items. And my work with Arrow is all consuming. We've met numerous times. We're right now in the middle of receiving their Ernst & Young governance and financial report. And so I'll be able to report back on some of that as we go through. And yeah, that'll enough.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Counselor Patrick.
Thank you. I only met with the Youth Advisory Board, committee this month. We had a member from our city communications department join us to discuss like the flag display and the commemorative lighting policy. And we got some good feedback from our youth committee. They had really great suggestions on different days that they thought we should be honoring that we don't have on our list already. So there was really great questions about the policy as well. Other than that, our youth committee was also out this past weekend at the Spring Expo promoting the committee and trying to get some applicants. Their application for new members is open. And so, but other than that, I don't really have anything else to report.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll call for a 45-minute recess for lunch. Thank you. Okay. Bear with me 1 second here. Well, we gotta do this public speakers here. Where did my speaker list go? There we go. Okay, we are going to continue here at 1:04. So thank you everybody for your patience as we took a lunch recess there. We'll start with our public speakers, or continue with, pardon me, before we go into our council motion relating to the Northeast servicing. So just bear with me 1 second. Josh is not here yet. Okay, yeah, we'll continue. So I'll invite Michaela Davis to come to the podium. Thank you. And just a reminder, I know you know, but you have 5 minutes. You'll hear a bell at 30 seconds. Don't panic.
I'm kind of out of breath because I just walked up the stairs. So if you're wondering, I have to get my breath.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor Olivieri and St. Albert City Council. Thank you for having me again here today. As you know, my name is Michaela Davis, and I'm here representing Melcor Developments and the development of Jensen Lakes. We express support for council approval for Project Charter WASWT 21, which would facilitate the construction of the Northeast Infrastructure Project, allowing for further residential and commercial development in St. Albert's North. Melcor has operated in Alberta for over 100 years. We have extensive experience in land development throughout Western Canada and have been part of the St. Albert real estate market for over 20 years. During this time, we've worked with many local builders to grow 2 St. Albert communities and have brought many in-demand commercial and retail operators, including Landmark Cinemas, into the local commercial centers. Melcor knows and understands the residential development landscape here in St. Albert, and we are confident in our ability to contribute to its growth. During Standing Committee of the Whole last week on April 14th, expected growth was discussed as it pertained to supporting the payback of the Northeast Infrastructure Project. While growth in St. Albert in the last few years has been lower than we are seeing in other parts of the region, we believe that building this important infrastructure project will activate the areas that have been constrained and help St. Albert meet the demand of those looking to move into the city. To estimate future growth in St. Albert and its ability to meet levy contribution payback thresholds, administration utilized a range of about 32 to 43 hectares per year as a conservative target in their compliance presentation at Committee of the Whole. We feel this is too low and does not take into consideration how growth rates will change once full sanitary capacity is achieved. We have been constrained significantly in our ability to develop our lands, and once we have full capacity, we will develop more of our lands at a faster pace. Additionally, the time and effort that has gone into developing very few lots in St. Albert over the last few years has been incomparably high. We anticipate that once St. Albert has restored sanitary capacity to the north, it will not require quite so much administrative effort from ourselves and from the city. And our time spent working in St. Albert will result in a higher number of hectares developed per year. As an example, as one of 7 or 8 developers in Leduc, Melcor developed 258 lots and almost 15 hectares last year. That's almost half of the development St. Albert is proposing by just one developer in just one neighborhood. Should we have sanitary capacity in St. Albert, we expect to develop at a similar rate and anticipate that we would execute development agreements for 15 hectares or so in that range on an annual basis. At Standing Committee of the Whole last week, we also heard a lot of discussion on financial risks of building the Northeast Infrastructure Project, but we were surprised to hear virtually nothing on the benefits of removing the barriers to growth in the North and the Northeast. Some important aspects that should be considered are diversity of housing, types and location. Residents should be offered choices on the location and the type of housing they desire. Personal factors such as proximity to family or workplace are often considered and can dictate the best location for one's household. Many military families consider St. Albert and the north part of St. Albert for their homes, as it's in close proximity to the base. Additionally, Jensen Lakes is very well suited to provide a diversity of housing types, including a very high demand products like a bungalow, which is in high demand and low supply,
especially for empty nesters looking to downsize. Another thing to consider, residential development supports commercial and non-residential development. Limiting residential development to one geographic area just limits non-residential development too. Development in the north also collects more levies for other levy projects like Fowler Way. It also generates higher property tax revenue. The lands adjacent to St. Albert Trail generate the highest property tax, so they should be developed. It encourages investment. Currently, there is a lot of uncertainty on the serviceability of undeveloped land in St. Albert's Northeast. Building the Northeast Infrastructure Project will encourage investment in these lands and send a message that St. Albert offers opportunity. And finally, in creating the Lakeview Business Park, St. Albert has created 5,000 new jobs. Where are these people going to live? They need houses, and currently approved area structure plans do not allow for adequate housing to support these new jobs, and approving new AESPs could take years. Melcor believes investment in the Northeast Infrastructure Project will be more than financially supported by growth that it creates. We also believe that by removing barriers to development in St. Albert's Northeast, St. Albert will experience growth at a more comparable regional rate. On behalf of Melcor Developments, we respectfully urge you to prioritize and approve this infrastructure project. Thank you for your leadership, your continued partnership, and your consideration in this project. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Michaela. I believe we may have some questions, so don't run away if you're not out of breath yet.
No, I couldn't catch my breath.
We'll start with Councillor Mackay, please.
Yes.
Wait till you get to be my age. Then there's no running, there's just waddling. So you mentioned the number of lots you had in Leduc and maybe some other communities. How many are you constrained to this year? Do you know yet?
Well, last year we only developed about 2 hectares in this Jensen Lake CH20, and I think that was about 35 lots. This year, we still have the constraints. We're hoping to build a 39 lot subdivision with some sanitary meandering. I think that's about 2 hectares, sorry, 2.5 hectares. If we could build sort of everything that we had like ready to go this year, best case scenario would be about 10. But definitely if we could, and if we had subdivisions in, and if we were going and we had momentum, it would easily be 15 hectares. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't believe there's any other questions here.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. We'll just go back in the list. Josh, we'll invite you up. You were late, so we'll let you. It's okay.
Did Mike make you buy? Mike probably made you buy, right?
I have to say, it was hard to find a place to have lunch in St. Albert because they were all busy. So that's a great indicator for your downtown. And I got a nice tour of the downtown. So thank you to Mike and Christy for that. Good morning, Mayor Olivier and members of council. My name is Josh Culling. I'm the manager of Metro Strategy at Build Edmonton Metro, the industry association representing over 500 companies in the home building and development industry across the Edmonton metropolitan region. St. Albert has planned for new community in the Northeast, 10,600 residents and 850 new jobs at full build out. The motion before council today is what makes that plan real. We're here to support council in taking the next step. At the April 14th standing committee meeting, council raised an important question. Will the Northeast develop quickly enough to support offsite levy repayment? I want to speak directly to that. The regional data suggests the constraint on Northeast development has been the absence of servicing, not the absence of demand. Administration's April 2026 report confirmed that servicing capacity in the Northeast has been fully allocated since 2022. Development has not been slow because the market is weak. It has been constrained because existing servicing capacity has been fully allocated and no further development can proceed without new infrastructure. The evidence is in the numbers. Vacant lot inventory is the clearest forward-looking indicator of a community's capacity to build. It measures the service land that builders have ready to put homes on in the near term. At year-end 2025, St. Albert had 417 vacant lots ready to build on. Leduc had 1,448. Spruce Grove, 1,017. Sherwood Park, 829. And Beaumont, 860. Furthermore, St. Albert recorded 469 housing starts in 2025, trailing all 4 of those peers. And I should note that these numbers are from the Edmonton Housing Research Corporation. Those communities are not growing faster because people prefer them. They're growing faster because they have service land available. The price signal confirms the demand is here. St. Albert's average home resale price in 2025 was $520,353, the second highest in the Edmonton region, 13.5% above the regional average. High prices alongside thin inventory and constrained new construction is the market's way of saying demand exceeds supply. The Northeast, once serviced, enters a market that has been waiting for it. On the fiscal question, approximately 96% of the $74.1 million project cost is offsite leviable. That means the debt is structured to be repaid through developer levies as the Northeast bills out, not through general taxation. This is how the offsite levy system was designed. Costs shared equitably, recovered as growth proceeds. The federal government has announced a $28 million contribution through the Building Canada Strong Fund. Once secured, this reduces the city's borrowing requirements from $68 million to approximately $42 million. And administration's own modeling shows that lowers debt load administration's own modeling shows that lower debt load improves the compliance picture materially. We recognize this funding is subject to the Alberta Provincial Priorities Act, and BUILD will actively support St. Albert's efforts to advance that agreement with Government of Alberta. But the project case rests on its own merits. The demand is here. The infrastructure is designed and ready. The OSL framework exists to support exactly this kind of investment. St. Albert has planned for this community. Council is now being asked to fund the infrastructure that makes it possible. We recognize this is a hard decision. Debt limits are real, competing priorities are real, but the demand is real too. And the regional data shows it has been waiting for this infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Question for you, and this would probably be an applicable question to the others that are in the development space as well, but I think it's undeniable that there's demand in St. Albert when it comes to residential, or when it comes to the development. You speak to the other municipalities that are growing or have available service lots, and we're seeing in the region significant growth. You talk about Beaumont and you talk out west. It's undeniable, but growing communities comes with the challenge of ensuring that it's done responsibly and everything is moving in tandem with it. It's not just housing development. So in your advocacy work or your advisory work with these other communities, what are you seeing them do when it comes to all of the ancillary pieces that come with it, with the development, not just housing starts? Because there's probably a very valid argument that just housing starts without everything else to complement it or supplement it creates some significant challenges as well. So are you working with them, or is BUILD working with them? Or what is your experience in seeing what those other communities are doing with all of the other facets that need to come with it?
Through the chair and to the mayor, that is a fantastic question. And unfortunately, there's no easy answer to it. You know, certainly your instincts and those of your colleagues are accurate. Municipalities are experiencing in the Edmonton region a great deal of growth very quickly and are attempting to understand, you know, what level of service do they need to provide alongside of it and how to do that. Every municipality is wrestling with this. I'm sure you've heard this from your colleagues. There is no silver bullet answer to that for sure. And certainly as on the BUILD side is something that we are interested in understanding how we might be able to support that even through research that we're carrying out. So part of that does come through even just conversations with administrations and with councils to understand what the challenges are they're seeing and how we might be able to support them. At this point in time, though, it's certainly an issue of monitoring things and identifying for future capital investments, as you guys all are considering and is all in mind right now, and setting benchmarks for servicing that they want to meet.
Thank you very much. Is there any other questions from Kelly? I don't see anything else on the list, so thank you very much for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
I'd invite Mr. Mike Yoakum from Landrex to come to the podium, please. Thank you.
Do you have a presentation?
Jaden, he does have a presentation. Is it on a USB? Yeah. Jaden, just yeah, we'll give you a minute here. Just hit the button there for the to turn the microphone on.
Hello, can you hear me now? Okay, perfect, thank you. Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. My name is Mike Yocum with Landrex Inc., owner of the lands just north of Erin Ridge and along St. Albert Trail. Landrex has been a committed partner in St. Albert for over 50 years, contributing to communities like Oakmont and Erin Ridge, supporting commercial development along the trail, and more recently advancing multifamily housing. Our work goes beyond housing, includes Loessy Hole School, parks and open spaces, and the East Village development in partnership with Fort McKay First Nations. This long-term investment is what helps shape the character, livability, and economic strength of St. Albert. As shown on the map, the green boundary outlines all lands draining into the Northeast Sanitary and Storm Project. Within this area, 277 hectares are already developed and running through Oakmont, which will eventually go through this project. 148 hectares are in Jensen Lakes, which is an approved ASP. 297 hectares are within the Northeast ASP, and 330 hectares are without an approved ASP. That brings the total contribution to 1,052 hectares draining into that project. Of that, 775 hectares are allocated to future development. Of that future development, 256 hectares which is roughly 1/3, is ready for development today from landowners within this room. This represents a significant level of readiness, and this infrastructure is critical to enabling that growth. This graph here shows the 5-year population growth rates in St. Albert compared to nearby municipalities. St. Albert is in the red and the regional average is in the green, more than double. This isn't to suggest we match that average, but it highlights that the ceiling for growth is much higher than what we're currently seeing. There's clear opportunity to grow if supported. At the same time, it highlights a risk that if development in the north is stopped, growth will slow even further. Based on a 2.25% growth rate, about 41 hectares need to be developed annually. That's roughly 9 additional hectares per year. On average, there's about 20 lots per net hectare, accounting for roads, parks, and commercial uses. So that additional land equates to approximately 180 more lots per year that would need to be developed in order to hit that 2.25 benchmark growth rate. For Landrec's perspective, we can absorb an additional 80 of those lots annually from what we're currently doing.
following years of constrained development due to sanitary limitations. Well, I can't speak directly for others, but I believe Michaela had said kind of previously that they're in a similar situation. And I know Art will be speaking as well on his growth rates as well. But also importantly, it doesn't account for the additional lands that I've mentioned before that are not in an approved ASP that would also be unlocked and be soon ready to move forward. To summarize, the demand for growth in St. Albert is real and the opportunity is significant. Development is already happening in the north with more ready to move forward. These projects deliver complete communities, housing, schools, parks, and commercial amenities. The city has made an important investment in the industrial growth. That must be supported by residential development. We want people working in St. Albert to be able to live here. The federal government has already shown confidence, committing to $28 million to grow in the Northeast. This is an opportunity for the city to build on that momentum and support the next phase of growth. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mike. I don't know if there's, I don't see anybody with their hands up. So yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I'd invite Sue Keating up. I believe you're new here, so if you could state your name and your position, that'd be great.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. As Michaela mentioned, we're supportive of advancing the project charter and the associated funding. Michaela also mentioned some of Melcor's history in St. Albert and our track record of meaningful contributions to responsible growth and community building for many years. I want to take a brief moment to talk about who Melcor is. So today, I'm bringing this message from Melcor's Board of Directors, the Melton family, and from our senior executives. I felt it was important to make mention of this because personally, and as you alluded to, I am known to many here in St. Albert as Susan Keating, longtime resident of St. Albert who happens to also work at Melcor. Today, although I'm the same person, I'm speaking on behalf of the company and the family that I proudly work for. Melcor's tagline is integrity in real estate since 1923. Melcor is proud to share a story of a family real estate business that spans 4 generations. Business evolves over the decades, but something that hasn't changed for over 100 years is Melcor's core values and our belief that relationships are the cornerstone to our business. At Melcor, through the leadership of the Melton family and the board of directors, we are reminded daily of our commitment to the golden rule. Essentially, we do good work, we treat people well, and we take the long view. We truly, truly hope that this has shone through in our dealings with St. Albert. We are a fully integrated real estate development company, helping shape much of Alberta's growth landscape, as well as other parts of Western Canada and the United States. We're a publicly traded company on the TSX, and some of the words used to describe us from an investment perspective are reliable, patient, stable, humble, and safe. We take calculated risks, and we will sit on the sidelines when needed. To that end, we are here, invested heavily in St. Albert, in Jensen Lakes, and in other areas of St. Albert too. Considering the ongoing messaging that St. Albert has been communicating about risk specifically, we actually see ourselves as the perfect match for you. You should take comfort in our presence and our commitment to St. Albert. We wouldn't be here if the risk of people not wanting to live here was too great. We see St. Albert for what it is, and we know that the love of this great place will continue. The fear of growth and development drying up is negligible because a safe and stable and patient investor like Melcor wouldn't be here otherwise. We know that markets ebb and flow, but as a developer who can play the long game, we see the opportunity here, and our level of investment in St. Albert should signal to you that you have a solid development partner at the table pursuing the same goals as you. Speaking of development partners, we commend the city for attempting to find new development partners by innovating and diversifying the tax base in projects such as Lakeview Business Park. And although this has exciting potential, new development partners should not come at the expense of your existing ones. And we really encourage you to approach this in a fine balance. I'll close with a cautionary tale. Investment flows and it can move fast. It's like water and it looks for the path of least resistance. It watches for signs and signals. And the fact that the city has not prioritized infrastructure in support of its committed investors has been a bad sign to us. And the commitment to Lakeview Business Park with minimal engagement or committed investors at the table is also a bad sign to us. But more optimistically, the recent announcement of a federal grant of $28 million is a very good sign. And how St. Albert reacts and responds will be another sign, one that all of us at Melcor, the Board of Directors, and the Melton family are watching for. Thank you.
Thanks, Sue. Certainly appreciate that. Maybe to ask the same question that I asked Josh, in the other communities that you are building in, outside of just the residential development focus, can you speak to what those municipalities are doing to ensure that there's responsible, stable growth and development, that not at the sacrifice of, service levels or amenities and community safety? Do you see that in how it's being managed?
Yeah, I think Josh touched on it quite well, but maybe I'll just add that when we bring forward area structure plans and proposals for new developments, it comes with a certain level of reporting that has to clearly identify that the financial, I guess, like strain on the city is outweighed by the opportunity. So, with new growth comes new taxpayers and new businesses. And so we do need to prove out that it has to kind of move in balance with each other. So I understand there's some additional constraints, it sounds like, from some of the other conversation in the meeting today with other levels of government and that kind of thing. So not to discredit like the challenges that are often before cities. I think from a developer perspective, what we're bringing, like, it's why I refer to us as partners, because we're bringing forward the opportunity for the city to kind of grow in size, but also grow in its financial capabilities as well.
And I don't want to assume I know the answer, but would you be in support of moving forward with the investment in the Northeast with or without the federal funding?
Yes, we are. And I believe today is, maybe you can clarify, but is today's discussion, does it clarify if it's with or without?
It potentially can, yes.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
we're supportive.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'd invite Mr. Art Valerio to come forward next. Thank you.
Good morning. Oh, no, let me strike that out. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Councilors. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Art Valerio, and I represent about 100 acres on the far east side of the new annex lands in St. Albert. We've owned these lands for about 17 years, give or take an hour or two. And we've been involved with the city over those past, mostly over the past decade. And I'm also a resident of St. Albert. And in fact, I got my start in real estate with the Melton family a short 45 years ago. So that's kind of my background. A decade ago, alongside our fellow developers, we started a movement to talk about an intermunicipal servicing agreement and structured an MOU that we thought was going to work. Moving forward, we were encouraged to put together an ASP, and this is all about 7 or 8 years ago. And in fact, put together an NSP, which gave us the opportunity to detail our lands and understand what the usage is and what the absorption rates might be for the hectares. But that's the past, and I think everybody's spoken to it, and that's behind us. I'd like to speak more going forward about the present and the future. At the end of last year, we signed an agreement with the city of St. Albert, donating 1/3 of an acre at no cost to the city of St. Albert, which is part of the land needed to build infrastructure, namely a pump station, because we all know we need to pump that stuff away. And that 1/3 of an acre, you know, just for context, it's about 3 40 by 110 residential lots, or 6 20 by 110 residential lots. And smaller lots would mean, you know, 0 lot line style lots. So it gives you an idea of the amount of land that was donated to the city. Now, I've been asked many times in the most recent last couple of years, you know, when are we ready to develop? Well, we were ready to develop 10 years ago, and we're very, very, very ready to develop now. So I just want the council, the new members on the council and the administration that I haven't spoken to understand that that's our direction and has always been our direction. Our land consists of 38.8 hectares. And the information that's important here is that in our first phase, and we were able to determine how much land we would use in our first phase almost 7 years ago, we would develop 10.8 hectares just in our first phase. And that's a 1-year construction cycle. That number does not appear in any of the risk analysis information that came out last Tuesday, not because the administration was trying to hide it, it's because they didn't know. It's not information they would have had at this point. So to add to lowering the risk for repayment of offsite levies, that's the position that we're going to take, or actually that's the role that we're going to play. Density is also a factor, and it speaks to affordability. And last Tuesday, we heard about how important it is for affordable housing. Just to give you a brief overview, Landrex's land is rated at about 20 units per hectare, in the 20s, let's say. Melcor's in the 30s units per hectare, but our land has been rated between 45 and 50 units per hectare. And what that means is less land per unit, which creates more affordable product, more affordable housing. And that's been the position that our land's been in right from the very beginning. Okay, oh, no, I still got it. Anyway, we're in support. We hope that you're going to support the NESP project. And thank you so much. That's all I have.
Thanks very much, Art. Councillor Mackay, start us off.
Yeah, I think I'm the only one. And thanks for the presentation. Nice seeing you again. And I appreciate the additional information as it relates to kind of your vision and the density targets. Just refresh my memory. Are you east of 253 or are you west? Like Range Road 253 and around Old Coal Mine Road?
253?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's if you take a look at the map.
Yeah, I am.
127th Street bypass.
Yep.
We are directly, that's our eastern boundary.
Okay.
So we're the last piece. There's River Lot 56, I believe.
Okay.
We're River Lot 37.
Okay. I'm too far north then.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
apologize.
yeah.
Yeah,
We're about 4 minutes from here, traveling relatively quickly.
I was going to say, is Michaela running again, or where are we on that?
I have to exaggerate. I have to exaggerate a
Okay,
little bit.
okay, yeah. So what about road infrastructure, things like that? That'll all be factored in through your ASP in relation to that?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. It has to be. Yeah.
Yeah. And it doesn't depend on 127th Street then, or?
No, it does not. 127th Street might not be in my lifetime, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, Yeah, I think they've had to repaint that sign a few times. Anyways, okay, I appreciate it. I just wanted to know exactly where you were or refresh my memory. Thank you very
Sure.
much.
Sure.
I believe that's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Valerio.
Thank you.
Next, I have Dominique Miss to speak on behalf of. Maybe you could, if you don't mind, just clarifying who you're speaking on behalf of, that'd be great.
Trying to decide whether I should have bifocals or not. I've decided I'm still young. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Dominic Miss. I'm here today speaking in favor of the approval of the Northeast St. Albert Servicing Project on my own behalf, on behalf of my mother, Joan Miss, as well as a family corporation. Our family owns a quarter section of land, 160 acres, in the middle of what is now the Northeast Area Structure Plan. We've owned that property for over 55 years, and my mother, my brothers, together with their families, continue to live there. As landowners in the area, we know that the need for servicing in the Northeast has not come out of the blue. It has become a crisis almost 20 years in the making. Both the city and the development community have been aware of the limitations of the existing service capacity since at least 2008. And since that time, development has relied on interim servicing instead of a long-term solution. To no one's surprise, ignoring the problem has not fixed it. Fast forward to today, as you know, the existing sanitary capacity is fully allocated with no further capacity available. And to prevent development from grinding to a halt prior to today, the city and developers have relied on creative solutions to keep some construction happening, including waterproofing manhole covers, and now storing more effluent in existing sewer pipes. And while this creativity is to be applauded, it makes one wonder why it has been necessary. How can basic infrastructure, like the need for sewer pipes, go unaddressed for so long? Everyone knows that people will not buy homes in a neighborhood where they can't flush the toilets. Of course, the cost of servicing is a major reason why very little has happened to date. But like most difficult decisions, delay typically makes things worse. And that holds true here as well. A headline in the St. Albert Gazette from February 20th, 2024 read, "Urgent Northeast Servicing Project could cost more than $60 million. Fast forward to today, and while the urgency of the servicing project has not diminished, the cost to achieve it is now grown to $74 million. Given the inflationary pressures we're all familiar with, further delay will only mean further cost. With a decision by council to proceed with servicing, council would send a clear message to developers that they can invest their time and money in the area, accelerating development and growth. And you've heard from Melcor and Landrex and Art Valerio today about that. Projects are ready to go. There's demand waiting to be unleashed in the Northeast. Residents want a choice. They want the ability to make the Northeast of St. Albert an option, which will drive more people into the community as a whole. I would suggest that if the city were to make the initial investment in the Northeast that is so long overdue, that development in the area would exceed current projections. I know that without it, lands like ours will likely remain undeveloped for years. I would like to conclude things on a positive note, and there are several. The city administration has completed the planning work for the servicing, and I understand that things are more or less ready to go on the city's front if given a green light. The city, of course, is well publicized to have received the $28 million federal grant, which would cover 40% of the cost of the servicing. And it's worthy of note that it is the only project in Alberta to have received funds as part of the first tranche of this funding. But most importantly, St. Albert remains a desirable community in which people want to live. The conditions now have been as good as they've been in years to move forward with servicing in Northeast St. Albert. And I would urge you to make that happen. To quote the movie Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. And I think we're in a position, or council is in a position to make that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just, to your concluding points there, I think just for clarity, the federal funding is agreed in principle. We haven't seen full detailed agreement on what that's going to look like. You know, we're obviously optimistic, but funds have not been received, and there's obviously dealing with the federal government. There's a lot of caveats that come with that. So we're working through that, administration is as well. And I believe we're very close to a final plan, but it's not been fully completed. We can get that clarification from administration, but so very close to accurate. There are just some moving pieces that maybe were summarized in some of the public documents that are not displaying all the details, but in essence, we're close.
Well, I stand to be fact checked.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you very much. Councillor McKay, sorry, I don't know if I took your name off or this is new questions. Okay, please go ahead.
Don't worry, he fact checks everything. Yeah. I'm just curious, just so I know, and I apologize, I have the map up again. Where approximately are you, your land?
We're west of Coal Mine Road.
Okay.
So it's the quarter section that is right in the middle of what is the Northeast ASP, and just to the further west of us is Landrex's lands, where the Costco is and things of that nature.
Okay. When you just threw me off when you said you're kind of right in the middle, I thought you meant maybe more west over by 255 or something.
No.
Like that. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that concludes the public's list for speakers today. So thank you very much for everybody's patience and taking the time and effort to come speak to council today. As we move forward now with our council motion, I will turn it over to Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So I'm going to remove the date since it's no longer necessary. That project charter wastewater 021 Northeast Servicing Projects is approved, and first reading the boring bylaw is brought before council by May 5th, 2026.
Thank you very much. Before we accept the motion, is there any questions for administration at this time? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Okay. So I know I spoke to you before, but Mr. Fletcher. So if, let's assume this motion goes forward, just for argument's sake, or even if it doesn't, we are only at 90% on the design. So when do we anticipate being 100% on the design?
I'll start and I'll have Meredith add to it. Currently, we are at 90% average. So there's multiple scopes within the project. The lift station portion of it is 100% ready. The rest of the project will be ready at 100% by end of May.
Perfect. So if the boring bylaw goes forward in May, then by the time it comes back, we should actually have the design. So if the grant and everything else everything's a go, there's nothing stopping us from being able to start with that RFP process, correct?
Correct. If all the stars align.
If
to
it
your
all
point,
aligns.
yes.
Yeah. I know there's many stars, but this at least will not be one of the limitations of the stars. Okay, perfect. I think that's all the questions I have at this moment.
Thank you. Just a question for administration that I have. Would you be able to speak to any of the non-confidential conversations administrations had regarding the grant funding?
Yeah, we can provide some opening. Again, we don't have an agreement in place, but we do have some correspondence back and forth with the federal government. Broadly, the requirements for the federal funding mirror the requirements for any other order of government's funding, and that has to do with some public engagement, specifically some Indigenous engagement, some environmental assessment stuff. So fairly standard, not tied to any specific development related issues specifically, is what we've got in the initial stages. And of course, all of this is subject to cabinet approval through the Provincial Priorities Act.
What is it fair to clarify that if any progress is made before the federal government agreement is signed off or cabinet approval, that we would then no longer be applicable or it would no longer be available?
So that, again, subject to detailed confirmation, but yes, essentially the indications are that if we, I'll be a bit colloquial, if we turn sod before we've met the requirements of the grant is jeopardized for sure.
And do you believe there's any hurdles in those early conversations that we, as a municipality, would not be able to overcome?
From the purview of the components of the grant, no, I'm not particularly concerned about it. Again, we do not control the federal provincial construct as it relates to the approvals.
And once I guess my last question is, once the servicing plan is completed and all of the stars have aligned funding wise, for those that don't know, what is the servicing timeline and when would development be able to start?
So I'll turn it over to the team, but again, assuming council makes a decision to proceed, first reading the borrower bylaw will come on May 5th. In accordance with council policy, it's a 60-day public engagement window, which means that second and third reading would occur essentially before the summer break, so into mid-July. And from there, again, if the stars have aligned, we could then look at what RFP timelines would look like. If the stars haven't aligned, we're kind of in a holding pattern until all those bits and pieces are put together. But please go ahead, Ms. George.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. To add to that, to your question, when can we start accepting development application? We have communicated to the developers that roughly 6 months after the contract is signed for the construction, whenever that is going.
Give or take. Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions. I'll turn it to Mr. Cortesh, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to jump on one of the questions that you had as well through to admin. I was wondering, Mr. Fletcher, you said that there's some fairly standard, we expect sort of fairly standard conditions for the grant. Could you look into your crystal ball? Like, do you know how long it takes to get those conditions, or do we have a time estimate for when that the I's might be dotted and T's crossed on the grant?
There's some additional detail to flow out of the federal government, so we can't give you a detailed estimate.
And so then, okay, so then as I understand the motion in front of us now, this would see us proceed with the project regardless of the grant, regardless of the details being finalized and the agreement for the grant in place. And so the borrowing bylaw that would come forward on May 5th would be for the full, for the 71 million, is that correct?
Yeah, plus contingency, yes.
Plus contingency, okay. And so in the report, there is a recommendation, or not an alternative, I suppose, that would make it conditional on subject to the, I guess, everything being finalized with the community, the grant funding. And so with that, if we're interested in putting, I guess, guardrails, for lack of a better word, on that, and would that have to be done now, or is that done at the borrowing bylaw stage?
There's probably a few options, right? One, it could be part and parcel of the main motion. It could be a separate motion that essentially provided me direction, right? We could work that through. Or the borrowing bylaw could be crafted to only borrow a certain amount. That's kind of reverse engineering it. My recommendation would be to front end load it in one of those various mechanisms, whether it's a subsequent related motion or it's the motion that ultimately you pass.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so you're aware, I think my preference, Mr. Fletcher just outlined a few different options, and I think my preference would be to, when questions are done, to amend the motion to make it subject to the execution of the grant.
Thank you very much. Sorry to jump in front of you, Councillor Hughes, but if we, under the assumption that this were to pass and then we have first reading in May, during that 60-day waiting period, could we not go to tender and withhold those? If it were not to pass, we would just get rid of them?
We will not go to tender until we've got approved funding.
Why is that?
Because council could decide not to give us the funding, and we're essentially going into the potential for the beginning of contract negotiations. It's a risk reputationally and potentially a risk financially based on how the process flows out. Absolutely, I would absolutely not recommend doing that.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hughes, please go ahead.
So forgive me, but I actually need to put a similar, the same intention motion, but worded differently. So I talked to staff and came to me afterwards that the specific wording of the motion, I need to change that before you accept it, which is that the project charter ENG 089, formerly wastewater 021, Northeast Servicing Projects, is approved in the amount of 71.4 million to be financed as follows: 5.8 million from offsite levy water reserve, 6.3 million from debt financing with 96% of annual debt financing funded from offsite levy recovery fund and 4% funded through taxes. And that the first reading of the borrowing bylaw is brought before council on May 5th, 2026. So please forgive me. I just was looking at the sheet in front of me and not looking at my emails. But it's the same motion. It's just showing how we're splitting up the money to make it happen.
Are we able to see that motion? Can we see that on the?
Yes, we will put it up on the screen.
There you go. So in the event that the motion passed with my original wording, this would have been the effect of it. I'm just putting it so it's clear how it's being paid. And specifically, based on recommendations from administration, just so that the funding source is specifically listed in here, because normally it come over a capital reserve or something like that. And debt financing is not considered funding, so that's why it comes forward this way. Same result, same everything, just written.
Correct. And then Councillor Portash, you want to amend this to be contingent on the federal funding?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So Marta, would we please clarify how you would?
So with this updated motion, in order to amend this to make it subject to the federal funding, it would require to be amended in two ways. Number one, to add the subject to the funding coming through at the beginning of the motion. And then also we would need to update the funding sources to include the 28 million from the federal government. So it would be a lengthy amendment, but we have it ready to go if that was an amendment that someone was interested in putting on the floor.
I just think procedurally, given the options, that makes the most sense to have that discussion and that debate on whether to make it contingent, and then should that motion pass or fail, then have debate on the main motion. Like, I think to me that makes the most sense. But
And then just for clarity, alternatively, we could go, if it were to not pass in the original, the other opportunity, as Mr. Fletcher said, would be to go through at the borrowing bylaw stage if we wanted to put federal funding in there.
Well, yeah, I think there's a couple of sort of spitballing a little bit, right, with various contingencies. So if Councillor Hughes' motion, as an example, passed as it exists, there's kind of two options if you were concerned about sort of the guardrails, sorry to borrow your term, Councillor, right? One would be to create a subsequent motion that would essentially direct me to do that, right? To ensure that we don't do anything to jeopardize the funding, or to come back to you if there were some issue, which, you know, the other issue is the borrowing bylaw. We would actually craft it in accordance with this direction. So we wouldn't alter the borrowing bylaw specifically, because this is very, very clear about where the funding comes from. So the borrowing bylaw itself is not an option, should this pass. If Councillor Hughes' motion failed, as an example, sorry, spitballing again, then someone else could put forward an alternate motion, right? That I guess conceivably could deal with that sort of thing.
Okay.
Or you let it go, right? Those are kind of broadly, Marta, please feel free to chime in, but I think that's sort of the maneuver space that exists, contingent on ultimately, you know, your decisions.
Okay, Councillor McKay.
My brain hurts. Okay, so how does, if Councillor Hughes' motion is successful, what would be the process for because that's going without, that's just basically saying we're moving ahead with the $74 million. We're not reliant on us getting $28 million. But if the $28 million comes through, then do we need to do anything other than apply it, or is there another motion needed to actually apply the 28 million to the 74 million?
In terms of the borrowing bylaw?
At some point in the sense of it. So right now, what we're saying is we're going to go all in, the city's going to finance the $74 million through debt, and then the mechanism around being, going through offsite levies and showing how it's being repaid. But all of a sudden then our process continues and we get the $28 million. Do we need something to say that $28 million is then applied to the 74 million?
Through the mayor to Councillor Mackay, the one thing I maybe would suggest that would just clarify things is we would maybe bring forward a motion that just modifies the funding source. So it would just modify it from debt to a provincial or to a federal grant, just so that it's on the record of how it's being funded. Because right now we're saying it's being financed through debt, funded percentage wise. The percentages wouldn't change, but it wouldn't all be financed through debt. It would be partially financed through a grant. So we'd probably just have a small motion for council to pass just to correct the record.
Once we know, once the details are finalized.
And yeah, and then once the grant agreement was signed, I would say.
Okay, thanks. I think that clarifies a little bit better. I just wanted to make sure that we sequence this properly and that we're not looking at getting 20, we're not jeopardizing the grant.
Well, I think, so to your point though, Counselor, the crux of the issue in that scenario becomes post-borrowing bylaw, right? And so even you approve the borrowing bylaw as articulated by Counselor Hughes and the money comes through, you know, we wouldn't borrow the full amount, right? I mean, and there's ways to certainly engineer that. The issue becomes at the end of the borrowing bylaw, what lag time are you willing to accept between that and an RFP if the grant hasn't been put in place? That is the crux of the issue, right? And if we get too far forward, we jeopardize the grant. If council doesn't want to wait, then you accept that you might jeopardize the grant. And that's the crux of the issue where there's no direction. And so a borrowing bylaw and a charter without sort of that component of it, and you know, there's some judgment here for what it's worth, right? But that means get on with it.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. But I mean, at the same time, we potentially do the 100% design. We put things out for tender, and away we go. And then all of a sudden we find out, wait a minute, there are little tentacles attached to this federal funding. And we basically make it so that we're no longer eligible. Potentially, that's a risk.
I think broadly, the danger is proceeding with construction prior to meeting the requirements of the grant jeopardizes the funding. I think that's the simplest articulation of our current understanding.
Or it's held up by provincial priorities.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So if the actual motion passed and we got to the borrowing bylaw and first reading and we did the 60 days, we would still have the option to discuss that and ultimately either amend the borrowing bylaw at that point in time if we had gone to the full amount to include the 28, or like would we be in a position to ultimately, because let's face it, 60 days from now, maybe we would have some clearer answers, but if we ultimately went ahead with the full amount, we could amend the borrowing bylaw to include the 28 million. Would that?
Ms. Caulfield can jump in, but yeah, absolutely. It's second reading, right? Post the 60 days, there's always the opportunity to ultimately alter the components as it relates to that.
I just don't want to see a delay that we ultimately end up with having to come back to council before or after our summer break and delaying it another number of months.
So when the borrowing bylaw comes before council, there's an opportunity, it should be advertised for the fullest amount and there's an opportunity to amend the amount down. Again, I don't really know with respect to the timing before the summer where we will be at with the grant discussions. And if the motion passes the way it's currently being contemplated, which is for the full amount to go ahead, if we did get the federal funding by then, we would have to just amend that motion to include the federal grant funding that's part of it. So I think procedurally, the administrative recommendation would be to give the direction to the CAO and administration that it is subject to the federal grant funding at the outset, and then we kind of have our marching orders that way. But yes, there is an opportunity to amend it down the road as needed.
And could we ultimately, so currently it would come before us in July, but we do have the opportunity to put that off if the if the advertising's been done, the 60 days, we could ultimately, if we haven't got direction from the federal government, we could ultimately put it off until we return in September. Is that potentially something we could do?
You could, I think, honestly, I think that the neatest way is actually to proceed with a motion and have the borrowing bylaw in place so that if we haven't got approval yet, as soon as we get approval, we can go to RFP to minimize the lag time, right? As opposed to trying to sort of exquisitely engineer it. The concern, again, being a little bit parochial from an administrative perspective, is ensuring that we've got the concrete articulation of direction to me, not to jeopardize the federal funding, if that's what council wants. If you don't want that, then we'll proceed, we'll go full steam ahead should council approve it. But that's the component that I think merits sort of a formal expression.
Do we, Mr. Fletcher, if it wasn't confirmed before the break, could you call a special council meeting to deal with that at that time over that period?
You absolutely could.
So we wouldn't have to wait till September then?
Providing you could call it and everyone could show up, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you'd need a quorum, right?
Yeah,
Obviously.
for sure. Okay, Councillor Patrick?
Thank you. My question, I was just wondering, so if we moved ahead, so if today's motion, Councillor Hughes' motion passes and we moved ahead, I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So then we would go ahead and borrow that full amount without getting the grant funding. So we'd borrow the full amount, and then if we got the grant funding, then we would do the motion.
So
just wanna make
if
sure I'm
Councillor Hughes'
understanding right.
motion passes, we'll bring back a borrowing bylaw
Okay.
that articulates the sourcing, right? The revenue sources that she's articulated in the terms of her motion, right? We never want to borrow to the max extent of a borrowing bylaw, obviously. But yes, based on that funding, right, that would be the funding sources that would enable the expenditure of the entirety of the money required to enact the Northeast servicing.
Okay, and if the federal government, so let's say that we haven't got our agreement in place with the federal government, if they saw that we were going ahead and doing that, do you think that that would be like, hey, they don't need it? So like, I just want to make sure that there's no way that we're going to lose that funding.
I can't 100% say. I don't think that's a huge concern. I mean, they've made a public announcement, right? They've gone through and budgeted it. Again, no, if we don't meet the requirements or we get too far ahead, then we are jeopardizing it, not through an articulation of intent from council, but from the mechanics of not meeting the requirements of the grant.
Okay. And approval of this motion today, would we be able to get construction started to get this stuff going quicker? Like, do we know? Do we have a timeline for that?
Again, it's
would know?
subject to approval of a borrowing bylaw and then an RFP. Again, if all the stars align, it's May 5th for first reading, 60 days. So I think it's July 14th. Am I? Yeah. Okay. Ms. George is nodding. July 14th for second and third reading. That gives us an approved borrowing bylaw, which allows us then to go to RFP. That's generally about a 2-month process, right? By the time for a project of this magnitude, though I wouldn't specifically I'll leave it to the experts. Right. And then you negotiate the agreement and you get on with everything you'd require, right, to ensure that you can turn sod as soon as possible. That's if all the stars align, whether it's contingent on federal funding or not. That's kind of the most expeditious timeline if everything worked out perfectly.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe just before you jump in, Councillor Hughes, obviously you've considered and know about the federal funding. Is the intent to ensure we get that? Like, what is your concern or non-concern regarding the federal funding and why that wasn't baked into the motion?
Yeah, okay, so I hear you with the federal funding. Actually, that was part of my question to follow up on this. Can I just ask my question first, then I'll answer yours? Would that be okay? Okay, so Mr. Fletcher, we actually talked about this, about the going ahead too far. So if this gets approved, I'm assuming that you would not just jeopardize the grant just because we've approved this. And I also thought that on second or third reading of the borrowing bylaw, that's when we'd give explicit instruction, because nothing's going to happen until the third reading of borrowing bylaw. This is step one. Step two is starting the boring bylaw. Step three is completing it. Until they have the money, nothing's happening. So would it be just simply available at that time to say proceed as far forward as possible without jeopardizing the grant as a motion and the third reading? Or, like, I'm assuming you're a very responsible individual. You would not take action to jeopardize it just because we're approving 74 million.
No, understood, Counselor, but by the same token, I'm also pretty good at following orders, right? And so, you know, I guess that to me was sort of the middle course of action, right? And so if this motion passes as fine, we'll prepare the borrowing bylaw. It would be good for me, I'm just saying, to have an explicit articulation from council that you don't expect me to lean too far forward and mess this up, right? Because otherwise, by the letter of the law, you're kind of just throwing it on me to figure out how to meter it, right? And so whatever that language looks like, we can work it through, Counselor. I'm not trying to come across as, you know, kind of CYAing on this, right? But I think it is important to understand council's intent as it relates to that.
Right. So I actually had a discussion with Mr. Fletcher last week about this, specifically to state that after the second or third reading of the boring bylaw, I'd like to have a motion that explicitly says continue as far as it will take to not jeopardize the grant and not further. And that way, what can be done, because they can't turn sod, but they can do other things without turning sod to get up to that point. And so there are things that can be done without jeopardizing the grant if it does take a time for the grant to go forward. So to answer your question specifically about the 74 million, this is, let's say something goes sideways and we don't get the grant. And if we actually put a boring bylaw for 40 million or whatever it happens to be, and then we have to go back and do another boring bylaw for 74 because we'd have not got enough money approved for it, which is another 60 days plus the advertising, plus the motion to bring it forward again. So yes, this is going to be for 74. The intention is to utilize the grant, but we can't assume we have it till we have it. So the question also becomes, do you want to bring it forward and do it regardless of whether or not the grant does materialize? Not to jeopardize the grant, but in the event that we don't get it for some reason. And I think that that's highly unlikely at this moment, but in the event that it does not happen, let's move this forward now. That was my intention. And I'm also assuming that Mr. Fletcher will come to us and tell us, like, this grant's not happening if it doesn't happen, and we'll have to make a decision. But if our decision is to move forward at that time, it's going to be months and months more delay before we can move this forward. And I would like to just see this expedited whatever possible and not have council be the limiting factor in making it happen. But I am moving forward expecting us to get 28 million. And I'm expecting that, and as I said to Mr. Fletcher just last week, I want a motion brought forward when we actually seal the deal, which is the borrowing bylaw, if and when the third reading actually is approved, that it says, don't do anything to screw up the grant, but do as much as you can without screwing it up. And we should have clarity by that point, by July, about exactly what the parameters are in that grant. And so administration will know exactly what they can and cannot do. Would that be fair?
We're certainly hopeful by that timeline, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, I believe so. I
Okay.
guess you made the comment that there are things we can do. Maybe for clarity, one, we don't know what that is because we haven't seen the federal provisions yet, but also, is it the assumption that it's purely administrative that we can do because we probably can't do anything from a development perspective that may jeopardize, because we don't know what the parameters are with the federal. Would that be a fair assumption? It's just administrative progress between now and then?
Yeah, I think that's correct, right? I mean, it would be until we have sort of all the approved funding sources and are confident that we're ahead of time, right? Again, it's that sort of awkward space between approval of the borrowing bylaw and the potential for an RFP, right? But whatever we could do concurrently, we absolutely would.
Thank you. Councilor Bermansky, please go ahead.
Thank you through the mayor, and forgive me, Councillor Hughes, if I'm overstepping your motion here. Just a question for administration. Would there be any harm in having in the motion 68.3 million minus grant funded amount, having it there now? And then when the borrowing bylaw comes forward, if we've had news on the grant, it's already listed in here and you can do your calculations and we don't need another meeting for the borrowing bylaw. And it's also listed that we're expecting the grant dollars to be in there.
So from an administrative perspective, no, I don't think there's any risk to that, but it doesn't materially deal with the issue I think Councillor Hughes just described. So I would certainly defer to her from that perspective. In terms of what if we don't get the grant, right?
Yeah, but could we just, would that make it easier for just, as you said, if you had the grant, you're running with the funding sources, Ms. Morty? I'm more than happy to add that extra line to say that we're assuming that we're getting the grant, but that the total will still be 74 million.
That would be fine.
Okay. So the borrowing bylaw will still say 74. Would that be, that's the only thing I have is that I want the borrowing bylaw to still say 74, even if we said the grant is 28.
Through the mayor to Councillor Hughes, the only challenge with that would be is if we put the grant in the borrowing bylaw as a funding source, and then the grant doesn't happen, we will have to redo the borrowing bylaw. Even though it's for the full 74 million, now the funding has completely changed, so we would actually have to start all over again.
Okay, let's keep that puppy out then.
My intent is that it's just minus the amount that's provided is subtracted at the 68.3 million point.
Could we say if applicable or?
Yeah, if applicable, or grant amount, can't do that? No, okay.
So that would be the same situation as if we do the borrowing bylaw for the lower amount and then the grant doesn't come through, we have to start all over again with the borrowing bylaw because now the amount has gone up. So the one thing that I would share is a borrowing bylaw only gives you authorization to spend up to that amount.
Right.
So administration is actually constrained by the motions related to the project, not so much the borrowing bylaw. So we could have a borrowing bylaw for $1 billion, but if you give us a project charter that says 54 million, that's as much as we can spend, even though the borrowing bylaw is a higher amount. So there's really no risk in having a borrowing bylaw that's set at an amount higher than what you anticipate you're going to spend. We're controlled more so by the project charter and the budget related to that. So right now the project charter is on the slate as approval for 74 million. So as of right now, by the letter of the law, we would have approval to spend up to $74 million. Understanding the conversation that's just taken place, that we're going to kind of come back, we're going to monitor the grant, we're fully expecting to get it. But we would be coming back, if the grant fell through, we would probably be coming back for some kind of confirmation that yes, we do want to go ahead with the full 74 million.
But it's 74 at the beginning, but in the line where it says 68.3 through debt financing, if you put the subtraction of whatever dollar amount at that point, so it's not the total bylaw.
Thank you, Councilor Bermansky. I do feel like the alternative one in the agenda report meets your
No, that's
question.
saying if we,
that the subject to execution of the grant.
but that's not approving the total amount, then it's saying we're
It
only
is-
approving it.
Councilor Bermansky, it is actually staying that subject to, and that we still will move forward with the borrowing bylaw with the 74.1 in the alternative one lower on the agenda report.
Yeah, so maybe, sorry, I'll just jump in here and maybe try and level the bubbles a little bit on this, right? And so Councillor Hughes, going back to your question, if we included the 28 million or the federal grant component, and to your question as well, Councillor Bermansky, in the charter approval, that's fine. We would still bring a borrowing bylaw that sought 75 million plus contingency, right? And then if the federal funding fell through as an example, we would come back to amend the charter, but we wouldn't have to mess around with the borrowing bylaw, I think is the takeaway. Does that make sense? Okay, I've got the CFO nodding, so that's a good start. And so ultimately, you know, where you want to go with this, but to the point, if the borrowing bylaw is 75 plus contingency and we don't get the federal grant in, we would come back and say, we're not getting it, alter the parameters of the charter, right? But we've got the approved funding. So there's no delay in terms of another 60 days, another bylaw, another first, second, and third reading. And I'm just going to look at legal and I'm going to look at finance and make sure that I'm not misstating anything, but that's kind of the take on it here. Yeah.
Okay, I have one more question.
Did that make sense or did I confuse
It
everyone?
does, but I
Okay.
have one question about just the differential. So the alternate motion is what you're suggesting, which is the full 74. Is that what you were just discussing is the alternate motion number one? So we did the full 74, but we assume it's pending the grant. So my question is this, can we actually do, would there be any additional delay in defining when we get the grant is? So is it like when we actually have the cash in hand, or is it when they actually say we're going to be getting the cash? Because what I'm wondering is what we can do to, like I said, we could do the motion for the borrowing bylaw at the second, third reading, and then say, do what you can up to that, which I realize is limited. But my concern is saying that it's pending the the grant, that the definition of getting that could cause additional delays?
No, it's a really good question, Counselor. So based on the discussions to date, we're actually able to capture costs immediately. So right now, it's not contingent on necessarily receipt of the funds. It's contingent on a signed agreement between ourselves and the federal government is how we would define the federal grant, right? And then the flow of money would sort of occur based on as we captured and sort of recuperated costs.
Okay, so would there, if regardless if the motion came forward as is, and then we made an additional one in second, third reading, or if we did the alternate motion, would it be the same timeline?
Yes, effectively. I guess the danger is if you tinker with the bylaw, again, I think the borrowing bylaw should be as exactly as you articulated, right? It should be that 75 million plus contingency. But if we tinker with the borrowing bylaw too much, right, it's far more labor intensive to redo a new bylaw than it is to update the parameters of a charter. Parameters of a charter you guys can do with a debate, right? A borrowing bylaw, as you note, is first reading 60 days as it relates to, and then, you know, second and third reading, right? That's time intensive.
Yeah, and I hear you. I'm just double checking here because I just feel like I'm just scared I'm going to be agreeing to something that then would involve additional delays, or we just won't be doing anything. Like we would still be doing finishing off the design regardless.
Still be finishing off the design upon approval of the borrowing bylaw. Again, if the stars aligned, we're going to go to RFP. If not, we'll continue with whatever sort of concurrent work we can do to set the conditions for success holistically. So nothing changes post borrowing bylaw ultimately at the end of the day, right? It's what happens if we actually don't get the federal funding, right? That's kind of the contingency that we're working through. And so that depends on where it's codified. If it's in the borrowing bylaw, then we have to go through and do a new borrowing. If it's not, we alter the parameters of the charter to get, say, it's to essentially mirror what you just said now, Counselor, and we get on with it.
Because my concern is that we've only, if it's subject to, and we haven't actually got, at the end of the borrowing bylaw process, we don't actually have the document signed. I really feel like if I was interpreting this, that it would be like, well, you said only once you have the grant, can you move forward? So if the borrowing bylaw is approved, but it's subject to the grant, I don't know how you could say, okay, well, we're going to continue to move forward as far as we can, because there's a possibility the council may say, well, we didn't get the grant, we're out.
I guess, you know, that speaks to the, and the team could certainly jump in about, you know, moving forward as far as you can. Short of an RFP, we've completed the design by the end of May. You know, there would be continuing engagement, I think, certainly with the development community, the implicated folks, but there wouldn't be a ton of progress being made on sort of the project itself, short of an RFP. And you're quite right, we wouldn't be issuing an RFP until we had the signed grant agreement.
And we really can't do could you do the RFP without the signed grant agreement? Like if we approve the full thing, like let's say we approve my motion I just finished reading out, then you could move forward with the RFP without, or you couldn't because we have to have them agree and sign off on it.
Yeah, it's providing we had a borrowing bylaw. Yes, absolutely, we could.
But that could jeopardize, like, because could we do the RFP? No, I'm talking this through in my head right now. You really couldn't put out the RFP until we know whether or not we're taking that grant.
It would be premature, I would submit, and team, please jump in, to issue an RFP without a defined start date or start day, right? I don't know what you're at. We're not really asking. We're asking folks to build a project, but we'll let you know when, right? Because it would be contingent on the rate, so it would be awkward.
Okay, I hear you. Thank you.
My concern is that we're going to be here and we're never going to be able to leave.
I've never been accused, council or a mayor, of saying in 2 words what I could say in 5. So,
just a quick question: in the 74, is the contingency built into that already?
To the mayor, the contingency for the project is baked into that 74.1.
Thank you. We have some additional questions from Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if we ultimately had to change the charter, if we agreed to put the grant within the charter. And we ultimately had to change the charter. We come back on the 14th, we do second and third reading on the borrowing bylaw. And on the 15th, we find out we're not getting the grant. We haven't met the parameters. We ultimately have to change the charter, which means we have to come back to either a special council meeting or wait until September to change the charter. Is that correct?
It would require council approval, so correct, if it was that timeline, if we somehow found out ahead of time that we weren't getting it, I would bring it, I mean, as soon as we know, I'm gonna bring it to council if that were the case. Again, I'm super optimistic we're gonna get it. I'm not concerned about meeting the parameters as we know them now of the grant agreement, but yes, councillor is the short answer to your question.
Okay, and if we ultimately moved forward with a clean charter that doesn't include any grant wording, a clean borrowing bylaw for the 74 million, and as Councillor Hughes has suggested, a further notice of motion that comes forward in July that directs you to hold off on putting shovels in the ground until we know for certain we don't have the grant, then that provides you with the parameters, a stop check, but it provides us the opportunity to get this thing moving so that we have no further delays. Am I kind of reading this right?
I'll look at Ms. Caulfield to confirm, but yes, I believe that accomplishes broadly the issue. From a procedural perspective, I don't think there are any concerns.
Yep, that would be fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bermatsky, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm still not seeing that the second motion, so I have a question regarding, because it's mentioned that subject to the execution of the federal Build Community Strong grant, that the first reading borrowing bylaw would not be brought to council on May 5th if we don't know. So it's different than the first motion.
Yeah, we can absolutely bring the borrowing bylaw on May 5th, regardless of the status. Again, it goes to council's comfort level. If the borrowing bylaw is going to be for an amount up to 75 million,
Right.
Right, and then if we get the grant, we reduce the amount we actually physically have to borrow at the end of the day, that it can absolutely be accomplished on the 5th. If you want the borrowing bylaw to say, no, you're only authorized to borrow 75 million minus the stuff from the water reserve and the minus the 7 million, minus the 28 million, that's a different construct. You can still do that at the end of the day. It just means that you're going to need a new borrowing bylaw for whatever reason the federal grant doesn't materialize.
Okay, but in the recommended motion, it says that it's coming on May 5th, subject to the approval of the federal grant.
And so that, yeah, we can do it otherwise, councillor, I guess is the takeaway. We can bring it on May 5th, regardless of where the federal grant sits, if you want to approve the entirety of it.
Okay, not if we approve the language in the amended motion, though.
Yes, you can.
So why is it subject to then, please?
It's only the project charter that's subject to the grant, not the borrowing bylaw.
Okay, but it says and the borrowing bylaw right at the bottom. Coming to council on
Just
May
that
5th.
our borrowing bylaw will come forward, not necessarily, like, it's not necessarily tied to that first part. Like, that's not how I interpreted it when we wrote it.
Okay.
It's that the project charter is subject to the grant. And it just says that our borrowing bylaw will be brought forward and we'll bring it forward at the full amount. That was our intent with that motion.
Okay.
That's how we interpret
So
it.
apologize if there was a misunderstanding or a lack of clarity there. Yeah, but we can absolutely bring the borrowing bylaw on May 5th, regardless.
Okay, if Councillor Hughes' motion is approved.
Either one.
Okay, I'm not seeing it that way, but
Respectfully,
we'll
councillor, I assure you that is the case.
thank you.
More. Councilor Bermatsky, you're good? You're good? Yeah. You're good. Yeah. Let's just keep going. Councilor Cortash?
Well, no, just to clarify, I think Councilor Bermansky's question was about the alternative or what I'm going to propose as an amendment. And my understanding is that it, should my amendment pass, realizing we don't actually have the motions on the amendment on the floor yet, but that amendment, that the borrowing bylaw that would come forward on the 5th would not be for the 71 million, but the borrowing bylaw would be for debt financing through the 42.5 million. Is that, or did I misunderstand that?
No, thanks, Counselor Cortash. It does specify in that the actual borrowing
Right.
bylaw would limit us to that
Yeah.
amount subject to the grant.
Yeah,
But we
however,
could amend that to have the full amount and keep the
Right.
subject to. So either one works, as Mr. Fletcher was saying. We were just looking for the clearest direction on that.
Okay, thank you.
so you can approve just to box this back in, you could approve, I believe that the alternate motion amendment you're talking about, but you could still bring forward a borrowing bylaw for the entirety of the amount, right? One does not necessarily beget the other. Ultimately, it's council's decision on how much you authorize administration to borrow for a particular project. So now, having said that, we wouldn't borrow 75 million if the charter said only borrow this month. Again, as Mr. Porty said, you could authorize the bylaw for $1 billion if you wanted to. We're only going to borrow 40 some odd million if you pass the alternate, right? Unless the grant dries up and you ultimately decide that you want to alter the paradigm as it relates to the project charter.
Clear? So I guess where do we want to go from here? Are we amending this, or do we want to maybe take 5 minutes and understand the next step, how we want to do this before we get into debate, or? You're good? You're good? Okay. So what would you like? Are you making an amendment?
If you
I haven't
accept
accepted it yet.
if you
no.
accept it, then if you want, you can do the amendment. I'm really not sure how I want to go on this one, quite frankly.
Okay.
So
Marta, then we could accept as is, and then Councillor Cortash could put forward his amendment. We'll vote on the amendment.
That's correct, Mayor. He could either put the amendment ahead of time, or you could accept Councillor Hughes' motion and then have the discussion on the amendment.
Okay, we'll do this in 2 steps then. We'll accept it. I'll accept this motion. We'll let Councillor Hughes open. And then, or we would have the amendment first. How do you want to do that, Marta?
So once you accept the motion, then it's free for anybody to make an amendment
Okay.
at that time.
Okay, so I'll accept this motion.
okay.
Councillor Cortash?
So then, Mr. Mayor, I would like to move that we amend Councillor Hughes's motion so that it be subject to the execution of the Federal Build Community Strong Fund. And I think you have the wording, all the relevant changes there.
So I'm going to just put this up on the screen and you can verify if this is correct. We were trying to keep track during the question and answer period here. So what this would do is that it would amend the main motion by making it subject to the execution of the federal agreement. And then it would delineate the funding sources. So it would say that a certain amount from the water reserve levy, certain amount from the federal funding, and a certain amount debt financed.
Correct. Yep, that's my intention.
However, council still has the ability to approve the full $74 million borrowing bylaw on May 5th and July 14th for second and third reading for the full amount, even if this was passed.
Okay. Oh, yeah, okay, yep.
Yeah, I have a question. It just, the motion doesn't say anything about bringing forward a borrowing bylaw for 74 million. So
It's the and component is there. So this is just this is just the amendment. So the main motion includes everything,
Yeah.
including and bring the borrowing bylaw for first reading on May 5th. This amendment, it's very long, so it's confusing. I'll do my best to explain it. We would add subject to language at the front of it, and then we would delete the 2 funding sources that are currently in Councillor Hughes's motion and substitute them with these 3, but it would still include the rest of the wording, which is the approval of the project charter and bringing the borrowing bylaw back for first reading on May 5th.
but it still doesn't say bring 74 million anywhere in here then. Like, I realize we're approving 74.4 million, but when I read this, it looks like it's 42.5 coming from debt. 'Cause it says 42.5 from debt. And nowhere in here does it say bring forward a motion for 74.1 million.
So it's just the borrowing bylaw authorizes administration to a certain amount. We would only spend 42.5 of it through the borrowing if this motion got approved. If the federal funding fell through and this motion had been approved, administration would have to return to council to say, we no longer have that funding source and we need a new funding source for that amount. But the borrowing bylaw would not have to be amended any longer because it had already authorized the full spend.
I just feel like you should actually have in there and then the first reading for the 74.1 million of the boring bylaws brought forward. Like that just, there's nothing in here that says the amount that they're supposed to bring forward.
I'm fine with that unless I thought it was part of your original motion, but if not, we can add that.
Okay, Councillor, I would say if you want to include it, that's absolutely fine. I mean, we are bringing forward the borrowing bylaw for the full amount. If you want to explicitly state that and you're happy to do so, that's fine.
Point of order here. Just, I mean, are you bringing forward the alternate motion as in our backgrounder by administration?
Amending Councillor Hughes's motion so that it is essentially the alternate that's in the agenda report, correct?
Well, I mean, the alternate in the agenda point, bullet 1, the project charter, Northeast Servicing Projects is approved to the amount of 74.1 million as outlined in attachment 1 to be financed as follows. So that addresses Councillor Hughes's concern. Well, it identifies the $74 million.
But it says the funding source is only 42 from debt.
But but then it allows us to have, as was explained by legal, how to deal with that. That's all.
I would just respectfully submit that, again, it's council's comfort level, but even approving borrowing bylaw in the full amount, right? We've already articulated that we've got the offset water levy reserve and others. So that right off the bat would alter, and I've been mistaken. I've been saying 75 million the whole time, but we'd actually only be looking at 68 million plus contingency, right? Because we've got a source already as articulated. So at the end of the day, I understand the intent be that the borrowing bylaw cover the full amount of potential debt finance or would enable debt financing in the full amount if required, right? I think that's kind of the articulation of it that I'm understanding from a borrowing bylaw perspective. And then we have to borrow way less because we got the federal grant. That's terrific, right?
So now we can accept, and if there's questions for administration, if there's not, then Councillor Cortash can open and then we can go to debate on his first.
That's correct. And if there's questions of Councillor Cortash as well.
Yes.
Or administration, and then there can be a debate.
Okay, are there any questions for administration? Councillor Cortash, you're on here, but is that just, no, I should have taken you off. Okay. Councillor Bermanski, please go ahead.
One last time for administration here on when it says here, subject to execution. So execution means that the federal grant is completed or approved. So I'm reading that if we don't have information from the federal government at that time, none of this below means anything because it's not executed at that point. Because we're making it subject to that being mentioned to council if they're going forward or not.
So we would not proceed beyond the borrowing bylaw if we didn't have that. That's correct.
Okay, but are we even going to go to a borrowing bylaw? It's not worded that way.
Respectfully, we interpret it differently. Yes, we would. We'd be bringing it on the 5th.
Is there another word you can use instead of execution or completion? Something that would not make it so clear, like it's making it seem that we need to know exactly that we're getting that grant before we do the things listed below because it's subject to.
If you'll give us a minute, I understand, I think where you're coming from,
Okay,
Councillor. If you give us a second.
Mr. Fletcher, we're just going to take a 5-minute recess. So
Yeah, I'd appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Just want to make sure administration's ready with, I believe there's a slight adjustment or amendment to that.
Yeah, I think at a quick chat, and so maybe perhaps Councilor Cortas, since your motion, you're moving the amendment, if you could take a look and sorry, did we address the subject too?
So just so everyone, yeah, this is good. So just Mr. Mayor, so everyone benefits from the conversation we just had here and what this achieves. Changes the project charter to identify the funding sources with the $28 million grant. So that's the main difference here. Councillor Hughes's original motion doesn't specify or doesn't have the grant in there as part of the charter. And so this would change the charter to include that as part of the grant. Admin would still come forward on the 5th with the borrowing bylaw for the full amount. So that way you wouldn't have to redo the borrowing bylaw if we didn't get the grant. If we didn't get the grant, what this necessitates is admin having to come back to city council to change the project charter. That's my understanding. Did I capture that correctly?
That's correct, Councilor.
Councillor Hughes, go ahead, please.
We're in debate right now, right? Are we in questions?
Questions.
We're still in questions?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just kind of, we've talked about this, but I just want everybody in the gallery to understand as well. So that in the event that this passes, that it would accomplish the same as if we had done it and also finished the borrowing bylaw and then just plumply put a limitation to not do anything to jeopardize the grant. It will be the same timeline of execution, regardless if this motion amendment passes or if we do it the other way, which is approve my motion and add something else in the tail end. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councillor. And looking at the worst case scenario, and I want to be clear, hopefully I haven't sounded overly pessimistic. I'm very optimistic in terms of our ability to leverage the federal grant. But if it did not come under the current amended recommendation, we would have to come back to alter the charter. Under your motion, Councillor, I would have to come back to have the motion saying essentially withdrawn, right? So it comes out in the wash in terms of the implications on timelines.
Okay. So 6 of one, half dozen of the other. The other thing is that either way, just so that people understand in the gallery, that either way, because we have this grant, which is great as far as a windfall, but not great as far as being able to execute as quickly, that we should be expecting a delay because there's going to be a delay both handling whatever the feds have put into their stipulations, if any, and then also getting it through the province. And we're not going to be moving forward until the province says it's okay to sign the document as per the requirements with all grants now going through the province. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councilor.
Okay, so it could be months before we're actually able to do something, even after we sign the borrowing bylaw. It could be right away, but we also need to be accepting the fact that it could be like January before we're actually able to put out an RFP.
That's correct, Councillor, subject to cabinet approval ultimately, and then, generally the negotiation that happens at the federal and provincial level.
Okay, so Mayor, just as a heads up, there was a recommended motion at the end to encourage advocacy for approval from the province. And after we finish this, I intend to also bring forward that motion. Okay, that's it for now.
I would agree and support that. I think from a $28 million federal funding perspective, it would, if it garners a slight delay or a delay, I mean, it's well worth the time to advocate as hard as we can to get that signed off by the province. So, okay, if there's no other questions for Councillor Cortash or administration at this time, it doesn't look like it, so we can move it to debate and I'll let you open up.
Thanks. I feel like we've kind of been half done that already. I just think this for me clarifies things because we are expecting, and I'm optimistic that we're going to get that grant from the federal government. No real reason to expect we wouldn't, but to me, this clarifies that that's the source of funding, and we're proceeding with Northeast Servicing based on this understanding, based on the understanding that this is where the funds are coming from. Should something unusual happen and we don't get the funding, then that requires so it sort of puts a guardrail in place, a checkpoint in place where admin would have to come back and get approval to change the project charter. But as I understand it, like I said, not require a delay from a borrowing bylaw perspective. The only delay would be if the government doesn't come through with the grant, which we would have that we would have that delay regardless of which options put forward. So like I said, I just think this clarifies where the funding's coming from and makes it clear that that grant funding is part of our expectation.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sitting on the fence. I'm not really sure how I'm going to vote on this because I want to be able to see our developers get shovels in the ground as quickly as possible. And my concern is that if we put the parameter of the 28 million being received, that we ultimately slow everything down. So I will listen to my colleagues and then I'll make my decision. Thanks.
Councillor Hughes, please go ahead.
Thank you. And this is, and the irony is that we're getting to the same result either way. I mean, so we're like debating just how we want to describe this. And my challenge is just that I want the development community to understand that as a council, we're bringing this forward one way or another. And if we put it forward with the funding source attached to the grant, then it's very clear that we're going to have to redebate this all over again. And the certainty about moving forward is not there. But at the same time, when we have to put forward a motion at the end of second and third reading to say we're still putting a pause on it until we get confirmation from the province, it achieves the same outcome. I'm just not sure if it's the same message. So that's where I'm stuck, is I mean, either way, it'll be fine. We'll be debating the same end result. I just don't want anyone to believe, if this council is approving this project, that they're only approving it if we get the grant. Because when I put forward this motion, I put it forward before a grant was even on discussion for table, and our impression at that time was the grant was not coming. And so I want to have the grant come forward. I want to make sure we don't jeopardize the grant. But at the same time, I don't want to give the impression that I'm only going to be willing to consider this if there's a grant on the table. And that's been approved. So I don't know where to go on it, quite frankly. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Bermansky, please go ahead.
Okay, we're all torn on this one, as you know, as everyone can see, but I'm happy that the subject too is out of the conversation here. And with the other, you know, in the perfect world, we will have by May 5th, we'll know that that grant's coming through. And with the subject line afterwards, I feel confident in supporting this, just because there's not that speculation of subject to any longer. So let's just hope for the best and go forward. That's what we all want here, I believe. Yeah.
Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Seems like a long time to get to this point. But I mean, at least we are here. We're here. For the longest time, I didn't even think we were going to get this far. I didn't believe that there was momentum to actually move in this direction, and we are close. We are here. And I know that this looks like we're tying it to the boring, but we can still move ahead by approving this amendment. We're still moving ahead, and we're still moving ahead in a way that allows administration some clear parameters. This actually kickstarts the process. May 5th, we'll be back here with a borrowing bylaw for the amount that will get us to actually open up the Northeast. And as we've heard from numerous developers and other businesses in the community, that this is vital for our growth as a community. So I know we're debating parts of the motion, but in the reality is we're here. And I think the momentum has come to the time where I honestly didn't think we were ever going to get here. I honestly didn't believe that we were ever going to actually arrive where we could all agree that Northeast servicing was important to the community. And what is that business? There's a long way to is the shortcut. Sometimes it takes a little ways, but this actually accomplishes what I think our community needs, and we're moving forward.
Councillor Patrick, do you have any comments?
No, not really. I'm going to support the amendment. I like the fact that honestly, I'm a very visual person and I like the fact that we're just acknowledging that grant as well. I think in the end, like Councillor Hughes said, we're kind of going to end up at the same place. So yeah, I will be supporting the amendment.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess at the end of the day, we end up in the same place. I know a lot of us, leading up to this, this was a part of our campaigns and a promise we made to at least address, as we entered into office, which is, to Ken's point, fantastic that we had the momentum and the, attention to get to here. The commentary here today is that this progress continues our OSL program. It's an enhancement, I believe, to the quality of life that we're trying to provide in St. Albert. Affordability is obviously a significant challenge, and without, if we don't remove the barriers or the constraints, it's just going to become less affordable. We need a well balance. What? Yeah, and I think the amendment is a safeguard there, knowing that it doesn't inhibit us from moving forward. So. I also have faith that administration is going to work and try to find a solution to that as best possible. We're not going to not look to execute on a windfall grant from the federal government. So, yeah, I think I'm going to support it, and I think it's the right way to go for here. So, thank you. I'll move it to Councillor Cortesh to close.
Yeah, thanks. Like I said, this doesn't slow things down. The only thing that could slow things down is if the grant doesn't come through for whatever reason, and then as admin has pointed out, they'd have to come back to council at that stage anyway, one way or the other. To me, this just sets a clear expectation that this is where we expect the funding to come from, that this is our plan moving forward. And it just adds that guardrail, I guess, and sets a clearer expectation of where the funding's coming from.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote, please. That motion passed 5-2. This moves way too fast. With Councillor Clark and Councillor Hughes against, everybody else in favor.
So we'll just put up the motion now as it stands, Councillor Hughes's motion, and this is the motion now that needs to be voted on. We'll just need a second here. So we have Councillor Hughes's motion as amended up on the screen.
We don't need to read it again, right? We all know what we're doing.
Yep.
Because this has been a really short meeting so far, so let's just.
Start from the top again?
Yeah, let's go from the beginning.
Okay.
Can we begin debate?
Yeah, we can move it to debate. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. So I realize that, with this, the grant, it obviously becomes a much easier decision in some ways. However, regardless of whether the grant happens or not, I would like to encourage this council to move forward in this project. If I look at this entire project charter, the number one word to me is opportunity. This is the opportunity for us to actually develop further to the north, to get those homes built, to get the actual corridor built. The amount of revenue that's going to be coming in from commercial versus residential is substantial to offset that whole tax level. It is such an opportunity for us council to recognize that we got this grant, which is phenomenal. The timing of this could not have been better, that this is already pending to come forward, to help us offset that, to decrease that risk. And then in addition, we now have the opportunity to really explore and let St. Albert grow at the rate that is really in demand. I wanted to just show you one thing, which I just want to share a screen. I just have to get the screen to share. And let me just get to the right window, because I'm probably never going to get the right window.
Welcome to our world, Councillor.
This entire screen, we're going to go the entire screen for now, and I'm just going to flip over to the right screen. So if we come over here and you look at this, this was sent to council just yesterday from Chandri, I think, and she's a realtor, and she's explaining, if you look here at the cost of the prices here, and we're talking about trying to create affordable housing. And if you look here at 2022, right up here, up to 2022, we did not have a constraint going on anywhere near what was happening before to the north. And the housing prices were fairly stable. Now, if you look at St. Albert since 2022, and it has shot up, we're now at over $500,000 for the average price of a home, which means that we are not building to this demand that we have, because everything, when you build something in free market, is supply and demand. And so when the market is shooting up, it means that the supply does not meet the demand. Simple as that. So let me just go back to this and get rid of this so I can stop sharing. So when you look at this, we are not going to meet the demand by just going to the west. We have to be able to go to the north to meet the demand. If you're looking for affordable housing, that's what you have to do, is have the housing demand actually meet it. And that's going to happen when we actually have the development community that's more than willing to fill in that gap and start providing those homes. So that way we can actually get those numbers down. And so I honestly think that that's what's going to help you get the housing prices down, not taking away parking spaces. So when I look at this, the grant for the 28 million, that's huge. I think this is an opportunity that we have to, first of all, signify to both the province and the federal government that we are 100% in, that they've offered this to us and we're not turning down that opportunity. I think that we would be an absolute fool to say that we weren't going to do that. So I think in many ways this debate is quite simple, but I do want to show them that we have the commitment to moving forward on this. And I honestly believe that regardless if we have the grant or we don't have the grant, that the pent-up demand is sufficient to actually meet the needs of that grant and meet the needs of that, to meet the debt financing. So I look at this as such a huge opportunity that we're opening up. And the effects of having shut it down for the past almost 4 years has come into play of looking at less offsite levies. We're looking at less tax revenue. And the reality is that we have some large projects that need to get done, and they're going to have to get funded by taxes. And what we've had at the current rate of growth forever has been enough to just maintain the status quo. But every time you want to do a large project, there isn't that additional tax revenue in there to really pay for that debt. And as a result, you just become shy about doing it. And so once we open up the north and have the north and the west growing, having the commercial corridor growing, we're actually going to get more taxes coming in that we can actually make those debt payments without seeing huge tax increases as well. Because quite frankly, I don't see how the community amenities is going to get paid for. I don't see how the policing buildings can get paid for, or anything else. We don't actually have a growth that's substantial enough to be able to meet that. And when we look at how much growth is happening in the capital region and how little is happening in St. Albert in comparison, we need to do something about that. And that is what's simply opening up the opportunity today. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to take a step back for a moment and think about something simple. Every single resident of St. Albert flushed a toilet this morning. Every single resident turned on a tap and had clean water available. And that didn't happen by accident. At some point in the past, someone, a council, a developer, or a partnership between both, took the risk and paid for the infrastructure that allows our community to function today. They built the pipes, they built the lift stations, they built the systems that now we take completely for granted. And because of those investments, generations of residents have been able to live, to work, and to raise families in our city. Today, we're being asked to make a similar decision. We have developers who are prepared to build homes and businesses. We have people who want to move to St. Albert, and we have families who want to build their lives here. But none of that can happen without the infrastructure that supports it. It is incumbent upon this council to ensure that our city continues to grow in a responsible and measured way with the infrastructure required to support that growth. I also want to address something that often comes up in these discussions, the idea that growth should pay for itself. And in many ways it does, through offsite levies, development charges, and long-term property tax revenue. New development contributes significantly to the infrastructure required to support it. But the reality is the major backbone infrastructure, the kind we're discussing today, is often required before development can proceed. These are the foundational investments that enable communities to grow in a planned and orderly way. Another point worth emphasizing is that this project has not appeared overnight. Planning for the Northeast servicing has been discussed, it's been studied, and it's been evaluated for years through the city's infrastructure planning processes, engineering reviews, and development staging work. Council has had workshops and briefings on this very issue, reflecting the importance of getting this decision right. So today's decision is not about reacting quickly to something new. It's about deciding whether we will act on the planning work that's already been done. This project has also attracted, obviously, the attention of other orders of government, including an agreement in principle for $28 million in federal funding. While that potential funding would certainly help offset the cost to the city, the need for this infrastructure does not depend on that grant. The servicing of the Northeast will be required regardless, and delaying essential infrastructure while waiting for external funding decisions would only increase costs and further postpone development to our community's needs. And respectfully, waiting to see whether that funding ultimately materializes does not change the fundamental decision before us today. The infrastructure will still be required, and the longer we delay the work, the more expensive it becomes for our residents and our taxpayers. And I leave my colleagues and everyone here with this thought. 20 years from now, the residents who will live in the Northeast, if this is approved, will turn on their taps and flush their toilets just like we did this morning. They will never think about the pipes beneath their feet, but they will benefit from the decision that we make today. And for these reasons, I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have any other speakers on the list, so I'll just jump in and say, again, I think the move to the conversation around investment in the Northeast was a significant one, and it took a lot of time and consideration to make sure we're going to do this responsibly. St. Albert wanted a shift in the past with to shift our tax dependency off of residential, and past council answered that deliberately and with a responsible decision to invest in the West. And we, in our plans and our conversations, speak about having people live, work, shop, play in our community. And I think this is a step in that direction. We are extremely fortunate to receive federal funding to help us achieve that. This is just continuing the vision of building out St. Albert today, tomorrow, and for generations. So I'm glad we're here to again echo Councillor Mackay's comment that there's probably a period where we never thought we would get here, and to get to this point, I think is a major milestone. So I will certainly be supporting moving forward. Councillor Cortesh, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Coming as probably no surprise to anyone, I'm not as excited as some of my colleagues here. This is a lot of money. It's a big project. And I asked the question at our SCAL meeting, like, why do we need to grow? And some folks laughed, and that's okay. But it was a real question. We see the comparisons to the region, and we see, hey, we're not growing as quickly as Leduc or Spruce Grove and all that kind of, but so what? Like, why does it matter? And I don't recall anyone when I was out knocking on doors during the campaign say, hey, you know what St. Albert really needs is we really need to grow more. Like, we need more people, and we need more traffic on the trail, and we need more, like, nobody said that. So it was a real question. And I struggle with, like, why do we need to grow more? Now, the argument's been made that it could be a financial boon to the city. We're gonna have more tax revenue. But I mean, we have a fiscal impact assessment of the Northeast, of the North here, showing that, and we just saw it in our last SCAL meeting as well, that the growth doesn't end up making us money. In fact, it costs us money. And over time, there might be a short-term windfall, but over time, residential development ends up costing us. We've also seen the debt implications and the debt, I guess where I'm going, this is a heavy decision. There's a lot at stake. There's a lot of money. It may restrict our ability to do other projects in the future. I do want to say I really appreciated one of the speakers earlier today, though, that actually a few of the speakers that did address some of the benefits, because that's really what I was interested in. What are the benefits? And the school, like, we need a new school, and St. Albert Public School Board has been very clear that they want a school in that location. So this helps advance that, which is exciting. Housing choice. I think Councillor Hughes, your point about housing mix and housing prices is excellent, and that means a lot in terms of having those opportunities. So that's a reason to move forward with this. The non-residential component, I don't know how it'll affect the split, but yeah, it does open up opportunities for residential development. It opens up the opportunity for workers that are going to be working in Lakeview, as someone said earlier. So I appreciate all of those reasons why we would want to do this, but I guess it's well, moot point, because the $28 million grant has made this decision a lot easier. And I'm glad we were able to amend the project charter to make sure that's included, because I'm not sure I could support this without that. But this gives us, I mean, $28 million really helps put us in a better financial position with this. So thankful for the work that admin did in putting that grant together originally. Thankful for the tireless advocacy work by many of you in the gallery and landowners and developers to try and I mean, that obviously led to that, in part to that grant, and thankful to the federal government for pushing that and bringing that our way as well. So, yeah, not as excited, let's say, but it is important for our community, and want to just again thank all those that have gotten us to this point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
My remaining councillor colleagues, is there any comments you'd like to add? No? Okay, thank you very much. We can move it to a vote, please.
I normally get to close.
Oh,
but we
my
can-
apologies. I don't even know where we are anymore, but yeah, please go ahead if you'd like to.
I just wanted to reiterate that I realize that this is probably going to pass, especially because there's a grant contingent on this, but I also want us as a council to be able to say that we're doing it regardless. But with the expectation that we're going to be getting the grant. Admin said that they needed 180 houses built to be able to pay for this. From what I'm seeing from commitment from developers today, without even any more development, we're going to have more than double that coming in on an annual basis. And that's housing that's desperately needed. So, and when you say, well, what's the effects of this? There's a cost to not doing something, and there's going to be a cost to this inflation, and we could price ourselves out of even being able to afford this debt if we don't move forward on it, whether it's 74 or it's a lesser number. So there's no such thing as no risk. And not doing something is also risky. And we've taken that risk now for 4 years. And I think it's time that we actually move in a different direction and recognize that the risk to not doing something is now going to exceed the cost of it. And that the risk to not doing it has now become too costly to not actually move forward on it. And that the opportunity that's in front of us may not be here if we wait. Not only from the federal government, but also from the developers that are placing their trust, their resources, and their time and energy into making sure that Snowbird becomes and grows to become, continues to be the best city to ever live in. And if we don't take advantage or recognize that, we also are going to face the consequences of moving forward and that delay and regaining that trust. So with that, I'm looking forward to seeing this go forward, but I'm also seeing it go forward regardless of the grant situation. Thank you.
Okay, let's try that again. Now we can move it to a vote, please. There we go. That motion. That didn't take long. Hey, there we go. Okay, that motion was approved unanimously. Thank you very much for everybody's time and attention. Don't all run out of here. This is where it'd be rude. Okay, we will move to our next motion regarding their on-street parking.
Sorry, just want to confirm council with the advocacy piece,
Yeah.
council's decision, but just wanted to make sure it didn't slip through the cracks.
I'm willing to add that extra, that it's as a germane motion, Mayor, and the amended one is that the council add Northeast Servicing funding as an advocacy priority to council's 2026-27 council advocacy priorities to ensure completion of the funding agreement with all orders of government to secure 28.1 million for this project. So basically, it's just that we encourage all of our staff and all of ourselves to get that funding approved through all levels of government. That's
Okay.
what it is.
So I thought that comes through a notice of motion.
Well, they had this as alternative one of
Oh.
doing this and do the advocacy. So if it's okay with you as
Yeah.
a germane motion, we can just do it now.
Okay. Is there any questions for administration on this? No. And would you like to open or?
I think it speaks for itself.
Okay, I never know what does or doesn't respectfully. So, okay, we can And if you don't need to close, I guess we can go to a vote.
I don't need to close either now.
Okay, thank you. There we go. That motion passed unanimously as well. Thank you. Okay, now for the big issue.
Now that I am so tired, I don't even know if I can read my screen. Okay, so let me see, I have it here, hold on. I apologize, it's a bit of a long one and I have to read it all in and then, okay, so that administration be directed to implement a timed on-street parking pilot along St. Anne Street operating within the existing roadway cross-section as follows. 1, maintain 4 travel lanes during weekday peak periods to support AM, PM to support traffic flow, and 2, permit on-street parking during off-peak hours by operating the corridor as a 2-lane roadway with designated parking areas on both sides of St. Anne Street. And 3, install required signage to clearly indicate timed parking zones, restricted periods, and other operational requirements necessary to support the pilot. And 4, designate at minimum 2 accessible only parking stalls near the front of St. Albert Place. And 5, monitor enforcement impacts and operational considerations, including parking violations during restricted periods, and respond to public inquiries or complaints as part of regular enforcement practices. Almost done. And 6, that up to $5,000 be approved from the stabilization reserve to support the on-street pilot parking project on St. Anne Street. And 7, report back to council with findings and recommendations prior to the commencement of utility construction on St. Anne Street. That's a long one.
Okay, we'll start with questions for administration. Councillor Bermansky, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor to administration. A few questions with regard to the accessible only spots in front of St. Albert Place. When I arrived here today, there was the buses stopping there in that particular area, dropping all the kids off. There was hundreds of them running around out there. And I know at the Arden events, they traditionally pull the buses up with the seniors on and such. So would that interfere with that area?
Thank you for the question. The simple answer is we actually intend to leave that space alone as a loading bay area, and then in fact put the accessible parking to the north of the crosswalk on the west side. There's still an area in there where there's no curb, where you could easily accommodate what you need to for accessible parking, and it just so happens to be the perfect length that you need for 2 stalls.
Okay, and then that would just be operational at all hours, that accessible park then?
No, it would still be subject to the periods of no parking, but when parking is allowed, it would be accessible parking. Instead, the lay-by area that we have now would just become a loading zone area that perhaps with a time delay, like a time limit, a 5-minute or a 15-minute drop-off period.
Okay, my next question is, it's only like 1 hour difference there sometimes, or in the morning from the 9 to 10. If people don't leave, who's enforcing that?
Thank you for the question. The intent would be that would come from municipal enforcement to go out and ultimately enforce that.
So how would they do that? Would they ticket the person and then the vehicle would be sitting there and we'd still have 1 lane? Or are they going to do instant towing, or what's the fix?
Thank you for the question. I'll pass that to Aaron Giesbrecht if we can.
Hey, Aaron, can you hear us?
Yeah, sorry, just trying to change my video there. Yeah, thank you for the question. So yeah, enforcement typically would be if somebody's there in their vehicle, it's going to be an actual ticket or a warning, depending on the officer's discretion in order to change behavior going forward. If somebody is not in the vehicle, there's a decision that gets made by the officer about whether or not they call a tow truck at that time, or they look for the person, whatever kind of is the quickest approach to free up that zone. Towing of a vehicle in a case like that is fairly rare, because people typically come back before a tow truck is there, and then that takes a lot of time for enforcement as well, in terms of being on site and being there to remove the vehicle.
Okay, and while you're online here, Aaron, would this require a regular bylaw person, you know, there at all these particular times during the day?
I mean, that certainly is a service level that could be considered. I wouldn't want to eliminate that, but realistically, no, we don't have officers stationed right in the downtown area at all hours. Officer hours for municipal enforcement are typically from about 7 a.m. till about 10 p.m. Monday through Friday, and then some limited hours, a little bit shorter hours on the weekends. And it will vary, and they're doing all kinds of things around the community. So proactively to drive by and see that will be a little bit hit and miss for the officers, as they do in any downtown parking situation or anywhere else in the community. And then be dispatched to that area should a member of the public or staff member make a complaint, where an officer would then respond to that incident.
Okay, so the municipal enforcement finish at 10 p.m. and then we'd have the overnight no parking starting at 11. So there would be no one to enforce it if a vehicle stayed past 10 then.
What I could share on that is that our relationship with the RCMP is very close. So we share a dispatch, and any call that comes into our municipal enforcement section does come through our CMP. And if they believe and have the resources available and need to address it, the RCMP would also respond to that. But again, it's going to depend on what night of the week and what their available resources are at that time.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions for your department. My last question is regarding, say, the Homeland Housing, you know, project starts developing, you know, sooner than later, and it's in the middle of this, or even when there's more people living downtown, do you see a transition to needing the 2 lanes? Say there's that housing developments plus other housing developments that are being provided. Will it change the traffic need?
Thank you for the question. The answer to that would be, I guess at the end of the day, we have done traffic impact assessments for full build out and growth within the downtown. And in line with the downtown area redevelopment plan, which always envisioned St. Anne Street to go down to 2 lanes. We know collectively that within the downtown, we need 6 lanes of traffic, whether that's 4 on St. Anne and 2 on Perron, or, you know, vice versa. That's generally speaking what we need. But from a volume perspective, we do believe that St. Anne could be reduced down to 2 ultimately. This would just simply be a way of dealing with some parking challenges right now in the interim, and see how it works.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
And if I could, I might have blacked out and missed it, but this is Sean Willis. He's our transportation engineer. I don't know if all of you have met him or not, so that's who you're talking to.
You did not black out and miss it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hughes has some questions.
Yeah, so thank you. So the intersection of Perrin Street and St. Anne Street, like, is there a plan also how to handle that? Because you're gonna have 2 lanes going to 1, you have a left-hand turning bay, and then and then there needs to be, like, even if you did like a mandatory, it went to a mandatory left only on the left side, and then you made the right side right or straight, then you still have to have a merge lane to get over to the other one. Has that, all this been thought through, or no?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, it has been thought through in the sense of where we're starting it and ending it. We're pushing the start of the area where we would have on-street parking. If I say in the westbound direction or in the southbound direction, we're pushing all of that parking to west of the cenotaph. So there's actually an opportunity to make your turn, get through the intersection, and then get over if you're heading westbound or southbound. In the northbound and eastbound direction, similarly, we would make sure there was no parking essentially from, I'm going to say, about 20 meters west of the site access into the downtown or into the main parking lot right now. So we're basically stopping all of the parking, ability to have on-street parking well before we actually get to the intersection.
So how many stalls are we thinking we're going to create by doing this?
So it will depend on the day and the, you know, how well people park and the size of the vehicles. But generally speaking, we figure we can gain 31 to 34 stalls.
Are we planning to do like the lined marking like we do on Perrin Street so people can see?
No, there wouldn't be any line marking because we're also operating it as a travel lane in the peak period. So we need to maintain that look of a travel lane.
And so if we have one lane and then people have, do we know we have enough room for people to be able to open and close their doors while the other lane's going through? And are we also, just because you're doing further back, are we going to be parallel parking on a curve or is it going to be just the straightaway sections?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, there would be some parallel parking through the curves.
Okay. And are we confident about also having enough room for people to like open their doors on the side when they're getting out? We've got the clearance on that as well.
Yeah, because the travel lanes themselves are 3.7 meters wide or more, they're actually wider than a typical parking stall. So there is room for doors to be able to swing without worrying about it interfering with the through lanes.
So I'll tell you, my major issue, and I told Councillor Clark this as well, is just that limited time where you're like, yes, no, yes, no. And is there really an opportunity to just simply say we're doing it, period? And like, is the demand really that high during between 9 and 10 a.m. that we can't just keep the parking going, period? Because I just look at this as asking for trouble of saying you can park except for not between 9 and 10 and not between 4 and 6. That's just a lot for people to try to remember when they're trying to drive home that something's changed and that suddenly there's a parked car in front of them. So do we actually need to have those times separated out?
So thank you for the question. I guess from a public operations perspective, they've been very clear about needing access to the curbside lanes in the overnight period. During the daytime, arguably the AM peak doesn't really exist. Like there is a window where it is higher, but it's actually lower than what it is in the afternoons. The afternoon does have a very distinct peak and could benefit from having the period of no parking. I think the one caveat I would throw out though is that one thing that we would need to do before actually putting signs up and picking the exact time for an AM peak or PM peak is go and capture some new data along the corridor just to make sure, because some of the data that we're using is from 2022.
Okay. So I guess for the motion today, though, if we're approving it, it still says maintain for during weekday peak periods. So we would still be, like I might just try to split number 1 out, but I'm just trying to make sure that if we didn't actually have that maintain the 4 lanes and you just basically could do it from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. and you just didn't do it overnight, right? Like from a traffic perspective, I'm just trying to make sure that we aren't creating a worse mess.
Yeah, I think that, I guess the way that we're approaching it was the idea that we haven't had any parking in the downtown in this area previously, and this would give us an opportunity to test the validity of it. It's not uncommon to use this sort of practice in areas. I've seen this happen in multiple locations in the city of Edmonton. And so we thought this was a good testing ground, I guess, for it. But certainly the council's discretion to how it wants to be done.
Okay. I think I'm going to be splitting number 1, just so you know.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the sight lines coming from the existing parking lot onto St. Anne, and when you're turning right, you have a curve, plus you're then going to have parking. How far back are the vehicles that are going to be allowed to park on St. Anne going to be? Are there going to be sufficient sight lines that we're not ultimately ending up with?
I'm sorry, are you referring to the intersection with St. Anne and Perron?
No, the one before it, so behind the building, so you're coming out of the parking lot across the street onto St. Anne and turning right, heading towards Perron.
So everything would be west of there. All of the parking would be west of there. There would be no on-street parking allowed from west of the access into the parking lot through to Perron Street.
Okay, but they're, how far back from, so east of there? So if I'm coming out onto St. Anne to my left, how far back are those vehicles going to be to give me a sight line to be able to know whether or not there's a vehicle coming around the corner?
About 20 meters, I believe.
Okay, and a couple of other questions. Can you give me the reasoning behind not having 2-hour parking? And I guess my concern is that we ultimately end up with not necessarily City of St. Albert staff, but other staff parking on the street during their workday.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I guess the simple answer is it was sort of a baby steps approach, not to overwhelm the community all at once, trying to sort out whether it's 1 hour or 2 hour, when really we hadn't even had any parking there before anyway. So it was really just a baby step. If we were finding that there was a lot of long-term parking happening there, that certainly would be an option and an opportunity to do.
Okay, and that brings me to my last question about the, so we have restricted parking from 11 PM to 7 PM, but then we have parking available for a 2-hour window from 7 to 9. And then we're going to restrict it again from 9 to 10. Like, that seems very complicated to me.
Oh, okay, now I'm on again. Sorry, hit the wrong button. Yeah, I mean, I can understand where you're coming from. And I think that's part of the reason why we want to go back, collect new data to confirm what the actual peak hours are. And that certainly is, debatable, I guess, on the validity or the benefit, I guess, of having that small window in the AM. But we would want to make sure, because obviously things have changed. So if usually there's a very distinct peak. Usually there's a very distinct 7 to 9 AM peak period in the morning and a 4 to 6 PM peak period in the afternoon. So we'd really want to validate it through data to confirm if there is, in fact, a more distinct AM peak than what we saw previously.
And so maybe, Councillor, if I could just, with your indulgence, at the end of the day, if you go back and you study and you see that there's a peak not existent, it kind of becomes a moot point, I guess, right? And so notwithstanding, I think the motion doesn't explicitly state hours. It's really about the sort of the analysis of what that means to your point, Councillor. So I think that could conceivably be an outcome, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Just a question for administration. Do we have any concerns around enforceability of the parking? Challenges that you believe as a result of the time constraints, overall general safety concerns, and sightline issues potentially coming out of the courthouse parking lot? Because, yeah, start there. I'm struggling with this. I think there's a bunch of challenges here, but I'd like to hear your perspective on that.
So maybe I can start and then maybe pass it to Aaron afterwards. But I mean, what I will commit to you is that no matter what, it's all going to be put in place to make sure that we are not infractions in terms of sight lines, that intersections are continuing to operate as they should, that, the crosswalk is left, the main crosswalk across is left open and visible, that we respect fire hydrant separations, setbacks from crosswalks, all of that. We will make sure that all of that is sort of taken care of. And that's where we're getting the 31 to 34 stalls from already. So we've had we've done some field looks at it. We'll have to do a little bit more to confirm, but at the end of the day, there's roughly 400 linear meters of curbside that we're talking in here, and we're not talking about putting parking on all 400 meters.
Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Giesbrecht, there he is.
Yeah, thank you. So I think what I can add from the policing enforceability perspective is like certainly will be enforceable. So signs that will go up will be able, officers will be able to issue tickets. I don't think that will be a question. I think the challenge that may arise in something like this is the availability of resources to do that enforcement and at what time is it needed. So we know that anytime you have a parking issue, you have an issue such as this, a convenience matter. It will depend on the priority of which policing the officers working will give it to respond. We may run into situations where vehicles are parked and during the peak travel time at 7 p.m., the vehicle is still there, and there may be an expectation from the community that this vehicle is hindering traffic and needs to be removed. And the response from the police, whether it's a municipal enforcement officer, community peace officer, police officer, could vary depending on whatever else is going on. So I think that is the potential question in terms of expectations of travel and then how much of an obstruction of a roadway that could be if they're still parked there after the time permitted. And then the ability to tow and remove that vehicle right away, we could be looking at 30 minutes to 45 minutes before something like that is actually removed from response time to removal. But the actual enforceability is not an issue.
Thank you, Mr. Giesbrecht. I'll move it to Councillor Patrick.
Wondering if it would be would it be beneficial just to say, okay, there's no parking from, let's say 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. That would be our peak hours, and then 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. But other than that, and that would be weekday hours, and then on the weekend, it would be parking, except for 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Would that make things maybe easier?
Maybe I could start, and I would just, caution council against trying to engineer the solution today. Right. So understanding there's some complexities, we understand the rough intent, and I would just humbly submit that let the experts come back and do their analysis and take a look at what's in the art of the possible. Fundamentally, the question before council is do you support this or not? Right. Like I think as you sort of consider the 7 components of it, but I would just be cautioning about talking about parking, the specifics of the engineering. Public safety will trump everything.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Okay, so just a curiosity, when would this start? When do we plan to implement this? Because you said you wanted more data. So are we going to implement it and then get the data, or the other way around?
Thank you for the question. You know what? I guess we hadn't really had a hard talk about the timeline, but I would suggest to you that you're probably looking at 6 to 8 weeks to implementation, which would include time for us to capture the data, process the data, and then obviously get the observations out of that, and then from there go and do ordering, because the signs need to be custom ordered in terms of the times that are required, and then the installation. So I would say 6 to 8 weeks would probably be a realistic turnaround time. And
so let's say, and I'm not sure if it's to you or it's to Aaron, but what I'm really wondering is, so let's say someone's parked there and then someone else hits them. It's 4:01 and it's now no longer parking time. And then someone doesn't recognize it and just rams it into them. Who's at fault? Is it the parked car, or is it the guy who rear-ended the parked car?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Giesbrecht.
Thank you. Yeah. So anytime a vehicle's, anyone's driving a vehicle, you really have to watch for those obstructions. I don't want to get into too much 100% because every every scenario is a little bit different, but I would say it is the responsibility of the driver to make sure they do not hit a stationary object. Having said that, is there liability in terms of the vehicle that is parked there? From a law enforcement perspective, no, other than the violation of parking in a parking area when you're not allowed to. Insurance companies would likely battle it out in terms of actual financial responsibility on that.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you for that. That's it.
Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. One more question. With regards to the data that you have being 2022, was that the end of 22, in the beginning of the year? I know that's during COVID. And how did you collect that data? And would you not be able to collect data in the same means more recently?
Thank you for the question. I don't know, I do have time hints. This would have been collected in November. Looks like it was collected in November of 2022. This is actually taken from an intersection turning movement count done at Perron Street and St. Anne Street, and then using the data from the west approach of the intersection to extrapolate out your volumes. But yes, very much so. We have the equipment in-house to be able to set up cameras. We would do it with our own staff, set up either cameras or trackers. They're called black cats, but we have the tools at our disposal to be able to collect the data at basically a mid-block along there, and it will give you all the information we need.
Okay, and why have you not done it since 2022? If you have the equipment, do you just move it around the city all the time, or, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. The equipment just moves to where we think we need it, and there hadn't been, I guess, a need or a want to do it in that location in that time frame.
Is there a cost involved in this, or do you just move the equipment there and you could have the data?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, there is a small cost. It's well, again, depending on the technology used, there is a cost, a processing cost to go through a company, but it's not arduous. It's not a high cost.
Oh, so the equipment is not the city's end, you use outsourced?
No, to be clear, it's the product itself is it's a camera system is one of the ways we typically count them, and you upload the data to a server, to a company server. They process the data based on the parameters that you're asking them for, and then they give it back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McKay.
Yeah, really quick. This is dragging on. We have parking on Perron Street right now. No time restrictions, all the way from Sir Winston Churchill to Mission Avenue. Parking on both sides other than on the bridge, of course.
More or less, that's correct.
Yeah, we have parking currently on St. Anne Street from St. Albert Trail to Perron Street. Except for from the alley in front thing.
Yeah, that's correct.
We have parking that's allowed on St. Thomas Street right now. Right. So really the only major thoroughfare that's that little section is on St. Anne Street from Perron to the traffic circle or Sir Winston Churchill. That's the only one we're talking about right now.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. I believe that's it for questions for administration, so we can move this to opening by Councillor Patrick. Thank you.
Sure. Well, I think this is like, I mean, I think it's an important motion because it offers access to our downtown, not just for businesses, but for residents. It offers more access to St. Albert Place, the library, the Art Inn, our museum, and to the overall vitality of St. Anne Street. Offering more available parking isn't just about convenience, but it's also about using our street spaces more effectively and supporting accessibility and creating a corridor that works for the people who live, play, work, and shop in our downtown area. So St. Anne Street serves multiple functions throughout the day, and during the peak hours, it needs to move traffic efficiently, and I understand that. But I think this pilot project would protect that by maintaining the 4 travel lanes when demand is the highest. But outside those peak periods, the street has capacity that can be better used to support short-term parking, easier access, and improved connectivity to our downtown core. That's all I got.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, can we split out number one as well, just so we know, like, if we can just debate one and then I understand that it's a long day for you, but this is still a motion that's going to have effects. So just so you know, I'd like to split one.
Okay. Marta, there we go.
We're just going to put the first one up.
Yeah, thank you. So does Councillor Patrick have to read this in now? No.
So Councillor Hughes will speak to it, and
Okay.
then everyone has a chance to debate on it, and then then the rest of it will come afterwards. So Councillor Hughes is just saying she doesn't maybe want this as part of it, I assume. And so she wants this handled separately without the other remaining 6 motions.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Okay, this is my turn to talk. I just think there's going to be problems if we do. I don't know if I want to improve this altogether, but I do know that if it goes forward and we have this, you can't do it between 9 and 10. You can't do it before and 4 and 6. You're just asking for problems. And we can do 1 lane on Parent Street. We can do 1 lane on all the other streets except for this St. Anne. So in my mind, trying to accommodate, either it's an all or nothing during the day. Because you're saying they can park between 7 and 9, then they got to get up and move their car before 9:01. And if they come in at 4:01 and someone gets hit, we don't even know who's going to be responsible for this. But you're more likely to have an issue if someone's parking and then they're upstairs in planning and they don't realize it's 3:57 and they have to get down there because at 4:01 a car is going to come and ram into their butt. So I just feel like we should not be saying no. It's all the time during the day or not at all. Because otherwise it's just going to create more confusion than it's going to help. That's my recommendation, is that we vote against this section.
Thank you. Councillor Cortash.
Yeah, I think Mr. Fletcher's point was really salient. Like, I don't want to get into the details of managing how and when and why we're parking. This was something that came out of an information request from admin, and what they recommended would work well for a pilot project if we wanted to embark on that. I think we leave it in the hand, like, so I'm opposed to splitting these. I think we leave it in the hands of our professionals. They think there's a peak demand in the afternoon. They'll monitor that before, collect some data before they put the signs up, and yeah, leave it to the experts to implement this. I don't think it's that confusing. We've got parking stalls all over Edmonton. Like, people are used to checking signs when they park and see when the hours are. So I don't think it's that difficult to follow the rules. If I'm not mistaken, we actually have timed parking on Prawn Street right now in front of the community hall. I think there's some there as well. So nothing new to have times on the signs. I think if the danger is if we split this and we just have it parking 24/7 all the time and only have 1 lane of traffic on each direction, 2 lanes of traffic during peak flow afternoons, that's going to create a lot of headaches in our community, and we might get a lot of negative feedback on what's supposed to be a positive pilot project.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, my comments are basically what was just being mentioned by Councillor Cortash. And I mean, really, this is going to require a little bit of analysis by administration prior to actually coming through with what the actual timeframes are. And also in final, as someone who did this for 4 years, whether it was 97th Street, whether it was 118th Avenue, whether it was 101st Street, whether it was 124th Street, everybody drives and everybody knows when you can park in the morning and you can't park in the afternoon. You really learn fast. So, but for the purposes of the pilot project, I think, like, I'm game to let's try it. Let's see if there's an administration can find the right mix of time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Patrick.
I do think that there will be some there will be a transition period because it'll be it's something that we have never done before on this street, but I definitely trust that our engineers and our traffic departments, like they know what they're doing, and I think it's important to follow their direction because the data that they can collect can help to build a better program or however we want to do it in the future. So yeah, I think we should keep it in.
Councillor Bermansky, please.
Thank you. What I would like to see going forward is updated data collected before the pilot project, because obviously things have changed a lot in the last 4 years in our traffic everywhere. And the other mention is with the project starting in the 6-week window or around that area, we're into Children's Fests, Rodeo Parade, Rock in August. There's all kinds of events going downtown. So it's probably the worst time of year essentially to start a project of that type. Whereas, if you have a means of collecting that data where we could plan correctly for this time, I guess, and see if it's feasible still in 2026 or 2027, I feel that that might be a better solution. But that's my opinion on that one. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Fletcher, can I just ask just a clarification question on this one motion? This voting in favor would ensure that there is always 4 lanes during the peak hours. And then we're making a decision whether or not we want to permit parking, correct?
You'd still be addressing items 2 through 7, I believe, after this. That's correct. The definition of peak hours being subject to the data collection and the assessment.
And this does not, this doesn't mean we're going to allow parking yet. This is going to just ensure that 4 lanes are open during those peak hours until we have the data.
Essentially, it's still all a whole, right? The 7 components sort of speak to it. I think fundamentally, what you need to approve is whether you want parking or not. And then, this is being addressed as the others. So if you don't approve this and you approve the others as an example, you're approving parking, but we're not going to worry about the peak hours unless there's a really cogent public safety reason to do that, right? If you're in this, we're going to define the peak hours subject to a really cogent public safety requirement at the end of the day as well, right? So,
And if you approve this, but none of the others, it just stays.
then we're not really doing much of anything.
You're not doing anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we can go to Councillor Hughes if you. That's it.
I just split it, so I'm not debating the motion. I just split it, so it's still her motion. I just wanted to debate one.
Councillor Patrick, go ahead. If you need to close, yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say about closing. I think that it's not like we're not committing to a permanent change. That's why it's a pilot project. We could get some good data and some evidence-based. I think it's forward-thinking to try to get more parking downtown. And I think that we would have some very happy businesses and happy people that could park out front. So that's about it.
Thank you. We can go to a vote, please. Just number 1, just. Huh? Oh, this is keeping it in 4 lanes during peak hours. Okay, so that motion passed 5-2 with Councillor Bermansky and Councillor Hughes voting against. Now we can move to the remaining motions as put forward by Councillor Patrick.
We're just getting it up on the screen, yeah. We're just trying to fit the rest of them on the screen, but we're just putting up numbers 2 through 7. So the rest of the ones that Councillor Patrick read in. So now the debate will be with respect to the rest of those.
So we would still allow for questions for admin before we accept this?
So it's actually
Or,
been read in and accepted, I think
okay,
already.
so then we're just going to open,
Debate.
Counselor
Yes,
Patrick,
yeah.
okay. If you'd like to open.
I already kind of said everything I wanted to say, so yeah, I think I'm good.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Cortash.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd be the first to tell people we don't have a parking problem downtown. I don't think we create a vibrant downtown by adding more parking, and I don't think it's that big a problem, but we hear it over and over and over again from businesses. And so this, the first I heard of this idea was from the chair of the chamber. And so the chair of the chamber suggested this is a low cost, low risk opportunity. Having had the chance to talk with a number of business owners downtown, even as recently as yesterday, a couple dozen business owners downtown, all were excited about this as an opportunity. And so low risk, it's a pilot. We'll see how it turns out, and doesn't go well, we can always change it, but we gotta try, I think. Thank you.
Counselor Hughes?
Yeah, thank you. Because number one went forward, I just can't support this. I can see the unintended consequences of this time frame of not being allowed to park for 3 hours during a day and expecting people to somehow just magically pull their cars off the road at before 3:59. Inconsistently, and I understand that this is like, we want to do this for more parking, but in my opinion, it had to be, you just do it consistently so it's smooth and easy, or you don't. And this is going to create a lot of hiccups and bumps. And we have done other things to try to increase parking. We had angled parking for a while. That was a disaster. People were backing up blind, couldn't see what was going on if the car beside them was larger than them, which was most of the time. And we had to cut it out in spite of the fact that it was 20 more parking spaces, because it was it was a safety issue. And I think that unfortunately, having this peak operating time is also going to create a peak safety issue. So I'm hoping that I'm wrong. I'm hoping that it goes really well. And I think that the intention behind the motion when Councillor Clark put it forward was to try to create more parking. I don't think that intentionally she was thinking this peak thing. I think it was feedback from the IR that brought forward that peak hours. But expecting people to not be there for 30 cars and having no one have an issue, and then having people slam on their brakes. And I know that in Edmonton and other places they do it. It causes its own hazards when you're driving along. But in addition, we've got a curved road, and we have a road that's also been there for 50 plus years where they've not had parking there. And now people have to pay attention to the time, look at what their clock is, see if they can be there, which road, oh, there's a car, he shouldn't be parked there. You're going to call MEC, they're going to ticket them, the car's still there. There's going to be issues just because of that. So I really thought that if we had it should have crossed, I would have been willing to consider it. But breaking it up like this, I'm hoping I'm wrong, that's all I can say, but I can't support it as it is.
Thank you, Counselor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So notwithstanding, I did vote in favor of number one. Because everything's clumped together, I won't be supporting the balance of it. I like the idea of 2 accessible parking stalls directly in front of St. Albert Place. I think that our disabled community deserves that. But there's too many other parameters and too many other variables that ultimately I see this as more of a detriment than a benefit. And I understand where Councillor Patrick is coming from, and certainly if you attend an Arden event in the evening, it would be nice to be able to park on St. Anne Street. But if our parking is ultimately restricted after 11 p.m., there's many things that go past that, and you'd ultimately be getting a ticket in any event. So because of those variables, I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Counselor Bermansky.
Thank you. As mentioned that, we have parking on all the other roads downtown. We do have parking along Perrin Street. We have, parking on the many other streets, St. Thomas and such. And the times that I find that there's no parking downtown is traditionally when there's events going on, particularly events at the community hall or events at the Arden Theater. And there's lots of parking spots downtown. The parking lot is not usually full. People can still park on St. Thomas and Perrin because most of the businesses are closed at that time. So The, the demand times for parking, I believe there is parking on the other streets. And the focus for me is this is our meeting area essentially, like right in front of City Hall. Any little events we have, you know, we had the art walk, we had the plaza series at the Arden where people are sitting out in the plaza area. The idea that we've been pushing for so long about downtown is in our events that are traditionally in front of City Hall, as is the Children's Fest and many other events that go on, is to make it a walking space. And we've pushed walking space, and all of a sudden we want to introduce parking spots into walking space in our event space. I also would like to see more up-to-date information on all parking downtown. And we could argue it lowest risk, lowest cost. Well, we really don't know about the cost, especially particularly if it requires enforcement. But it's just the focus of keeping that meeting space, that favorite spot where people gather downtown, as not the parking space. Continue to have that plaza area, the events, the enjoyment of walking with your kids there. And I would, you know, I'd hate to see even during Children's Fest, you have parking right up to the place where the trailers are starting and whatever. And anyhow, that's what I feel. It's our plaza area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to support it. It's a pilot project. It's been brought to us by the Chamber. It's supported by the Downtown Business Association. The issues that have been identified are all part of an analyzing from a pilot project. Parking during special events can be easily accounted for because you just put barricades starting where the areas that you can't park in currently. I don't know how many of you, well, I'm sure most of us remember before we put the traffic circle in at St. Anne Promenade, now Veterans Way, it was a 2-lane road all the way through. When we put the traffic circle in, it forces everybody from the curb lane now into the center lane, and that causes more grief, I think, than if you had parking. So right now, I just believe that this is really very harmless to move forward on. For once we get the data from administration, and at least it'll attempt to identify that and address that we are aware or alive to some of the concerns. And honestly, just similar to the angle parking, it basically lasted as an experiment. It was determined that it didn't work for all the reasons identified, and we moved away from it. So what does Gretzky say? 100% of the shots not taken miss. So why would we not try? I don't see any harm.
Thank you. I don't have any comments at this time, so we can just move it. All right, if you'd like to close, pardon me. We can move to.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, I understand that change, I mean, change can be difficult sometimes. And we will see some, you know, hiccups with the new change downtown, especially when it comes to parking and the fact that it could be a timed parking. But for events, like even the plaza series, like they close the road. So we wouldn't be able to park close up anyway for those because they close the roads for that. And I think it's just really important to not just to provide more parking in our downtown area, but also to this would add it would just be a lot more accessible. And to me, that's really important for people even just to be able to park and they want to run in and grab one library book and they're, you know, on crutches or elderly or I just think it's really important to provide more parking, especially on the side of the road that St. Albert Place is. So yeah, I hope to see it. I mean, it's a pilot project and it's not something we're committing to forever. It's, you know, I think 1 year it said in there. So I'm hoping that we'll get your support on this and we can see how it works out.
Thank you, Councillor Patrick. At this time, we can move it to a vote, please. That motion failed 4-3 with Mayor Olivieri, Councillor Bermansky, Clark, and Hughes voting against it. Councillor Mackay, Councillor Cortash, and Councillor Patrick voting in favor. Okay, moving on. Pardon me. I believe we have 2 notice of motions, if that's correct. Pardon me, I forget who they are.
Counselor Hughes had one and Counselor Patrick had one, I believe.
Sounds good. We can start with Counselor Hughes.
Don't start with me. I gotta go find it. Hold on.
We've had 9 hours to prepare for this. To be ready.
Counselor,
I can go first.
Sure. Thank you for
That,
being prepared.
can I go? That the City of St. Albert, one, formally requests that the Government of Alberta pause the implementation of the Alberta Disability Assistance Program, ADAP, including the transition of recipients from the Assured Income for the Severely Handicapped, also known as AISH program. And two, call upon the province of Alberta to undertake meaningful, accessible, and transparent consultation with persons with disabilities, disability advocacy organizations, and municipal governments, including the City of St. Albert, to ensure that ADAP reflects the lived realities and actual needs of Albertans with disabilities prior to further implementation.
Thank you very much. Councilor Hughes, are you ready?
I am ready. To be
Okay.
fair, I have been participating in every single part of this agenda, so I have, give me a little bit of break. That the 20-day notice of motion requirement be waived, that a spot redesign and repair of Belrose Drive immediately north at Oakmont Drive, as described in the response and map in IR 26-009. Conditions of Belrose Drive is approved for up to $50,000 to be funded from the capital reserve. That's it.
Thank you very much. I don't, Marta, correct me if I'm wrong, there's no IRs, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. And I don't, unless there's any announcements, I would just like to say thank you very much for everybody's time and attention today. It is a long day before we venture into in camera, but certainly appreciate everybody's participation. So with that, I ask for somebody to make a motion for us to move in camera at this point. Councilor Clark, thank you.
The council move in camera to discuss a matter pursuant to sections 26(1)A, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations, 29(1)A, 29(1)C, 21(9)D, 29(1)D, sorry, 29(1)G, advice from officials, and 31(C), disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Access to Information Act.
Thank you very much. We can just go to vote, please. And that motion been passed unanimously. Thank you.
Councillor, as we transition, we're going to pull a bunch of staff in. Could I propose a short
10-minute break?
10-minute break. Diane needs some fresh air, I think, but.
Oh, perfect. That sounds great.